Good evening and welcome to the Starliner Mission Control in Houston, where teams are preparing for the autonomous undocking and departure of the uncrewed Boeing Starliner spacecraft from the International Space Station. Undocking today is currently planned for 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and joining me today in Starliner Mission Control is Lauren Brennicke from Boeing Communications. Across the hall in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we also have NASA's Rob Navius.
In preparation for today's undocking activities, the teams here in Starliner Mission Control and the Flight Control team in the International Space Station Flight Control Room recently completed the go, no-go poll for Starliner's undocking. The teams all polled go to proceed with undocking. And the team here in Starliner Mission Control is being led by Flight Director Chloe Maring. Today's undocking will set Starliner on its path home for landing at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico, targeting approximately 11 p.m. Central, Friday, September 6th, midnight Eastern on Saturday.
NASA astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Suni Williams flew to the International Space Station in June as part of NASA's Boeing crew flight test, lifting off atop a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket from Space Launch Complex 41 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida on June 5th. The Starliner spacecraft docked to the International Space Station on June 6th. During the June 6th rendezvous, NASA and Boeing identified helium leaks and experienced issues with the Spacecraft Reaction Control System, or RCS, thrusters as Starliner approached the station. Since then, engineering teams have completed a significant amount of work, including reviewing a collection of data, conducting flight and ground testing, hosting independent reviews with agency propulsion experts, and developing various return contingency plans. The uncertainty and lack of expert concurrence did not meet the agency's safety and performance requirements for human spaceflight, thus prompting the NASA decision to return Boeing's Starliner spacecraft to Earth without astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams aboard. The uncrewed return allows NASA and Boeing to continue gathering testing data on Starliner during its upcoming flight home, while also not accepting more risk than is necessary for its crew. Wilmore and Williams will continue their work formally as part of the Expedition 71 and 72 crew through February of 2025. They will then fly home aboard a Dragon spacecraft with two other crew members assigned to the agency's SpaceX Crew 9 mission, NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. As part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, this is Boeing's second flight to the International Space Station and third Starliner flight test overall, following a second orbital flight test in May of 2022. Yesterday, the hatches were closed between Starliner and the International Space Station. There are three hatches that separate the inside of Starliner from the orbiting laboratory: the Starliner hatch and the APAS hatch and Node 2 forward hatch on the station side. Following hatch closure, teams worked through steps to depressurize the vestibule, which is the area between the station hatch and Starliner hatch that were exposed to the vacuum of space prior to docking. Shortly after the go, no-go poll earlier today, where the joint teams here in the Starliner Mission Control and the International Space Station Mission Control polled go for undocking, NASA astronaut Suni Williams called down to the flight control team on Space to Ground to share some words with the team before Starliner's departure later today. We'll go ahead and replay that exchange for you now.
Copy. Thank you, and have a good evening.
We are now just over 13 minutes away from today's planned undocking. As we continue to approach that undocking, you can see the team here and the Starliner mission control team working in tandem with the ISS flight control room across the hallway.
Just before we came on the air here, the teams opened up the helium manifold to check Starliner's leak rate. Everything looks good. The teams say the rate remains steady, and we have plenty of margin for the rest of the flight. So let's talk a little bit about what is coming up. At around 5:02 p.m. Central, 6:02 Eastern, we are going to be listening for the authority to proceed for undocking. After the ATP, or authority to proceed, is issued for undocking, the hooks on the NASA docking system will begin to open. There are 12 hooks that seal the surfaces between the docking system and the ISS International Docking Adapter, or the IDA. Once all of those hooks are open, springs on Starliner's docking ring will push the spacecraft away from the space station. So again, we're expecting that undocking at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 Eastern. And then just a few seconds later, at about 5 meters out, our first separation burn. Starliner's thrusters will complete 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting laboratory. The command given to Starliner will be to back straight away to the 200-meter mark, but then a few seconds later, a second command will be given before it gets too far to change that path and head up higher than station. These 12 pre-planned burns will be performed with Starliner's forward-facing reaction control system, or RCS thrusters, which have been performing nominally during this flight.
Starliner will then begin a breakout burn, which will take the spacecraft forward and above the station. During this burn sequence, Starliner's thrusters will perform a series of 12 short firings. This entire sequence will take about 5 minutes to complete and will allow Starliner to quickly break out to outside of the approach ellipsoid, or AE. About 4 minutes into this burn sequence, Starliner will exit the keep-out sphere, or KOS. The keep-out sphere is an imaginary 200-meter sphere centered on the space station. Once outside the keep-out sphere, vehicles must provide a 4-orbit safe free drift trajectory.
Around 5:10 p.m. Central, that automated breakout sequence will be completed. And then just 15 minutes later, we will be out of the approach ellipsoid. The approach ellipsoid is in the same family as the keep-out sphere, but this time it is an imaginary 3-dimensional ellipsoid around the space station. Vehicles outside the approach ellipsoid have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, and that means the spacecraft would not cross over that imaginary line for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering capabilities. Once outside the approach ellipsoid, joint operations between the Starliner Mission Control and International Space Station Flight Control Room will conclude, and Starliner will be on a path back to Earth.
A few minutes ago, teams completed a final weather briefing to analyze weather predictions for the landing site at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico, and the weather continues to look good to support a landing later today. As part of the departure preparations for Starliner, mission managers completed a series of operational and weather checks. Yesterday, 24 hours before undocking, NASA analyzed the weather predictions for the landing site, and there are several different weather criteria that must be met, including winds at the selected landing site must be approximately 13 miles per hour or 12 knots or less when uncrewed, and ground temperatures must be warmer than 15 degrees Fahrenheit, and the cloud ceiling must be at least 1,000 feet. 1 nautical mile of visibility is also required, and the area must be clear of precipitation, thunderstorms, and lightning within an approximately 22-mile radius. A final weather check will also take place before the spacecraft's deorbit burn, which is currently scheduled for 10:17 p.m. Central, 11:17 p.m. Eastern.
And following the weather briefing, the navigation and docking lights on Starliner were turned on. The LADARs were confirmed to operate, and the RAL cards were enabled for departure. The LADARs, or laser detection and ranging lasers, create a 3D picture of the International Space Station for Starliner's computers to help the spacecraft guide itself around the ISS when it's flying close to the station. The LADAR system was developed and tested in orbit aboard the Space Shuttle as they docked with ISS. The RAL cards, or Remote Analog Interface Unit, gathers data on the status and health of critical spacecraft systems during all phases of the mission. This allows the important systems information to be stored aboard the spacecraft so engineers can review it once the spacecraft lands.
We're now just over 6 minutes away from the planned undocking at 5:04 p.m. Central. As we continue to stand by for Starliner's departure from the International Space Station, I'll hand it over to NASA's Rob Navius for an update from the International Space Station Flight Control Room.
Thanks, Anna. Here in the Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, the flight control team led by Flight Director Anthony Varia is in the final moments before the expected undocking of Starliner from the forward port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station. Once the undocking is complete and Starliner has exited the approach ellipsoid that you heard Lauren describe just a moment or two ago, the 9 crew members on board the station, led by Commander Oleg Kononenko, will begin their sleep period. They're going to be moving into an off-duty period on Saturday. The vacancy of the forward port of Harmony will open up that port for the beginning of 2 crew rotations over the next several weeks. Next Wednesday, NASA's Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner will be launching from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a 2-orbit rendezvous to reach the International Space Station. That will swell the station's population to 12 and begin an 11-day handover with NASA astronaut Tracy Dyson and Kononenko and Nikolai Chub, who will be departing the station on September 23rd. A day later, if everything goes as planned, NASA's Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov will be launching from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on the SpaceX Crew Dragon Freedom. They will be a 2-man crew to reach the International Space Station and provide the orbital Uber, if you will, for Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams to come home on next February, with Wilmore and Williams completing what is expected to be about a 262-day mission. Meanwhile, the Crew 8 crew, Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Alexander Grebenkin, are in the final weeks of their mission on board the station. They are planning to depart after a 5-day handover with Hague and Gorbanov. That handover will lead the way for a departure on or around October 1st. The Crew 8 crew will then be coming home to bring the station back to its complement of 7 crew members. So with that, we're about 3.5 minutes away from the planned undocking of Starliner. We'll be watching carefully It will take about 21.5 minutes from undocking for Starliner to exit the approach ellipsoid that you heard Lauren describe a moment ago. That's that 2.5 mile long by 1.2 mile wide corridor, if you will, the neighborhood of the International Space Station. So we'll be following along as Starliner begins its journey home and a landing at midnight Eastern Time at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. With that, we'll turn it back to you, Anna, in the Starliner control room.
Station Houston, Space to Ground 2 for Starliner undock status.
Go ahead.
ISS and Starliner flight control teams remain go for an on-time undock at 22:04. Please perform 1.106 cruise CST 100 approach and departure monitoring steps 2.2 and 2.3. Verbally call Houston when physical step is confirmed. Be advised that NDS hook motors are driving. Space-to-space comm may be ready.
ISS crew copies ready for undock monitoring.
Thank you, Rob. And we just heard some conversation between the crew on the International Space Station and the teams here in the Starliner Mission Control, confirming that we are continuing to be go for an undock in just under 2 minutes from now at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern. We are standing by for the command of the undock ATP or authority to proceed. Once the authority to proceed is issued for undocking, the NDS or NASA docking system hooks will begin to open, and there are 12 hooks that seal the surfaces between the NDS and the ISS International Docking Adapter, or IDA. Once all 12 hooks are open, springs on Starliner's docking ring will push the spacecraft away from the space station.
And Flight Director Chloe Marion just asked for quiet in the room as we are approaching 1 minute out from Starliner undocking.
And we just heard confirmation that the umbilicals are retracting and hooks are beginning to drive.
"30 seconds. Separation confirmed. Starliner is now backing away from station and starting its return to Earth. Starliner's thrusters will then complete 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting lab.
The vehicle is now about 2 meters away from the International Space Station. At the time of undocking, Starliner and the International Space Station were flying approximately 260 statute miles over central China.
Starliner will be beginning a breakout burn soon, which will take the spacecraft forward and above station. During this burn sequence, Starliner's thrusters will perform a series of 12 short firings. The entire sequence takes about 5 minutes to complete and allows Starliner to quickly break out to outside the approach ellipsoid, or AE. And about 4 minutes into the burn sequence, Starliner will exit the keep out sphere, or the KOS. And you can see those thrusters firing there on the left of your screen as Starliner backs away from space station.
And we are now just at 35 meters away from the International Space Station. We saw a good first burn.
Houston, ISS thrusters enabled.
Confirmation, all 27 jets have fired.
Houston copies, ISS thrusters enabled.
And you're seeing the light show there on your screen.
And the first 3 of the 12 firings have completed, and there's about a 100-second pause until the 4th burn.
Starliner is about 60 meters away. And flight controllers are reporting good attitude and good control.
We are standing by for the 4th of the 12 burns in the series of firings as part of the breakout burn. As a reminder, the entire sequence will take about 5 minutes to complete. About 4 minutes into the sequence, Starliner will cross what is known as the keep-out sphere. The keep-out sphere is an imaginary 200-meter sphere centered on the space station. We are 15 seconds away from the 4th burn in the series of 12.
And you just saw burn 4, which just completed. We're hearing good burn.
And the 5th burn in that sequence of 12 just completed, and it was a good burn. The 6th burn in the series of 12 was just completed, and it was a good burn. We are halfway through the series of 12, 6 more to go.
You might be able to see some of those lights on the front of Starliner, a red and a green and a white. Those indicate the different sides of Starliner, and they're used by the ISS crew to watch Starliner move away from the ISS along the undocking axis.
And we just heard good confirmation of both burns 7 and 8 completed. Starliner undocked approximately 5 minutes ago and has just a handful of short firings left in its breakout burn, and it is now about 150 meters away from the International Space Station. And we heard confirmation of a good burn 9, 3 more to go.
Burn 10, good burn.
We have one more burn to go, but they have confirmed that Starliner has crossed the keep-out sphere, or the KOS, which is an imaginary 200-meter sphere centered on the International Space Station that helps flight controllers here on the ground monitor the arrival and departure of visiting vehicles.
Station Houston, space to ground 2. Starliner has exited the keep-out sphere.
Copy. She's exited the keep-out sphere.
A reminder, this automated breakout sequence was chosen to use Starliner's forward thrusters, which have remained nominal during this flight.
And we heard confirmation that all 12 burns in this series of breakout burn firings have completed, and they were all good burns. Starliner has crossed the keep-out sphere. So the next milestone for Starliner's departure will be crossing the approach ellipsoid, or AE. The AE is another invisible shape monitored by the flight control team, measuring 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers. Starliner is scheduled to cross the approach ellipsoid in about 10 minutes. Vehicles outside the AE have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering capabilities. Once outside the approach ellipsoid, joint operations between Starliner Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room will conclude, and Starliner will be on a path back to Earth.
We're now taking a look from the VESTA system, which stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. It's a bit of a mouthful, so we like to call it VESTA. And this is a look from Starliner back at the International Space Station. This system is really the eyes of Starliner. It's able to pick up on features on the outside of station, like handrails and reflectors. You can see some of that on your screen there in the outlines. And it's the way to assess Starliner's position and attitude. It also gives the ground teams a very accurate look at Starliner's location relative to the station. So earlier we were taking a look from the station back at Starliner. Now we're looking from Starliner back at station.
We're just under 10 minutes away from the AE exit, so in the meantime, we will check back in with NASA's Rob Navius in the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Rob?
Thank you, guys. Flight Dynamics has reported that Starliner is on a perfect trajectory backing away from the International Space Station and opening a rate of about 13.5 statute miles per rev. At the time of the deorbit burn, at 10:17 and 13 seconds p.m. Central Time later this evening, the vehicle will be about 56 statute miles away from the International Space Station. That deorbit burn, by the way, will be a 59-second burn to slow Starliner down by 129.9 meters per second, a 4 OMAX burn. OMAX, the acronym for the Orbital Maneuvering and Attitude Control System, thrusters and jets on the Starliner spacecraft that will enable Starliner to begin to drop out of orbit for its intended southwest to northeast trajectory across the Pacific Ocean, across Baja California, and heading towards its landing at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. With the forward port of Harmony now vacant, that sets the stage, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, for the start of a couple of crew rotations that are coming up. Down at the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, Don Pettit of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner and their backups are in the final stages of their preparations for launch next Wednesday. their Soyuz 2.1A booster and the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft that they will ride to orbit. That vehicle will roll out to the launch pad in Baikonur on Sunday, and then final preparations will lead them to a launch next Wednesday at 11:23 a.m. Central Time, heading for a two-orbit, 3-hour, 10-minute journey to dock to the International Space Station's Rassvet module. Now, that forward port on Harmony that was just vacated by Starliner's departure will be the port of call for NASA astronaut Nick Hague and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov, and their launch no earlier than September 24th on the SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft off of Launch Complex 40 at the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. That will be about a 30-hour transit for those two crew members to reach the International Space Station and the automated docking to the forward port of Harmony. Ultimately, Hague, Gorbanov, Butch Wilmore, and Suni Williams will do a relocation of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft from the forward port of Harmony to the zenith port of Harmony, opening up that forward port for the arrival of the next SpaceX cargo ship, SpaceX 31, that's scheduled for launch in October. So a lot of activities lying ahead for the space station crew. The crew aboard the International Space Station soon will begin its sleep period and an off-duty day on Saturday, while the activity shifts over to the White Flight Control Room down the hall, as they are in a shift handover right now. Flight Director Rick Henfling will be taking over shortly to supervise entry and landing operations, and the team over there will be monitoring the progress of Starliner as it moves to its deorbit position about 56 statute miles away from the International Space Station. With that, we'll turn it back to the White Ficker and Anna and Lauren.
Thank you, Rob. Starliner is now about 750 meters away from the International Space Station as it continues to make its way to the approach ellipsoid exit. Again, that approach ellipsoid exit is targeted for 5:25 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 6:25 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, and everything continues to proceed as planned with Starliner's departure and return back to Earth.
And you're looking live at Starliner in free drift. Engineers are telling us that the breakout burns all went well. Thrusters are all looking good. Everything is nominal as we continue up and around space station and head back to Earth.
Again, Starliner undocked just a short while ago from the International Space Station at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern, as the space station and Starliner were flying approximately 260 statute miles over central China. And shortly after that physical separation, Starliner's thrusters completed 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed and help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting laboratory as part of the separation burns. And then Starliner began the breakout burn, which was a series of 12 short firings, which allowed the spacecraft to quickly move outside the keep-out sphere, and it is now approaching the approach ellipsoid exit. And once Starliner is outside of the approach ellipsoid, the joint operations between teams here in the Starliner Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room across the hall will end, and Starliner will be back on its path to Earth. And we are about 6 minutes away from that approach ellipsoid exit, and Starliner is now about 900 meters away from the International Space Station, traveling at a rate of 1.2 meters per second.
That dot in the center of your screen is Starliner, looking from space station.
We are now about 5 minutes away from the approach ellipsoid exit. Starliner undocked from the International Space Station about 16 minutes ago at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern. Starliner is now just over 1,000 meters away from the International Space Station. After Starliner crosses the approach ellipsoid, the next milestones for the vehicle will be its entry cover closure, and that is planned for about 6:42 p.m. Central, 7:42 p.m. Eastern, and then there will be some checkouts of the OMAC thrusters at 7:05 p.m. Central, 8:05 p.m. Eastern. And then after that, we get into the entry and landing coverage, and the go-no-go for the deorbit burn will be at approximately 9:57 p.m. Central, 10:57 p.m. Eastern, following with the deorbit burn about 20 minutes later at 10:17 p.m. Central, 11:17 p.m. Eastern. Again, seeing good views of Starliner leaving the International Space Station. It's that distant dot on your screen. The vehicle is now about 1,120 meters away from the International Space Station. And we just heard confirmation that Starliner is out of the approach ellipsoid. The approach ellipsoid is an imaginary three-dimensional ellipsoid around the space station, and vehicles outside of the approach ellipsoid have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all maneuvering capabilities. Now that Starliner is outside of the approach ellipsoid, joint operations between the Starliner Mission Control and International Space Station Flight Control Room will conclude, and Starliner is now on a path back to Earth. So once again, Starliner undocked from the International Space Station at 5:04 p.m. Central, 6:04 p.m. Eastern, as the space station was flying 260 statute miles over central China. Shortly after physical separation, Starliner's thrusters completed 2 short firings to gradually increase the separation speed to help the spacecraft carefully move away from the orbiting laboratory.
Starliner then began the breakout burn, and Starliner's smaller jets performed a series of 12 short burns to allow the spacecraft to quickly move outside the approach ellipsoid. Starliner again crossed the approach ellipsoid moments ago and is now on its journey home. The next milestones for Starliner ahead of its deorbit burn, targeted for 10:17 p.m., include crossing the entry cover, closing the entry cover, and conducting checkouts of the OMACs, or the orbital maneuvering and attitude control thrusters. Those are the bigger jets on Starliner.
For now, let's check in one final time with NASA's Rob Navius following Starliner's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Thank you, guys. Here in the Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Anthony Varia and his team will be remaining on console throughout the course of the evening, keeping a watchful eye on things.
Space to ground 2 for Starliner status.
Go ahead.
Calypso has exited the approach ellipsoid. Suni, we are ready for RWS teardown when you are.
Okay, she's on her way home. Congratulations to the undock team, and we'll be tearing down the RWS.
And copies, thanks.
Spacecraft communicators are here in the station flight control room talking to Suni Williams, our National Space Station. The Starliner is perfect trajectory, moving well away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn at 10:17 and 13 seconds p.m. this evening. Once again, that'll be a 59-second burn of the 4 orbital maneuvering and attitude control system jets on the Starliner spacecraft to slow Starliner down by 129.9 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit to begin its descent back into the Earth's atmosphere, and a landing just about midnight Eastern Time, 11 p.m. Central Time, give or take a few seconds, at the White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. With that, the space station team will begin to turn its attention to the next major activity. That will be the launch out of the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on Wednesday of NASA's Don Pettit and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Ovchinin and Ivan Wagner on the Soyuz MS-26 spacecraft that will increase the station's population from 9 to 12, and the beginning of a busy several weeks of crew rotations on the International Space Station, leading to the start of Expedition 72. So with that, we're going to call it a day here in the Space Station Flight Control Room, turn it back to you guys in the white Flight Control Room down the hall.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. Starliner is now on its way back home to Earth and has about a 6-hour journey ahead of landing. We are targeting again around 11 o'clock Central, midnight Eastern for that landing at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico.
We will resume live coverage of Starliner's deorbit entry and landing beginning at 9:50 p.m. Central, 10:50 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thank you for joining us for Starliner's undocking and departure from the International Space Station. This is Mission Control Houston.
The International Space Station is the ultimate extreme home.
Space is an environment where human beings were not meant to live.
The most expensive structure humans have ever built. Here, in the most inhospitable environment known to man.
The only reason we can go there is by taking technology to provide us with everything that we need in order to stay alive.
With no air, food, or water, 250 miles above the Earth, it's an epic engineering challenge.
We as engineers are having to figure out how to make systems that provide all those functions that Earth provides in a tiny little can.
To reveal how the engineers pulled it off, we're going to take it apart and uncover what's going on inside. How the International Space Station and its superstructure secrets will help our species reach other planets and beyond. Costing up to an astonishing $150 billion. This is an unprecedented home.
The ISS is an extraordinary feat of engineering because not only do you have to make this big environment that people can live in, which, you know, is non-trivial to do on Earth, you have to do it in space.
It comprises millions of high-tech components. There are 16 pressurized modules with living quarters, sleeping bays, an observation deck, and 6 science labs, all connected via airtight tunnels. There's plenty of parking for visitors, including spots reserved for Russian Soyuz capsules, and the ISS's lifeboats, which are on permanent standby in case of emergency. Unlike any other structure, the ISS has to provide everything its astronauts need. If it fails, they die.
A human being can only survive for 3 weeks without food, 3 days without water, and 3 minutes without air.
For humanity to successfully venture well away from Earth, astronauts will need to be self-sufficient. If the ISS can solve the challenges, it will prove humans can truly live in space. But before anyone can take up residence, the engineers behind the ISS had to get it into space. And it weighs a colossal 460 tons. The same as about 300 cars.
It would be great if we could just build the International Space Station on the Earth and then just blast it into space.
You couldn't just fly the whole thing up there in one shot. You had to take a piece at a time and assemble it together like Lego.
The ISS began life as just 2 modules that had to be connected in space. One built by America and the other by Russia.
The first flight actually launched in November of 1998. Hadn't been that long since the end of communism in Russia, and here we were building a joint Russian-US space station. So just the political milestone that represented was pretty significant.
After the intense competition of the space race, it's suddenly all about collaboration. The orbiting Russian module is known as Zarya, which means sunrise. Next, the first American module, known as Unity, sets off inside the cargo bay of Space Shuttle Endeavour.
Liftoff of the Space Shuttle Endeavour.
Unity is now chasing Zarya through space at more than 17,000 miles per hour. 2 modules from 2 superpowers are about to dock.
First thing we have to do is to open up the payload bay doors.
Can you imagine how important it is for these 2 modules to mate?
Unfortunately, before both modules were launched, engineers spotted a problem.
Not all the pieces got to be integrated on the ground before they were launched.
Neither Zarya nor Unity were originally designed for the ISS. Their docking systems wouldn't fit together.
The Russian hatches are all round, and our hatches are all square.
I mean, this is fundamental to the International Space Station, and what you have are 2 things that don't mate.
And so, what do? Well, you make an Adapto-Lego block connector thing.
The L-shaped Lego thing they came up with is called the Pressurized Mating Adapter, or PMA. Not only does this accommodate the different shaped hatches, it also has a precision-engineered docking ring for grabbing hold of another module and perfectly aligning it. Vital if a reliable airlock is to be made. This is the moment of truth. Latches on the inside of the docking ring finally make the connection and pull the modules together.
Houston Endeavour, we have capture of Zarya.
The International Space Station is born.
It was amazing. I mean, here we are. We got airborne. We had Unity in the bay, and when we left a functioning space station ready for the next module to come up.
In the 20 years that follow, engineers from all around the world join the project, building their own space laboratories and bigger living quarters. But every one of the modules was constructed on Earth, and it takes a supreme international effort to launch them all successfully into space.
It took a long time to build Space Station. We have to fly everything up, we have to connect all the modules, put them together. So that took over 40 missions. Modules came from all over the world. We have the US modules from NASA, we have the Russian modules, we have the Japanese modules and the European module, you name it.
And it costs around $10,000 to send every pound of weight up here from Earth.
So right now, we're in the Japanese laboratory. It's one laboratory out of many here on the International Space Station. This is Columbus, the European module. It has science experiments all over. You could see it looks a little bit crowded. Here we are in the US laboratory. Again, this is a laboratory with science experiments on all of the walls here. So we're going into the Russian segment. Be ready. You don't need a passport either. And what's cool about this module, it is actually the very first piece of the space station that came up in 1998.
It's been occupied continuously ever since then. So if you think for 18 years, there has always been a human presence in space.
Today, the ISS is enormous. By far the largest space station ever created.
It's actually big enough if you have a good pair of binoculars, and when it's flying over, right overhead, you can actually see it. Normally you look at a satellite and it's just a little dot, but the ISS is big enough that you can actually see it as an extended object.
It's so vast, in fact, that it would dwarf Times Square. At an astonishing 357 by 240 feet, it has more living space than a 5-bedroom home. But the larger the International Space Station becomes, the larger a very obvious issue becomes too. Air. In space, there is none.
It doesn't provide a life support system for us, air, oxygen. And so if we have a home in space, we need to provide all of that.
The average adult breathes close to 4,000 gallons of air per day. With a crew that can be up to 9, the ISS must supply a huge amount of it. And it's not coming from outside those windows. Cruising outside the Earth's atmosphere, the International Space Station has to provide everything the astronauts need to live. And breathable air is first on the list.
Their very survival really depends on the things that we provide them. And you're also having to deal with the fact that at any point in time, if one of your system fails, you have a very limited amount of time to either get something from Earth or to get back to Earth as quickly as you can.
In a crisis, an emergency supply of oxygen can be sent up by rocket.
4, 3, 2, 1.
With technological advances, spacecraft can now rendezvous with the ISS in 6 hours, if everything goes as planned. But even when a cargo delivery is successful, there's a price to pay. The cost of each mission is colossal, almost $200 million.
It's expensive to bring a kilogram of anything up to the space station. And to spend all that money just to bring up water and oxygen would be an incredible waste.
The ISS needs to make its own air.
The oxygen on the ISS can come from a delivery from Earth, and then they're stored in tanks. But the ISS is also capable of generating oxygen on board.
On Earth, we take air for granted. In space, each astronaut must be supplied with 1.85 pounds of oxygen per day, 365 days a year, to avoid suffocating. In the very heart of the ISS is an unassuming machine about the size of a trash can. It's this that holds the secret to keeping astronauts alive. Incredibly, it generates oxygen from nothing more than water.
So what happens is you have some water, you feed some electricity through that water, and the electricity will split that water into hydrogen and oxygen.
The oxygen comes off as bubbles at the positive electrode, the hydrogen at the negative. But again, being in space turns something that's straightforward on Earth into a major engineering challenge. The bubbles of gas won't come out of the water.
In your high school chemistry lab, the gas just bubbles up to the surface because the gas is lighter than the water, and therefore it goes up. Gas is not lighter than liquid in space because gas doesn't have any weight and liquid doesn't have any weight. So you produce gas bubbles and they just sit there. And what we generally do is we centrifuge it. So you spin it all around, and the liquid, being denser, it doesn't weigh anymore, but it still has mass. So it's denser and it goes to the outside, and you can then separate the liquid from the gas.
The hydrogen gets thrown away, gets pumped into space, and the oxygen is used for the ISS air supply.
There's enough capacity on board to generate 5 to 20 pounds of oxygen a day. More than enough for the crew. In the extreme environment of space, making air is just the first challenge. The ISS has to keep it, but it's under constant threat of a breach in its hull.
There is so much space junk up there now.
There's the potential for it to puncture the outer wall of space station.
I was taking pictures out one of the windows, and it was a nice clear window. I came back sometime later to take another picture, and there was a great big ding in the window, about a 5/8 of an inch in diameter from a micrometeorite impact. And we had to take pictures, close-up pictures, send it down to the ground, and it had to be analyzed to see whether it was going to be a threat when we entered.
If you pop a hole in space station, the atmosphere is going to leave very, very quickly.
No atmosphere means no oxygen, and the consequences of that are obvious. So how does the ISS deal with the threat of colliding with meteorites? The International Space Station is the largest man-made object that's ever orbited the Earth. And it's racing around our planet at 5 miles a second. But on board, that's hard to appreciate.
How do we sense speed if you're in a car, for instance? You know, you have the road noise, you have the wind going by, you have billboards or trees going by your window. None of that exists in space. The only way you get a visceral sense of how fast I was going is, you know, you're going over the Pacific Ocean, and then 10 minutes later you fly over New York, and then 10 minutes after that you're flying over London.
If the ISS was orbiting closer to Earth, we'd all see how terrifying its speed is. It would cross the US from coast to coast in just 10 minutes, lapping the Earth more than 5,500 times a year.
It's actually traveling at 26,000 kilometers per hour, or 17,500 miles per hour, so definitely be breaking the speed limit, right?
Speed on Earth can be incredibly dangerous, but in space, at the velocity the ISS hurdles, the consequences of a collision can be off the scale catastrophic.
Space debris is going by you at about 5 miles a second, so if there's a big piece of debris that happens to have your number on it, it's moving so fast you'd never see it.
March 23, 2012. Mission Control radios the crew.
And how about relative velocity? Any idea? Checking.
Something is heading straight for the space station.
The time of closest approach of this fragment of space debris is 11 minutes from now.
No one knows how big this object is.
Well, you do what you're trained to do, and even though you got woken up in the wee hours of the morning, you know what the reason is.
The crew must prepare the space station for impact.
Can you see it? Yeah. Yeah.
You go through and you close every single hatch on station, which takes about 45 minutes.
Yeah. And from which direction? Yeah, we don't know.
The hatches can withstand a sudden loss of pressure that would come from the hull being breached.
Coming up on the 6-minute mark.
If there is a puncture, any loss of air could lead to a serious emergency.
Coming up on the 3-minute mark until the time of closest approach.
The crew takes no chances. They head for the escape vehicles.
We floated into our Soyuz spacecraft with initial preparations for undocking if space station were to be hit.
About 1 minute from PCA.
And you just kind of hunker down and hope it doesn't hit you, and you just sit there and wait.
Looks like that's it.
Fortunately, this time it's a near miss. But the ISS cannot rely on luck.
The International Space Station is designed to work in the low Earth orbit, which is full of space debris.
A lot of space junk is human-made. You know, they are things that we have put up there, satellites largely.
NASA has identified more than 500,000 orbiting objects that could pose a risk to the integrity of the space station's hull.
Luckily, most of the stuff that's big enough to hurt us we can track. There are a few objects up there which are too small really to be tracked well, but they're big enough to do damage.
The ISS is constantly bombarded. Most of the debris is tiny, but even a half-inch fleck of paint could inflict the same damage as a motorcycle crashing at 60 miles an hour. To be a viable home, the ISS has to be able to take the hit without losing all its air.
The ISS basically has a bulletproof vest. So just like a bulletproof vest, which has different layers of Kevlar that can rip as a bullet enters it, the ISS has different layers in its outer skin.
The space station's skin is known as Whipple shield. The outer wall is made from a thin sheet of aluminum, less than 1/10 of an inch thick. Beyond that is a blanket of woven material and a further thin wall of aluminum. It seems too delicate to protect the ISS from a direct hit.
It turns out that a solid piece of metal does not offer as much protective power as if you cut that metal into very thin sheets, spread them out a little bit.
When there's an impact with a high-speed micrometeoroid, it hits the outer wall of the ISS and pulverizes. Some fragments pass through the first layer of aluminum, which disperses some of the energy. Then there are layers of Kevlar and Nextel, a ceramic fiber that's stronger than some metals. As the fragments hit this blanket, they break up even more and don't have enough energy to penetrate the hull.
It's kind of counterintuitive when you think about it. You know, that a whole bunch of sheets of aluminum foil could somehow give you more protection than putting them all together. But that's the way it is in space.
The Whipple shield has protected the space station from micrometeoroids for over 20 years. But it's ineffective against anything larger. If a large object on a potential collision course is identified, the only option is to move the whole ISS out of its way.
Space Command monitors most of the space debris that is out in orbit. They notify our mission control here at NASA. We look at that and we have a green zone, a yellow zone, a red zone.
Objects that fall within the red zone have a 1 in 10,000 chance of hitting the ISS. Too dangerous to ignore.
If we think that something is coming within the red zone, The space station can adjust its orbit and give itself a little boost to get out of the way.
Small thrusters change the ISS's trajectory, but using them is expensive.
Now these thrusters, you can think of them almost like tiny rockets, and those rockets are using propellant, and that propellant isn't infinite.
It all has to be sent up from Earth at a cost of $10,000 per pound of propellant. This brings engineers face to face with the greatest challenge of all: how to reduce the station's reliance on Earth. The ISS can't be self-sufficient if it relies on thrusters to move. But a clever trick hidden at its center means it doesn't have to. The International Space Station has a problem. It orbits the Earth every 90 minutes and has to be regularly reoriented. Using thrusters is one option, but that uses up precious propellant.
With the space station, if here's the Earth, we want to keep the station, usually, I mean, there are sometimes exceptions, but usually you want to keep the station in the same relative orientation towards the Earth so that the cupola is looking down at the Earth. And in order to do that, of course, the space station is going to be rotating once every orbit around the Earth.
What the ISS needs is a way to move that doesn't use propellant.
The solution for keeping the ISS in the right altitude and also on track in direction is to use gyroscopes.
This is one of the ISS's most innovative secrets. At the center of the sprawling space lab, there's a quartet of small casings, each about the size of a small cupboard. They're known as control moment gyroscopes, or CMGs. But how can they move a beast the size of a football field?
They're really, really clever in that you can change the attitude of station without firing any thrusters.
The 4 CMGs are mounted on a truss near the very core of the ISS. Inside each casing is a flywheel, spinning at 6,600 RPM. The flywheels create a lot of angular momentum, and simply by changing the RPM, or tilting the plane they spin in, they transfer that momentum to the ISS, and the whole thing moves.
If I were sitting here in a chair and I had a gyroscope spinning around in this direction, and all of a sudden I put a brake on and slowed down the gyroscope, the chair would start to spin around. You know, I would slow the gyroscope around and then whoo, I would do a big spin because that angular momentum has to be conserved.
So these 4 control moment gyroscopes can move the whole of the International Space Station, and there is not one single drop of propellant used in order to make that movement.
But they do use electricity, as does just about every piece of equipment on board. To supply the ISS's total power requirement, a whopping 75 to 90 kilowatts, engineers cleverly exploit the ferocious power of the sun. The station generates all its electricity for free.
The solar panels on the space station are absolutely essential because they provide all of the power that the station needs.
The panels have to be enormous, which would have made them impossible to transport had NASA engineers not come up with a genius way to get them into space.
What's really impressive about the solar panels, not least their size, around ½ an acre per array, but the fact that they are actually folded, and then once they're in space, they were able to be unfolded. Now that's an amazing thing to do in space.
Together, they can generate 120 kilowatts, ample for all the ISS's needs, and the equivalent of powering 40 homes.
In order to maximize the power you're getting, you have to keep the solar panels continually pointed at the sun, which means as the station is moving, the panels have to turn.
And so we have gimbals. If there's a solar panel, we can gimbal this direction, and then we can gimbal this direction.
One of the ISS's greatest engineering triumphs, it's been generating its own power for over 177,000 hours and counting. That enables round-the-clock air conditioning, fundamental to astronaut survival.
This cannot go down. It's not like a power cut in our homes where, we can get a torch or light a candle or something. If this goes down, astronauts will die.
When the ISS enters the shadow behind the Earth, the temperature can drop to below anything ever experienced on our planet. Without the protective cocoon of the space station, the ferocious cold would kill astronauts in a matter of moments. Conversely, when in sunlight, the temperature can soar.
Temperature and managing temperature on the ISS is very important. If you imagine the extreme temperatures that you can get on the ISS if you're facing the sun or not, could be plus 250 degrees or minus 250 degrees.
So you have these huge temperature extremes simply because of being sunlit or being in the shade. And it's something that you have to keep in mind when you're doing your engineering.
Of these threats, overheating is the hardest to manage.
With lots of people and electronics inside a spacecraft, you tend to generate more heat than you know what to do with, and so the problem in general, at least in Earth orbit, is that you've got to get rid of heat.
If heat built up uncontrollably inside the ISS, it would become a deadly incinerator. So cooling the station is a crucial priority.
Standard ways of cooling that we're used to on Earth don't work. Convection does not work. Conduction does not work.
Conventional aircon would be ineffective. Scientists had to come up with a cooling system for radiating heat away from the ISS. It needs to be liquid-based, but there's a dilemma.
Ideally, what you'd like to be able to do is just put it through a water cooling system and then get rid of that excess heat. If they tried to get rid of that excess heat using water, the water would just freeze as soon as it went outside into space.
Water is not the solution. Curiously, gallons of a deadly poison is. Hidden inside the hull, there's an intricate network of pipes picking up the heat. But they do carry water. The secret is, the water goes through heat exchangers, where ammonia-carrying pipes take the heat outside the ISS. Huge radiators finally dissipate it into space. Ammonia is used because, unlike water, it doesn't freeze until minus 107 degrees Fahrenheit. It remains liquid and flows through the radiators, even when the ISS is behind the Earth.
Ammonia is used as a heat rejection system because it is one of the best thermodynamic fluids to use as a heat rejection fluid. Unfortunately, it's incredibly toxic and kills human beings on contact.
In May 2013, for reasons unknown, ammonia is spotted leaking out of one of the cooling pipes. There is no alternative but for astronauts to climb outside the ISS to fix it.
Fireflies coming off our space station.
The International Space Station has a network of vital cooling pipes that are filled with ammonia, a substance so toxic it can kill.
Now, there was a time in 2013 when Chris Hadfield and his crew spotted a leak from the ammonia pipes, and they had to react very, very quickly to stop that leak.
The leak appears near one of the solar panels. There's only one viable response to this critical emergency. Astronauts Chris Cassidy and Tom Marshburn must exit the ISS and investigate.
Sunlight, I am putting my visor down.
They discover ammonia spewing out of what they think is a pump.
Fireflies coming off our space station.
If they can't stop the flow, they might have to evacuate the space station.
You're going to monitor for an ammonia leak. If some reason a flowing leak is observed, immediately stop turning.
The pair attempt to replace the suspect pump. Hard work in cumbersome spacesuits. And they must avoid contact with the potential lethal ammonia.
Be careful not to put your hand inside that window, and also the seals on the FQDC are no touch.
No touch on the seals, don't penetrate the window, copy all.
5.5 grueling hours later, the astronauts return to the ISS unharmed.
That's affirmative. The ammonia valve is closed.
It was fortunate that the leak wasn't water, because along with oxygen, water is one of the precious commodities people cannot live without. It's so precious, in fact, that inventing equipment to recycle it was one of the space station engineers' highest priorities.
It's so important that we recycle as much of the water on the ISS as possible. And that includes things just like the water in the air.
The end goal is for the spacecraft to recycle 100% of their onboard water. That's far from straightforward, because much of it starts off inside the astronauts.
That water vapor comes from the individuals. As you breathe, you exercise, you sweat, and then it comes off of the surface. So that's the water vapor that gets out into the air, and we're constantly ventilating the air through the module.
Water vapor from the air is collected in a condenser. Every droplet is valuable. Nothing is wasted. Even urine is recycled.
Let's say you're up here on ISS and you need to go to the restroom. You want to come to this cabin, and the first thing you want to do is grab this piece of equipment and turn this rotary switch 90 degrees to the open position. What that does is it turns on a fan, which creates a suction effect in this hose, so that you can use this yellow element for your number one.
After an astronaut uses the unusual facility, water products flow to the life support rack, where filters get to work. The start of a sophisticated process.
So the way space station turns urine into water is that the urine goes into what we call the urine processing assembly.
There are a number of stages. The first is treating the urine to prevent buildup of bacteria or other dangerous microbes.
That urine that we collect from the crew, we have to add chemicals to it in order to process it. Raw urine in and of itself would be a problem, because over time it becomes rancid, and that's definitely a bad situation on the space station. So that's why this is a dark fluid instead of what you would normally think of as urine.
Clearly, that is not drinkable. It needs to be distilled, where pure water is boiled off to leave the toxic waste products behind.
And then it goes through another cleaning process. There's lots of filters. And then some of the water is made available for drinking. And that's why we have the expression that the water recycling system is coffee to coffee. You can think about that.
The water that gets to the crew now is effectively cleaner than any water that we drink here on Earth. Even that nice bottled water that everybody likes so much, it's cleaner than that. So this is the end point in the process.
It tastes really good.
In water recycling, we are really trying to get to the point where we can recycle up to 90 or 95% of the water on the space station, which is really vital not only for going someplace like Mars, but also has consequences here on Earth.
Recreating the conditions that support life on Earth is one of the pillars of the ISS. But much of its equipment is still operated by Mission Control in Houston. The ISS will have to break free from that if we're ever going to conquer deep space.
We're going to have you go to the ticker shroud removal.
Okay, copy.
The The International Space Station provides its own life support, but it's partly controlled from Earth.
Go off a bit. Off a bit. There it is. Yep, that's up it.
Okay, Suni, what do you want for...
Our flight controllers on the ground can control the robot arm and move that from the ground.
That requires constant radio communication. A major challenge because radio waves can't penetrate the Earth, and the ISS is often behind it.
What a beautiful piece of hardware.
We can have significant loss of signal with the space station. We're talking on the order of maybe 12 to maybe 40 minutes, maybe a little bit longer.
In the early Apollo space missions, they tried to fix the problem with a fleet of jets that bounced radio signals between each other, ground bases, and space capsules. But it was expensive and unreliable. The ISS uses a more sophisticated system.
There are various assets that we're able to use to communicate with the International Space Station. So one are via satellites.
A network of high-orbit satellites relay radio data between the ISS and ground bases in several countries across the globe.
In mission control, we're looking at various video feeds. So we have the first board over here, we call it the 6-pack. And the International Space Station allows, at a minimum, 6 downlink video channels. And then we can be following the crew, what they're doing during their day.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2, you have a go for Step 6, Ingressing Dragon.
Copy that.
The live links are so reliable and fast, there is now less than a second's delay when astronauts communicate with Earth.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Dad. How are you?
Hey, Rob. Hey, bud. How's it going?
Currently looking at what we call the world map, it would show that the International Space Station is currently about to start swinging north of Antarctica. Another cool feature about the world map that we keep in front of the control room is the fact when other missions go on launch, we'll also see those vehicles where they are relative to the International Space Station.
3, 2, 1. Engine ignition, liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket.
The ISS may still be in our local space neighborhood with the luxury of near-instant communications. But it's also our first stepping stone to reaching other planets and beyond.
Science for today and for deep space exploration tomorrow.
Inside this rocket is an experimental new module known as BEAM.
The first human-rated expandable structure to be flown in space, now attached to the International Space Station.
After docking with the ISS, astronauts test its unique feature. It blows up like a balloon.
It's an inflatable module that's attached to the space station. It's kind of unique in that the fact it is inflatable.
It looks great. It looks pristine.
Pressurized air pumped into the extraordinary new module transforms it into a rigid structure.
One of the unique things about BEAM is that because it is collapsible, you don't need as large of a launch vehicle to carry it. Also potentially less weight because of less structure with it.
If successful, the ISS's brand new living quarters could lead to much bigger space structures. Ultimately, the plan is to house far more than the 220 people that have so far been to the space station.
We've been very privileged. We've seen our home planet from a very different perspective. First of all, it's incredibly beautiful. I mean, you look at the thin blue line that's our atmosphere, you look at the aurora, you look at thunderstorms, you look at the beautiful oceans. When you start looking a little closer, there are some troubling things. You basically see the impact that humans have had on our planet, and that can be pretty scary at times.
The long game for humanity could be to stop being a one-planet species. The ISS is the first step towards that future.
In the future, we're going to have hundreds, thousands, I hope it's 10,000 of people living, working in low Earth orbit.
Research on the ISS is heavily geared towards improving life for astronauts who will travel much further than ever before.
It's phenomenal. So it really is the world's greatest laboratory.
On space station, a lot of the experiments that they're doing are human-based experiments in order to learn more about the human body so that we can endure a 2.5 year mission to Mars and back.
From fitness to food production, the focus is on long-term self-sufficiency for astronauts.
And we are developing the Orion capsule here, which will be launching the first manned mission in 2022.
And liftoff at dawn, the dawn of Orion, and a new era of American space exploration.
Missions in the coming years are only possible because the International Space Station has solved so many of the problems that space presents.
The future for space is bright, and it's going to be exciting.
Everybody is excited and feel like as though in this development phase you can really make a difference.
The ISS is an incredible superstructure, a piece of Earth-like habitat floating above our planet, where every component has taken breathtaking engineering. It's now a vital springboard for deep space travel that generations to come might thank us for.
You're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft that is in the final stages of preparation to launch the world's first all-private astronaut mission to the International Space Station in just over 3 hours from now. Today's launch marks the next step in the evolution of the human spaceflight story. This is the first of a number of private astronaut missions by Axiom Space to the International Space Station, and it represents the culmination of years of hard work between both government and private entities to open up the doors to low Earth orbit. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you may be tuning in from around the world. Welcome to the live broadcast of the launch of Axiom Mission 1, often called AX-1. My name is John Rackham, and I'm the Crew Systems Deputy Manager at Axiom Space, based out of Houston, Texas.
My name is Kate Tice. I'm the Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Welcome. Together, we have quite a lot to share with you today about today's historic AX-1 mission. As John mentioned, this represents the first of its kind, as 4 Axiom astronauts will become the first all-private astronaut crew to the International Space Station. This is the first of 4 missions SpaceX will launch for Axiom Space. AX-1 also marks SpaceX's 6th human spaceflight mission overall and our 5th human spaceflight mission to the orbiting laboratory.
Wow. Yeah, today's mission is the culmination of years of efforts by teams at Axiom Space to expand the opportunities of private citizens around the world to partake in meaningful science, research, and STEAM-related activities in low Earth orbit. We believe that the commercial efforts in low Earth orbit should build on the foundation that NASA has laid, while expanding the volume and type of research and manufacturing capabilities for the benefit of all. Missions just like today's open the door for new countries around the world to pursue and participate in the benefits of human spaceflight. And for Axiom Space, each of our private astronaut missions are critical steps in the development of our Axiom Station, the world's first private space station, currently under construction.
Right now, Axiom astronauts Michael Lopez Alegria, Larry Connor, Eitan Stibbe, and Mark Pathy are suiting up inside SpaceX's Falcon Support Building, or FSB, preparing to lift off from historic Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This crew will be spending 8 days living and working on board the space station before returning to Earth and splashing down in the Atlantic Ocean.
Right, and over the course of their 10-day journey, the AX-1 crew will conduct a wide range of experiments, including several that determine how people, just like you and I, respond to a microgravity environment. The data that they collect will be invaluable to furthering human exploration of space and hopefully inspire countless others to follow in their footsteps.
The crew flying on today's mission includes members representing Spain, Canada, Israel, and the United States. Each has a story all their own. Through this mission, 3 new names will be added to the list of astronauts who have flown to orbit.
Right, so let's take a look at our crew. The AX-1 mission is commanded by retired NASA astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria, a Spanish-American who was born in Madrid, Spain, and has also called Mission Viejo, California, as well as Boston, Massachusetts, home. Michael is a U.S. Navy captain and has flown 3 times aboard the Space Shuttle and once aboard Soyuz. He has conducted 10 spacewalks in his career, accumulating 67 hours and 40 minutes total in the vacuum of space, both of which are NASA records, and that's amazing. In 2021, he was inducted into the Astronaut Hall of Fame, and known by many as MLA or just LA. If you're a person who loves acronyms, here's a new one for you, as we will refer to Commander of this mission as MLA over the course of our webcast.
Yeah, super qualified for his role as commander. Also super qualified for his role, the pilot for AX-1 is Larry Connor from Dayton, Ohio. Larry is an entrepreneur, nonprofit activist investor. He has won aerobatic flying competitions and summited both Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Rainier. Through AX-1, he will become the first private pilot to reach the ISS. He will also become the first human to reach both the deepest ocean depths and enter the bounds of outer space within 1 year. Larry has been actively involved with the Mayo All right, so just some good notes there from our countdown team. As I was saying, Larry has been actively involved with the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic for many years, helping to understand the effects of aging. This mission will add a new dimension to several of these studies.
And serving as Mission Specialist 1, Eitan Stibbe will become the 2nd Israeli ever to fly to space. In many ways, today's mission is a return to flight for the nation of Israel after the Columbia tragedy in 2003. Eitan served for more than 4 decades as a fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force, where he received the Distinguished Aviator Medal, and today he is an impact investor and philanthropist. In collaboration with the Ramon Foundation, the Israel Space Agency, and the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Education, Stiba will fly to the ISS under the Rakia banner and the maxim, "There is no dream beyond reach." During his time on the ISS, Stiba will facilitate scientific experiments, educational outreach, and even artistic activities.
Mark Pathy is an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, as well as mission specialist number 2 on this AX-1 mission. Pathy is currently the Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of Montreal-based Maverick, a privately owned investment and financing company he founded that focuses on innovation and social impact. As a strong believer in the importance of philanthropy, Pathy is a member of the boards and executive committees of the Montreal Children's Hospital Foundation, Dans LaRue, and the Pathy Family Foundation. Through the AX-1 mission, Pathy will become Canada's 2nd private astronaut and the 12th Canadian to go to space.
So, as the crew finishes suiting up inside the Falcon support building, we are moments away from seeing them walk out the same doors that the Inspiration 4 crew inaugurated on their mission. But before they do, it's worth noting that today's mission holds a lot of excitement for groups around the world. So first up, cheering on mission specialist Mark Pathy are the many doctors and family of the Montreal Children's Hospital.
And from Dayton, Ohio, the students of Dayton Early College Academy are following the journey of pilot Larry Connor.
I love seeing those kids get excited. And then all the way across the Atlantic from our partners in Madrid, Spain, teams at Motor and Sport Institute are gathering together to celebrate the launch of Commander MLA's 5th flight to space.
And continuing east, our good friends in Tel Aviv's Rakia Mission Control are actively engaged, monitoring the mission and cheering on Eitan Stiba.
Kate, to me, this is what really sets this mission apart. This is what humanizes this mission, seeing everybody that this crew's got to interact with and everything this means to these people here on Earth. It really shows that, this is how the dots are connected between what's going on up there and what's going on down here.
Hearing about the kinds of research and outreach that each member has chosen to focus on was particularly interesting to me. They don't have a lot of time up there at all. So to focus on aspects like art really gives, on such a large scale, is really interesting.
Yeah. Well, as you can imagine, it's been a pretty busy morning already for the Axiom 1 crew. They had a wake-up call at about T-minus 8 hours and 40 minutes to launch, followed by their first medical checks of the day, and then a shared meal with their families. At around T-minus 4 hours and 21 minutes, crew was formally handed off to SpaceX at the shuttle landing facility parking lot.
At T-minus 3 hours and 50 minutes, the crew arrived at the suit-up room located in the Falcon support building, which is just basically right behind this camera view that you see there. Also around then, they had their pre-launch briefing, including weather information, launch details, and we gave them their tablets that they get to bring with them onto flight, which brings us to the current efforts. At T-minus 3 hours and 25 minutes, we will, the crew began suiting up, and once that process is complete, they will exit the Falcon support building and get into their Teslas. We will have 2 astronauts in each of the Teslas, led by a support vehicle. It's a short drive up to the launch pad, and once they arrive, the crew will ascend the fixed service structure that you see there in an elevator up to the 255-foot level. The crew will then take the stairs up the last 10 feet, where they will stop and make one final phone call before walking down the crew access arm to the White Room. The White Room is their last stop before climbing into the spacecraft, a process known as crew ingress. During ingress, the SpaceX team will run a series of checks to ensure the suits, seats, and vehicle interactions are all functioning properly.
Right, and after all the vehicle and crew checkouts are completed, the SpaceX closeout team will then close Dragon's side hatch and depart the pad. At about T-minus 40 minutes from launch, the crew access arm will then retract away, followed by the arming of the launch escape system. And once that arm is retracted and the escape system is armed, propellant loading on Falcon 9 will begin. At T-minus 5 minutes from launch, Dragon will be configured for what we call terminal count, and this is when Dragon's onboard computers take control of the spacecraft.
And finally, at T0, Dragon and Falcon 9 will lift off from pads 39A. Roughly 12 minutes after liftoff, Dragon will separate from Falcon 9's second stage and spend the next 24 hours making its way to the International Space Station.
Good morning. I'm John Innsbrucker, Falcon 9 Principal Integration Engineer here at SpaceX. We're currently at T-minus 3 hours, 12 minutes, and everything looks good for an on-time launch later today. Now, as Kate mentioned, the crew received their weather briefing just after T-minus 4 hours. As you can see from the view here, blue skies around Kennedy Space Center, pad 39A. Probability of weather violations is down to just 10%. Mostly we're just looking at some wind. We've also checked the ascent corridor in case of a launch escape is needed by Dragon. The sea state conditions are acceptable there. And even in the emergency deorbit locations, everything is acceptable. So the weather's looking good. Now at pad 39A, the Falcon 9 is powered up. The engine checkouts were performed overnight, and pressurization of the gas storage tanks on the vehicle is completed about T-minus 6 hours. Now, T-minus 2 hours, Falcon will begin its final checks for launch, including a communication check with the crew, and propellant loading will begin at T-minus 35 minutes. Now, as with all of our launches to the International Space Station, we have an instantaneous launch window at 11:17 a.m. Eastern, or 15 hours, 17 minutes Universal Time. If for whatever reason we weren't able to launch today, our next opportunity will be just under 24 hours later on the 9th of April.
That puts us 15 minutes ahead of schedule.
Thanks, John. So we are just under 3 hours and almost 10 minutes before crew is expected until launch, and we're expecting the crew to walk out in just a few minutes from the Falcon support building. John, as we wait for that, let's talk about any new traditions or celebrations for Axiom leading up to launch.
Yeah, of course, Kate. So as you know, and as you can imagine, this has been a pretty big milestone that many at Axiom Space have been working towards for years. So we wanted to find a moment to highlight all that effort and mark a new phase of this journey that we're on together. So about 2 weeks ago, the Axiom family gathered together along with a crew and created a new tradition. And to mark the end of preparation of training phases and signify the first steps towards the operations phases, we held a first step to space ceremony at Axiom headquarters in Houston. Here's a quick highlight of that moment.
We're really excited to welcome you for the first ever crew send-off.
Are you all excited to be here? We really are excited. I am thrilled. Today is a moment of celebration.
You come work each day because you're doing something that makes a difference in the history of humanity. That's what you're all about. You're making a giant impact to human spaceflight.
This company is about to change the way the world thinks of human spaceflight. And you guys cannot imagine the impact that all of you are having really on history.
It's ultimately the people at the front lines who make the difference. Do not underestimate your impact or your value.
Thank you really for the warm welcome coming from the other side of the world. I think this is a positive vibe, and hopefully that everyone will enjoy this effort.
It was really amazing how everybody stepped up. It's really about changing the world and about making the world a better place.
It's the beginning. We're about to have our missions, we're going to have our space station, and this is the beginning. And if that doesn't give you a little bit of chills, then you're probably in the wrong job.
Go AX1! Yeah. Woo!
So around that same time, we scanned the bottom of the right shoe of each of the crew's flight suit and created what we're calling the stepping to space tradition. The crew will sign this finished plaque once they return from their mission. So you can see there, that's the plaque with their shoes imprinted, and it's been milled out. It's got the mission patch on it. Crew's going to sign that when they come back.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
Obviously, so we're in Hawthorne, California, kind of close to Hollywood. Seeing that kind of reminds me of the area in front of the Chinese theater where movie stars get to put their handprints and footprints in. I like that one better.
Yeah.
That one's pretty cool.
It's pretty
a
cool.
space one.
Exactly. It's a pretty unique space one. A little cleaner maybe too.
That's super cool. So we're hearing that we're just a couple minutes away from being able to see the crew for the first time today. They are currently suiting up inside the Falcon Support Building, or FSB. That's basically the hangar close by to the launch pad, and the team is in there with the closeout team. Excuse me, not the closeout team. The suit.
Countdown. We're at T-minus 3 hours, 7 minutes. Crew suit donning is complete.
All right.
We are ahead of schedule.
Even better news.
Yeah.
Ahead of schedule. Now you might hear check-ins with the team indicating what kind of margin that we have with our countdown, basically, and proceeding up to launch. We do build in margins so that if we are running a little bit behind or a little bit ahead, it's all good, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of those calls that you hear, those are clear steps in a procedure. As you can imagine, this day is very heavily synchronized. Everybody's got a job to do, and we follow procedures. So hearing those call-outs really means we're on the right track. People are paying attention to the right things, and we're on a good, successful path.
Yeah, ultimately, the countdown is the thing that aligns all the teams that are working together for liftoff. And there's folks that are in mission control, but then there's lots of people behind the scenes as well. And that countdown is what aligns everybody to the right step in the process. So yeah, we just heard there that the crew has completed the suit up process, and so we are hoping to get our first look at them today as they exit the Falcon Support Building.
All right.
And we're hearing that they are close to exiting the building.
Right.
Not quite there yet. For those of you that have joined us recently, we are awaiting the crew to exit the Falcon Support Building.
Right, and you can see there on either side of where crew's going to be walking out, the Axiom logo patch, or the mission patch rather. And when crew comes out, they'll be greeted by I think it's called the Advanced Team crew, or the Advanced Team, Kate, is that correct?
So the Advanced Team is the group of people that are actually already out at the pad inside the tower and the capsule, preparing those areas for the crew's arrival. That we are expecting to see the crew exit any moment. They will get into a couple of Teslas that will take them up to the pad. In addition to the crew, we will also have the flight surgeon and closeout leads riding along in the Teslas along with our astronauts.
And you mentioned, Kate, riding the Teslas to the launch pad. It's a bit of a decent walk, I think, if they had to walk to the pad. But
we're on countdown.
And there they are. We're getting our first look at the Axiom 1 crew as they exit the suit-up room. We can see there Michael Lopez Alegria, Larry Connor, Eitan Stiba, and Mark Pathy.
This is our first live look at the Axiom 1 crew suited up for their mission to the International Space Station.
You can see them there getting a few photos together. They look ready.
What do you think they're saying? 3, 2, 1.
That's perfect.
What?
I think they're saying, guys, we have worked so hard to get to this point, and let's go do this.
Yeah. That's great. So now they're going to hop into those Teslas. It's about a 2,000-foot drive, or walk if you wanted to. Yeah. But, we want to keep everybody cool and comfortable before hopping into their spaceship. So we're going to drive them up to the pad from Falcon Support Building.
And as you saw on your left side of the screen, Michael Lopez Alegria, the commander, and Larry Connor, the pilot, are riding in one Tesla together, and in the other is Eitan Stibbe and Mark Pathy. So again, you can see there on the left side, from left to right, we have Larry Connor and MLA in one Tesla together, and on the right side of the screen, you can see Eitan Stibbe and Mark Pathy. So they're getting buckled in, the doors came down and closed, and they are ready to get to the pad.
Right now, the team inside the Tesla is just doing final checks with the crew, make sure everybody is good to go, and depart for the tower.
And for their own comfort, Kate, you know, they have umbilicals in the Tesla that connect to them, so it keeps them cool and keeps powered on.
Yeah, we actually have vessels inside the Teslas themselves that pump out nitrox or nitrogen, oxygen, air. We know it's the same stuff that scuba divers use in their tanks when they're underwater. And that is pumped through the umbilical into the suits to help make sure that the crew members, like you said, remain cool and comfortable during their ride. It's the same thing. It's basically the same hookup that we plug them into whenever they're actually inside the capsule itself.
Right. Well, as the Axiom 1 crew ride out to their rocket, we thought it fitting to hear a few of those from across the Axiom family wishing them well.
Space exploration has always been about inspiring others, and this AX-1 mission is bringing about a new type of inspiration for the world.
Congratulations, guys. I'm very excited to work with you to complete your science experiments and your educational outreach when you get on board ISS. Godspeed, and go AX-1 crew.
We know you guys are prepared, and we'll be supporting you here from Mission Control in Houston.
Launch day is finally here. Your cargo is packed and ready, and we can't wait to see you on orbit. Go AX-1.
I just wanted to wish you all luck and reiterate how inspiring this mission is for me and many people here on Earth.
The prop team at Axiom Space would like to wish the AX-1 crew safe travels to and from the ISS. Fly safe, and we'll see you on orbit.
I just want to wish you guys a safe, smooth ride up there. And on behalf of the Axiom operations leads, we're looking forward to supporting you guys when you get on board. Hope you have a good stay.
We are so excited about our first launch, and congratulations to the crew of AX-1 on making history.
Thanks from the payloads team. We're really proud of the science that you guys will be doing on this mission and look forward to hearing all about it once you get back here on Earth.
Thank you guys so much for letting us pioneer and improve upon the commercialization of space. We wish you the best of luck on your journey.
We are absolutely thrilled to have worked with you in building AX-1. We're so grateful that you are doing this first for us, and we cannot wait for you to come home safely.
We are so pleased to be involved with this historic moment that y'all are about to journey, and we are wishing you safe travels, infinity and beyond.
As you're taking the next step in the evolution of the space industry. So I want you guys to be proud of that, embrace it, and Godspeed.
The Wright brothers once said that the desire to fly has been handed down from our ancestors, looking up enviously at the birds soaring through space. And I just want to say it's now your time to be the envy of the birds as you soar higher and further than most of us could ever dare.
Good luck and Godspeed, AX-1.
So awesome to see well wishes from the Axiom teams.
Core on countdown 1. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 59 minutes. Crew have arrived at the pad. We are ahead of schedule.
All right, that was a commentary from SpaceX Core or Crew Operations and Resources Engineer Arthur Berrialt, indicating that the crew has arrived, which, as you can see just there momentarily ago, exiting the Teslas. This is their first opportunity to get an up-close look at their ride to space today. It's worth noting that we did perform a dry dress rehearsal on Wednesday. Was that? Yeah, I guess Wednesday. And so we, just like we're doing today, we walked through all the steps, They've seen the rocket up close before, but not on launch day.
And not quite like this. I think it's a completely different feeling. When you're walking out of that FSB for the first time on launch day, right? You do the rehearsal, but today is completely different, right? You can see them there enjoying it. They are ready to go. That looks like Eitan there giving a good dance.
You can just feel his excitement through the camera lens.
Exactly. Well, and I think it really highlights the fact that this really is a return to flight for Israel, and the amount of work that each of these crew members have done to prepare for this mission has been outstanding. We mentioned earlier the training and choreography that leads up to a launch, and this crew has really gone above and beyond in their training to prep for this mission. 700 to 1,000 hours of training. They've really set that bar high for what this mission means to them and how they want to give back to the mission. And so I think it's more than fitting here to have a little bit of time to look back and enjoy it and say, we are ready. We are ready to get up there, and we are ready to go to the ISS, and we're ready to participate.
So with that view there, you can actually see the elevator doors that they're about to hop into. They'll get in those elevators, which I should note, we are launching from pad 39A. This is the pad that humanity went to the moon from. Apollo 11 launched from here, and the space shuttle then flew out of this pad after the Saturn V program ended. And we just saw MLA and Mark. This is great.
Yeah.
And so when SpaceX took over the lease for this launch pad in 2014, we did make some safety improvements and general refurbishments to the tower. So we did remove the rotating service structure, but what we see here, this is still the fixed service structure that existed in the shuttle program. So these elevators that this crew is getting into, MLA got in these elevators when he flew shuttle.
Right.
So that's pretty cool. Now they're going to take these elevators up to the 255-foot level. In the tower, we don't mark it by level numbers. There we can see that they have exited the elevator.
Right. We see Mark Pathy there walking up the rest of the service structure. Well, it looked like MLA had taken a little bit of a glance out of the tower there, looking back down.
He's allowed.
He's allowed. He's got a bit of pedigree there. But just taking a look at where he's at, and here we're going to see Larry Connor and Eitan Stibba riding up in the other elevator.
Yeah, so they're going to go up to the 255-foot level, and then right there we can see them ascending the final 10 feet up to the 265-foot level via a staircase. Now here they have an opportunity to use the telephone that is placed there. Same deal as with previous spaceflight missions of history. You get one last chance to call anyone. It's been noted that obviously we're broadcasting this live. We're saying there's a telephone, but back in the old days, astronauts used to love to not tell people that they could get a phone call before they got into their launch vehicle.
And then we see Eitan and Larry emerging from the elevator and making their way over to the telephone as well. And Kate, I'm seeing that advanced team, following them around. Everybody's got numbers marked down. It looks like everybody here has a very specific role to play in the the pad walk up and all the way through crew ingress, right?
For sure. Everyone is in bunny suits. We want to make sure that the spacecraft itself is a clean environment. We are launching from Florida. Mm-hmm. There's bugs. There's no way to avoid them. From an atmospheric standpoint. So we really want to make sure that we block off any opportunity for FOD, foreign object debris, which could be a bug, could be a hair, could be anything that's not meant to be in the vehicle. And so you can actually see it in the right-hand corner. There's a small window, a rectangle, and that's basically a protective flap that blocks the open environment air from the crew access arm and therefore into the white room and into the capsule. So really making sure that environment is clean. That's why these our closeout leads and our suit technicians are in those bunny suits that you see there with numbers on the back. It's hard to tell people apart, so you are assigned a number. So we try to do our best here to make sure that everything that we don't want to go into, ultimately to go up to the space station, it stays out.
Right. And again, that's just one small part of the controls that are in place to really make sure that, launch day is successful. And another part of that is understanding the role that everybody plays. It's all part of the training that leads to this moment. As I'm sitting there watching it as well, I'm noticing the arrows marked on the ground, representing emergency egress paths and things like that. So saw a great moment there between Larry and Eitan. You can tell they're just excited about it.
Yeah, as you mentioned before, a lot of training has gone into what we're seeing today. That includes preparation for all scenarios. Those arrows on the floor basically indicate the quickest path to safety in the event that the teams need to exit the tower rapidly. So everything is, we try to think of everything, all scenarios. Right. Preparation is ultimately the key to success. So there you see a view of that 265-foot level connected by the crew access arm over to the capsule. Now, we do see folks milling about. One thing to note, we did have part of the SpaceX crew actually here at the pad prior to the arrival of the crew. They're called the advance team. That's a small group of people that are basically responsible for preparing the cabin prior to the crew's arrival. They show up, they open the side hatch, they make sure that the cabin lights are on, they make sure that the task lights above each seat are functional and working, making sure that the displays are configured for crew ingress, initial comm checks, and you mentioned before, we've practiced everything. Everything is it's a choreograph.
Yeah.
That advanced team, it's so well choreographed. That advanced team in their procedures even have written, make sure there's a Sharpie.
Really?
Yeah. So
Wow.
we're going to see the crew have the opportunity to add their signature to the white room, and it's actually in our procedures. Make sure that there's a Sharpie for the crew to sign the wall.
I love that.
Looks like one of our crew members is making that call. We think it's hard to tell.
I saw earlier Eitan leaning over the balcony, I think just taking everything in.
What a beautiful day. Looks like that might be Larry Connor on the phone.
And we see Mark and MLA there as well, talking to their crew team or to their suit teams as well, and that advanced team that Kate was talking about. And
yeah, so you might notice the closeout lead there in the black bunny suit on the right-hand side has a tablet. That tablet is basically what we use to go by step those electronic procedures that we have written. And as you see people stop and pause, and you might see the crew members give a thumbs up, that's all part of the procedure.
Right, and then we get our first look here now as crew is walking towards the white room, getting ready for ingress into their Dragon capsule. We see MLA and Mark right there walking towards their capsule right now. They'll be ingressing first, and soon we should be able to get a good shot here as crew waits ingress.
As Mark and MLA make their way.
Countdown. We're at T-minus 2 hours, 50 minutes. Crew have arrived at the white room to prepare for ingress.
Now that MLA and Mark have arrived, as we just heard, down at the white room, we can see Larry and Eitan making their call, removing the gloves here to take that Sharpie and add their names.
Exactly.
So this is an opportunity for all astronauts that depart from Pad 39A on a Falcon 9 vehicle to add their signature to this room. You can see there at the left the NASA meatball with all of the NASA astronauts that have made this journey prior.
Yeah, and signing that wall is such a huge step, for any crew, I think, that gets to participate, but particularly, this is the first set of signatures of many for Axiom crew, and we're really looking forward to seeing a lot more signatures on that wall.
Now, after the signatures, the closeout leads there, the suit technicians, are basically, right now, we can see them doing a pre-ingress. You can see the next two are making their way down the crew access arm. That closeout lead there is doing the pre-ingress checks, making sure that all the zippers are closed, making sure that the boot covers have been removed from their boots, removing the protective cap that's on top of the umbilical port. If it were raining, obviously it's a beautiful day in Florida.
Yeah.
And if it were raining, this would also be the opportunity that we would wipe the boots down before anybody enters. They're also just reminding the crew to be extremely careful when ingressing. We want to make sure that, there's no contact between the side of the vehicle and their helmet, for example.
Right.
So just making sure that everyone, and again, we've practiced this many times, as you've mentioned. The crew has logged 700 to 1,000 hours. That involves practicing getting in and out of the capsule.
Yeah, but like you said, this is a really controlled environment, right? This is really, when you button that hatch up, that is ready to go to ISS. And that controlled environment you got to take care of and make sure that you're, it's a crowded room in there, as we can see right behind Larry and Aton as they're awaiting their ingress trans as well. But it's busy in there. And we got to make sure that, you're watching out for things like hatch seals and making sure that all of their flight suits are well taken care of and well maintained as they get into the vehicle. But like you said, Kate, it's a well-rehearsed, well-choreographed situation.
So it looks like the closeout leads are performing that pre-ingress check. Now there's already a closeout lead or a suit technician inside the capsule. They're ready to support the crew members as they make their way into their chairs.
And first up for ingress will be Commander MLA, or Michael Lopez Alegria. You see Mark there getting a pat on the back as well, saying, hey man, congratulations, let's make this happen.
So basically they get in their seats, obviously got to buckle up. Looks like Mark Pathy is now in his seat. So that suit technician will help them. It's more than just a seatbelt like you and I are accustomed to in a car. It's actually a 5-point safety harness. So they'll do an initial buckling in, they don't tighten it completely. They want people to still be comfortable.
Right.
They're going to be sitting in the capsule for a little while. We're just under 3 hours until liftoff. So they're going to get in, tighten that safety harness, make sure that the footrest and everything is comfortable for the crew.
Right. Well, and one thing we didn't get to see earlier with the flight suit-up room, but they, as they're sitting in and getting suited up, they are allowed to kind of sit back in some chairs to kind of see how do these chairs feel. And I think you told me something interesting about the seats on these Dragon spacecraft, right? They're kind of customized a little bit for.
Absolutely. So while they're not custom molded, they are custom sized. So you can think of it as like small, medium, and large in terms of the size of the bucket that they sit in. So essentially the length of the seat from spine to head. Everybody's different. And we want to make sure that during dynamic operations such as liftoff and re-entry, that the body is ergonomically supported. And so things like that bucket seat, small, medium, and large sized, as well as the armrest and the footrests are all sized as well, because everybody's different.
Right. And crew, it's important for them to be not only as comfortable as they need to be, but also for effective use inside the capsule during their journey. Everybody's got a different role to play on the uphill, and I think one of the things that is an important check as crew gets into their seat is not only are they harnessed in correctly, that the umbilicals are connecting correctly, but also that they're comfortable. That they have movement and range to interface with the displays and everything else expected of their roles while in orbit.
Absolutely. Looks like we're just here getting final goodbyes from Eitan Stiba.
I love seeing that.
As you can tell, the SpaceX team and the Axiom team are really close. We've been working together for this day for months, and as we've said a couple of times, everything is really well rehearsed. They've practiced this.
Right.
And the bonds that are formed between crew members and the support crew, obviously, as we just saw, are really tight.
Yeah. I mean, it takes a huge team of dedicated, hardworking people to get a mission off the ground. And that's one of the things about these initial private astronaut missions is that's what we're trying to learn. That's what we're trying to work towards together, understanding all the collaboration, all the cooperation needs to happen on and off the ground in order to get these missions off the ground and be successful. So over the shoulder there, we can see MLA. I find it interesting, Kate. It looks like you've got 2 stickers on the inside of the Dragon capsule.
Yes.
Just over the head of MLA there.
So this capsule has flown twice before. It previously supported the Crew 2 mission, and before that, it flew on our Demo 2 mission, which, for those that might be unfamiliar, that was SpaceX's first human spaceflight mission, where we carried NASA astronauts, Bob and Doug, or as we like to call them here at SpaceX, our space dads. We took them to the International Space Station, and it was the first time that NASA astronauts departed for space from American soil since the retirement of the space shuttle program. So I love this capsule. I've been inside of it. In my previous role, I was in the production organization, and so I was in this capsule when we were building it, and it's very near and dear to my heart. So I love being able to see it reused for further missions.
I mean, and that's a reason that the future of spaceflight, being commercial and private, you have to have that type of reusability, right? And I think seeing those 2 patches on there really is a testament to the success and the importance of reusability, but also, showcasing the pedigree of this vehicle. It's been put through its paces. It's been tried out. Crew loves flying it, from what I understand. And so it's really nice to see that, that's indicated with those mission patches on it. It's a nice little shout out.
Mm-hmm. So at this point in time, all 4 crew members have ingressed the vehicle. They are in their seats. And the suit techs, the closeout team on the SpaceX side, are doing final checks and making sure that everybody is buckled in properly, making sure that, ultimately that the crew is good, doing final FOD, or not final, but doing FOD checks, foreign object debris is what I mean when I say FOD. Just making sure that everything is comfortable prior to doing seat rotation and comm checks.
Right. And one of the other things about seeing those mission patches, like I really find mission patches interesting. I think they're a really important shout out to what is the heart of this mission, right? And so, going into that a little bit, that insignia plays an important role, right, in capturing the soul of a mission. So let's go and take a closer look at the AX-1 mission patch itself. So, representing the heart of this mission is the ISS itself, with the solar array wings prominently displayed as each crew member's national flag, and signifying the key message of this particular mission: international cooperation and collaboration. Behind the ISS, you can see a cascading plane of blue, representing Earth's atmosphere and highlighting the journey humanity has taken to get to this new chapter. Above the ISS, 4 bright stars, anchored by an atom in the center, create a constellation marking the mission's scientific and aspirational objectives. And then finally, the golden border around the patch represents the significance of this mission to the people of Israel, inspired by the logo of the Rakia banner.
So there we can see Commander MLA accessing his crew tablet, where he is able to monitor mission status and follow along with our procedures. Amazing view of pad 39A with 39B in the background there. Mm-hmm. Gosh, what a gorgeous day in Florida.
Yeah, it's looking like a perfect launch day. Looking at the launch vehicle there, you can see that
The top half is, has a very bright white color. The bottom half has a little bit more of a grayish color. In addition to the fact that the Dragon has been reused, we've also reused this Falcon 9 first stage as well. It will be making its 5th flight today. It previously supported the Inspiration 4 mission just a few months ago.
Yeah, that's another testament to that reusability that we talked about. Without this, these private astronaut missions wouldn't be possible.
Yeah. So far, SpaceX has completed 32 Dragon missions, including 29 visits to the International Space Station. 13 of those 29 missions have been on reflown Dragons, which, saying it out loud, is still just wild to me.
That won't
it's
ever get
incredible. The Dragon capsule flying today, like we mentioned before, has flown before. Named Endeavour, it will be making its 3rd trip to space. It previously supported the NASA Crew 2 mission, and before that, Demo 2. As for our launch vehicle, Falcon 9 has completed 145 total launches, over half of those on reflown rockets like the one that we are using today. And like I said, that booster will be making its 5th flight today.
Like you said, it has that well-deserved and well-earned patina on that first stage.
Yeah, each time a first stage returns to the launch site, we put it through a vehicle maintenance program. Because we have reusable hardware, we can do thorough post-flight assessments and improve reliability and simplicity. So for those of you that might not be familiar with our reuse efforts, we've actually flown one of our Falcon 9 boosters 12 times. And we have more flights planned for it later this year.
So looking a little bit at crew there of what we can see on screen, we see Mark, Larry giving those fist bumps. We see MLA and then Aton over on the far right. What can you tell us a bit about this seat arrangement inside the Dragon capsule, Kate?
Yeah, so it's pretty standard in terms of the role that sits where. So if you look at the 2 center seats, the left center seat, always the pilot. The right center seat is always the commander. And then, as I like to call them, the window seats, which would be where I would definitely want to fly, are for our mission specialists.
And those window seats are great for enjoying the view, but as we alluded to before, and as we can see through, all of the procedural checks being followed today, discussing crew's training, we know that they have a breadth of mission objectives while they're up there. This is really more than just a trip to space. These guys have a very, very large set of objectives that they're going to be achieving on their flight, and they've been in this from day one. They've been training hard. They plan, they train, they fly.
Yeah.
And it's really highlighting the fact that everybody's got a role to play here, and it doesn't stop once you get on orbit. They're going to keep on going.
For sure. Yeah, just like on orbit, everything is scheduled, choreographed. Same thing on the ground. The procedures that we're following today, as we've said before, we've rehearsed this a couple of times, whether live on the pad or in simulations at various training centers. So while it is the first time that we can say it's launch day. It is not the first time that they've been in these suits. It's not the first time that they've been in these seats. Everything is well planned. No surprises. That's the goal.
Exactly. Looks like we're getting some final adjustments with the outfitting team there, with the advanced team rather.
Yeah, so the next thing that we have coming up will be comm checks with the crew and the various ground support teams. And after that, we get to rotate the seats back. And at that point in time, it's really just, wait for the crew.
Yep.
It's like that moment when you get on a roller coaster, you get buckled in, and you're just sitting there.
You're ready.
And you're just waiting for it to start chugging along.
Exactly.
Although in the case of Falcon 9, it's not really a chug along.
Yeah.
It takes off.
Yeah. Well, based on some of the reactions from crew we've been seeing earlier, right? Seeing a lot of Larry's excitement early in the day. Even as they're buttoned in, comm checks would be complete at a certain point, and you're waiting. I don't think the excitement's going to be dying down.
So in that shot on the left, you can actually see the Falcon support building just behind the hangar. So that kind of gives you perspective of how far the crew journeyed in their suits in those Teslas.
Right, definitely a walk you can make, but if you're going to be in that suit all day long, it may not be one you want to.
Yeah. I've made that walk many times, and not in a spacesuit, but can confirm it's a little bit of a hike. The incline up to the pad, it catches up with you.
Yeah.
I just love this view of pad 39A. That part to the right of the structure, it looks like a pole that's connected. That is where the rotating service structure was attached to the fixed service structure back in the shuttle days. So, it's just so cool to see the next era of human spaceflight being ushered into reality from this, hollowed ground.
Yeah, exactly.
So right now the crew is checking in on their tablets and doing final checks with the closeout leads, which are the SpaceX team members that you can see there. Once again, making sure that the 5-point safety harness is secure, making sure that everybody's boots are able to be buckled into place there on the footrests, making sure that everybody's zippers are closed into the correct position. Right now, they don't have to have their visors down, so they're still able to, talk and converse comfortably. But we do have their umbilical cords plugged in to the capsule, so that umbilical provides communication and avionics and that kind of stuff to the crew. But it also provides that cool air, that nitrox mixture that we talked about before. Which is same stuff that scuba divers use in their tanks to breathe underwater, but it just that cool air flowing through the suit. Because I don't know about you, but if I were sitting in that chair, I would be sweating bullets of excitement, just ready to go.
Yeah, I know I certainly would be too, and I'm glad to hear that you have the features ready there to keep crew comfortable while they're waiting. But that also serves another purpose, right? You get to later when you do your comm checks and you keep your cooling, but it's also the umbilical for their uphill.
For sure. Great shot there of our Axiom 1 crew getting ready for comm checks and seat rotation. I just love seeing these 4 guys interact with each other.
Yeah.
As we said before, you can see that the bond between the SpaceX team and the Axiom team is really close, but the bond between them is also, and they just seem like such a fun group. I love seeing Aton dancing earlier before while he was looking at the rocket from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, how can you not bond with the kind of training that they've gone through, right? And what this mission means to each of them, right? It carries a lot of weight for each crew member. We heard a bit about Aton's story in particular, but they've really come to bond over the course of their training.
Yeah, so the top part of what we see there, that is the pressurized section of Dragon. That's where our crew is seated. The bottom portion that's half black, half white, that's the Dragon trunk. That is the unpressurized section. The black side is actually the solar panels that are utilized to deliver power to the capsule while on orbit and on station. That trunk will go up to the space station, but then in 10 days when the crew departs the space station, we will actually jettison the trunk prior to splashdown, and that allows for the heat shield.
SpaceX, Crew Dragon Endeavour here. We're ready for contracts.
All right, so that was the voice of Commander MLA.
Yeah, looks like we're ready for comm checks.
Copy, Dragon. Good morning. Stand by for umbilical comm checks.
On the right-hand side of your screen, that is SpaceX Crew Operations and Resources Engineer, or CORE, Arthur Berrialt, seated here at Hawthorne Mission Control.
CDR, PLT, MS1, MS2, comm check.
CDR has you loud and clear.
PLT, loud and clear.
MS1, loud and clear. MS2, loud and clear.
And core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check is now complete. Stand by for ground station comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Endeavour, loud and clear on the ground station.
Core, loud and clear. Ground station comm check is complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check. Dragon, SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX Endeavour, loud and clear on TDRS.
And core, loud and clear. TDRS comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with MD and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, SpaceX. On countdown 1, comm check.
Good morning, Anna. I hear you loud and clear.
Good morning. I hear you loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon MD on Dragon to ground comm check.
Loud and clear on Dragon to ground also. Good morning.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon LD on countdown 1. Comm check.
They want good to be with you this morning. You're loud and clear.
And good morning to you too, Michael. I have you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon LD on Dragon to ground. Comm check.
LD Endeavour, you're still loud and clear.
And LD, loud and clear. Godspeed the day, fellas. Let's go have some fun.
Indeed.
Endeavour, SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are now complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation per section 2 of 4.100.
Roger, stand by. SpaceX Endeavour, we're ready for seat rotation.
just over T-minus 2 hours, 23 minutes to launch. Everything continued to go well. View right now showing the Axiom crew inside the spacecraft. About another minute or so, we ought to begin the seat rotation.
Dragon SpaceX, we are ready to initiate seat rotation.
Okay, we're standing by.
Crew is ready. SpaceX advanced team is outside of the capsule. They'll watch as we rotate the crews into the launch position.
Initiating seat rotation.
Nice view watching the seats rotate. The crew displays above them. This will get them positioned for launch. A little bit more comfortable recline as we head on out into low Earth orbit.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Thanks, Arthur.
Okay, that's what we like to hear. Seats are in the launch position. We're just over 2 hours, 21 minutes away from the launch of Axiom 1. And as you can see, the 4-person crew is in the Dragon spacecraft. They've just completed their communications checks with the ground team. Those checks verified that the communication umbilical is...
Dragon SpaceX, with that, I can give you a go to step through Section 3, suit leak check preparation.
Copy, Arthur. Put that in work.
Okay, we've heard the crew given the go-ahead to do a quick suit leak check. You can see them closing the visors. They'll do a short, just a few minute check to make sure the suit integrity is good. While they're doing that, a little bit of a recap. We did hear the communications checks about 5 minutes ago. Went through 3 different paths. The umbilical that's hooked up to the Dragon spacecraft, that separates right at liftoff. Comms were good there to the ground team. We also did communications checks through the radio frequency transmitters, as well as the NASA tracking and data relay satellite that's up in geosynchronous orbit. So all the comm checks were good. Meanwhile, back in Mission Control, we heard the Dragon team also doing the comm checks. Mission Control Center is located here in SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Meanwhile, out at Kennedy Space Center,
complete, ready for leak checks.
sounds like we've got good suit leak checks. As I said, at Kennedy Space Center, we've got the Falcon and Dragon launch teams. They're in firing room 4. Got a great view of the pad on a good weather day.
Copy, Dragon. With that, I'll give you a go for Section 4, suit leak checks.
Ah, sorry.
Didn't work.
There we go. Call out to actually begin the timer. Speaking of the weather, you can see on the left screen the Dragon spacecraft with the crew access arm, blue skies, some light clouds overhead. Weather's very good today. Probability of violation continues at 10%. Mostly that just winds, but nothing really to be concerned about. And the trajectory out over the eastern seaboard of the U.S. headed northeast also looks acceptable. And so the good news is weather is cooperating. Launch vehicle right now looking good. We're powered on, but mostly just monitoring systems. We will continue checking out Falcon 9 at about T-minus 1 hour when we begin a fuel bleed-in on the Merlin engines. Dragon team also monitoring the spacecraft. They've done a lot of their significant work earlier, including pressurizing the Draco thruster system, doing an inertial measurement unit alignment. And right now they're working mostly the mechanical activities, getting the crew in, and as we'll see coming up, the hatch closeout, leak checks, and then eventually at T-minus 1 hour, the advanced team will be leaving the pad. So right now, T-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, 10 seconds. All systems continue to be go for an on-time launch this morning of the Axiom 1 mission.
Everything continuing to progress nominally in preparation for our launch of the Axiom 1 crew in 2 hours and 17 minutes. Everyone is, as you can see, buckled in their seat. The crew has performed their comm checks. The seats have been rotated back to access those touchscreen panels above them. And they're currently in progress with their suit leak checks. So basically pressurizing the suits for a certain period of time to make sure that basically all those buttons are zippered up appropriately and the visors are locking in place. So we can see them going through those leak checks now. Now, those spacesuits that you see were designed in-house here at SpaceX, and while they look super cool, that's not their primary function. The spacesuit is actually a really important extension of the spacecraft itself, and a lot more complex than you would think at just a glance. Here are two members of our spacesuit team, Chris Trigg and Maria Sundin, telling us how this suit came to be.
I think one of the things that was important in the development of the suit was to make it easy to use, something that the crew just has to literally plug in when they sit down, and then the suit kind of takes care of itself from there. So the suit is really kind of one part of the bigger Dragon system. It's really part of the vehicle. So we think of it as kind of a suit-seat system. So the seat that the crew is in and the suit are in a lot of ways working together. And so it made sense that we were designing Dragon in-house to also design the suit.
Our spacesuit is completely designed in-house. It's built here in Hawthorne, California, in the same building as the rocket and the capsule. The spacesuit is custom-made for each crew member, and that is to optimize the fit for the crew member.
We definitely wanted to innovate, and we wanted it to look inspiring, but first and foremost, we wanted it to be safe and reliable. The spacesuit's primary purpose is to protect the crew in the unlikely event that the cabin were to depressurize. But the suit does a number of additional things. It provides cooling and communication to the crew inside of the suit, provides them hearing protection, and the outer layer of the suit is flame resistant, so it provides flame protection as well. When the crew gets in the capsule, they get in their seats and they plug the suit into the umbilical that's attached to the seat. And the umbilical is providing everything that the suit needs. So it provides the avionics or electronics for communications, it's providing the air to cool the suit, and then it also provides gas when needed to pressurize the suit. So it's really a single point that lets the suit do all the things that it needs to do. We designed the helmet in-house. The helmet serves a number of different functions. Obviously, it's protecting the crew's head and it's retaining gas like the rest of the suit, but it also houses the microphones as well as the valves that are regulating pressure in the suit. We had to design the gloves so that they would work with the touchscreen so that the crew could use the touchscreen while they were in their suit. But the gloves also still had to do a number of other things like the rest of the suit. And then, of course, they have to be able to work under pressure. I think one of the things that's cool about the suit is it's not just a piece of hardware, it's not just a suit. It's a very personal thing to work on for everyone on the team who's been building these, and so it's a really amazing thing.
So about a minute and a half ago, we heard on the nets that we had 4 good suit leak checks. So that was the next milestone that we were working through. So good news there. The crew is continuing to check off things on their to-do list, essentially, for today. Now, as you might imagine, our crew for today's mission, Michael Lopez Alegria, Larry Connor, Eitan Stibba, and Mark Pathy, have gone through extensive training. As we've mentioned before, they've logged between 700 and 1,000 hours since mid-2021 of time dedicated to learning the SpaceX protocols, International Space Station systems, and ultimately to prepare for their respective research portfolios. To prepare the AX-1 crew for their mission, our teams here at SpaceX have spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics, how to live in microgravity, and even running simulations of what the full mission will look like while seated in Dragon, as you can see there. This team has studied nearly 100 different training lessons covering all aspects of the mission. As the commander, Michael, or MLA, focused on guiding his crew through all of their SpaceX, NASA, and space station training. Our trainers have told us that he has demonstrated exemplary leadership in building a cohesive crew that can tackle any problem that they're given and work together to solve it through effective communication. As the pilot, Larry spent time developing his technical and operational skills as a first-time flyer in order to build a foundation for piloting Crew Dragon. Larry also served as the translator for his mission specialists, breaking down the technical data for his crewmates. And as mission specialists, Eitan and Mark have spent a majority of their training becoming proficient in operating equipment, interfaces, and a suite of other tools at their disposal to support the crew members throughout the ascent, rendezvous, and return portions of this mission.
Right, but their training doesn't stop there, right? They had a lot that they had to cover. So the AX-1 crew has also completed things like zero-G flights to become familiar with the microgravity environment, as well as centrifuge training to experience the exact launch and entry profiles that they'll feel during their mission. Additionally, they went through wilderness survival training to simulate and practice high-stress scenarios, as well as medic training to prepare for potential illnesses that they might experience while in orbit. And as the first all-private crew to live and work aboard the International Space Station, they have been training at NASA facilities, specifically NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, since August 2021. Each crew member has completed training in health, safety, space station systems, and emergency protocols to ensure that they can each work autonomously without interrupting the workflow of other astronauts while on board the ISS. And naturally, each crew member has their own portfolio of research they will conduct or participate in. Many of these studies have required the crew to train on the techniques and best practices of their respective principal investigators. So, bottom line, to wrap that up, this crew really is setting the standard in how they approach training, right? They've really exceeded the requirements of the mission, and they've certainly surpassed all of our expectations. And it really highlights that this mission represents more than just the first fully private flight to ISS. As mentioned earlier, it's establishing many new protocols and means of collaboration between government and private institutions. This crew really wanted to give back to the ISS, and they really wanted to give back to the mission and truly be a part of the team. And to do that, you have to be all in 100%. And so by immersing themselves in their training, they really set that bar high for private space flights and partnership efforts to come.
Yeah, for sure. So we can see there our crew members checking in on their tablets, monitoring the step of the procedure that we're currently working through. Right now, the closeout team there at the capsule are performing final interior inspections, basically making sure that everything in the cabin is stowed, making sure that, of course, the crew members are all buckled in safely, and basically making sure that everything is in the final flight configuration. We don't want anything floating around that's not supposed to be. During their mission. So final interior inspections. After that, the team will perform a visual inspection of the hatch in preparation for hatch closure. So we're continuing to make our way towards T0 at just over almost 2 hours and 10 minutes from now. We're now under 2 hours and 10 minutes. So everything continuing to track nominally in preparation for our instantaneous liftoff moment.
Yep.
We can see there, once again, the tablets that they have allow the crew to monitor the procedures that we're working off of, and the touch screens, the touch screens that they have just above their heads there are where they can monitor the active operations of the capsule itself. Nothing happening at this moment, but in flight, that will be an important piece of telemetry.
Right, and that was an important thing, that the SpaceX team, when developing the suits, had to really pay attention to, right? We heard Chris mention that just a moment ago. Yep. The development was really important for understanding, they knew that was the way forward for piloting vehicles and for interacting with your vehicle, and so they baked that right into the design of the spacecraft.
Absolutely. Something that we are very proud of, that the fact that Dragon is mostly autonomous, thanks to software. It, for the most part, flies itself. Of course, the crew is trained extensively on how to be a backup to that software, but for the most part, as you can see, there is no joystick to steer the rocket, thankfully. So yeah, everything is conducted there in terms of executing the mission there from those touch screens above their heads.
Right. Well, as we watch crew button up the rest of their movement, we'd like to take a bit of time now to talk about a keystone objective of the AX-1 mission, science and research. So to help us unpack the breadth of Axiom-managed payloads, joining us now is Christian Maender, Director of In-Space Manufacturing and Research at Axiom Space. Christian, welcome.
Hey, thanks. The sun is shining. It's great to be here.
Right, Christian. So thank you for joining us. Well, increasing the amount of research performed in low Earth orbit is a goal of Axiom's efforts with private astronaut missions like AX-1, and eventually our future Axiom station. So high level, can you share some information about all the research happening on AX-1 and Axiom's role to enable it all?
Sure. We are really fortunate to have a crew that is so dedicated to doing research on this mission. We have over 25 experiments that we're going to be doing during the flight on the ISS, and we have a number of projects that we're doing before and after the flight as well. The crew has prepared tremendously hard for this. Axiom works with the crew to put together these complements and ultimately get everything put together and packaged up for flight, and then ultimately we help the crew get trained and get on their way. They are going to be incredibly busy on orbit. They have very full timelines along the way here, and we're looking forward to seeing each mission day unfold.
Yeah, so are we on the ground. We know they've got a very busy week in front of them. And you mentioned how each crew member has their own portfolio. So let's talk a little bit about each crew member specifically. What can you tell us about Larry's efforts?
Well, Larry is really focused on some really key studies with the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic that focus on aging and brain health and heart health. And in particular, he's doing a couple projects on the ground that are looking at him as a human subject. And then in flight, he is also going to be doing some experiments with stem cells and with cells, two different kinds of cells, cardiac cells and with cells that are looking at aging. And in fact, he's working with a PI named James Kirkland at Mayo Clinic, who focuses on cellular aging, otherwise known as senescence. And so we've got a clip from Dr. Kirkland to tell you a little bit more.
My name's Jim Kirkland. I'm the Neuaber Foundation Professor of Aging Research at Mayo Clinic. I'm also President of the American Federation for Aging Research, and I'm principal investigator on something called the Translational Geroscience Network. I'm a geriatrician, endocrinologist, and internist, but also a PhD molecular biologist, and I'm interested in developing interventions that delay, prevent, or alleviate multiple diseases by going after fundamental aging processes. One of the things that we're working on is the cellular senescence program, and the other, my colleague Andrew Terzic, is looking at cardiovascular issues. And so there are a series of experiments that both of our groups are doing with Larry and the other astronauts' help. The project that my lab's working on and my group's working on is mainly related to a process called cellular senescence. So cellular senescence is a fundamental aging mechanism. They're what we call the so-called pillars of aging, and they're joined together there in what we call a unitary hypothesis. And these fundamental aging processes appear to be root cause contributors to multiple conditions. So the idea is to find out on a short space mission where there's the predominant effect will be zero gravity, some radiation, if senescence develops. Larry and his group are also taking up cells that we're providing with them that are what we call pre-senescent. These are human cells in culture. They're going to be tending the cells while they're up there and changing the medium on them. And we're asking whether those cells become senescent in space. So special culture containers had to be developed for this by Axiom, special incubators. And Larry, we've trained him and his colleagues in how to change the medium. They have to take up these needles. And when he comes back, we'll have parallel cells on the ground that we will compare to the cells that have been up in space, and the insights that we will get from the experiments he is planning to do, both allowing his own blood and other fluids to be analyzed, and also by looking after cells that are taken in space, could help a lot of people with a lot of conditions that go far beyond space travel to everything from childhood cancer survivors through to Alzheimer's disease.
Well, excellent. So essentially, Dr. Kirkland and Terzik are really looking at how microgravity can reveal new mechanisms in cellular aging and cardiac health. And the hope is that what we learn from space is ultimately we can translate to solving age-related conditions on Earth.
Really cool to see that. I just want to note real quick about 2 minutes ago while that package was running, we did hear from on the nets that we did get the green light to proceed to hatch closure.
Awesome.
So really good news there.
Excellent.
Christian, back to you. What can you tell us about mission specialist Mark Pathy's research portfolio?
Well, Mark has got a mission focused around caring for people on the planet, and so he's working with 6 different universities and their researchers in the Canadian area, and then he also is working with 2 startup companies for some technology demonstrations, and he's also working with some institutions in Canada to do some Earth observation work. One of the studies that he's particularly focusing on is about pain sensation in space, and he's working with Pablo Angelmo, who is a PI at McGill University and works with the Montreal Children's Hospital. We've got Dr. Angelmo on video here to talk a little bit more about his research and why it's so important.
I'm Dr. Pablo Angelmo. I'm professor of anesthesia at McGill University and director of the Edwards Family Interdisciplinary Center for Complex Pain at the Montreal Children's Hospital. The knowledge we have about the relationship between microgravity and pain is minimal, almost non-existent. We know that half of the astronaut who goes into space will experience pain while they're in space or when they come back to Earth. To better understand why these people have pain, we assembled a research team of the Allen Edwards Center for Research on Pain of McGill University, from Concordia University, and also from the MD Anderson Hospital Cancer Center in Houston. This project also involved transfer of technology from the University of Pennsylvania. Our team includes experts in pain sensation, in the genetic mechanism of pain, in bone pain, in intervertebral degeneration, and in musculoskeletal spine imaging and rehabilitation. The novelty of our project is that we are trying to answer several questions from different perspectives and different angles in a single study, but in reality, we are conducting 6 studies in one. We are not looking just for the abnormalities in people who have pain, but we want to understand why some people get better after an acute insult, like microgravity. That happens every day on Earth. We plan to incorporate that information collected from astronauts into animal models, which may lead to application in humans, and eventually in different ways to treat them. Our hope is that information we collect will advance on research on help people here on Earth. I would say that Mark Pathy and his colleagues are giving us their time before, during, and after the flight. This will create new models of analysis for helping people in pain here every day. I'm very grateful for their commitment and generosity.
As Dr. Angelmo talks about, this is some really novel research. This complex package of work that he's put together is really setting out to understand more about the dynamics of short-term spaceflight and pain sensation in space. And the hope is, again, the things that we learn in space will play their way back into ground interventions that we can do that help people with pain on Earth.
Yeah, Christian, I think the main takeaway for me is showing research like that really highlights the direct impacts that we can get from research done on orbit. It's not all indirect, but moving on to rounding out the mission, right? We know that Eitan has a significant amount of work in front of him. So what can you tell us more about Eitan's time on orbit?
Well, Eitan has put together an impressive complement along with he has worked carefully and closely with the Ramon Foundation in Israel and the Israeli Space Agency. The focus of his mission, they've named their mission Rakia, which really loosely translates to sky or firmament, but it's really a package of research that spans
My name is Inbal Kreis. As the head of Innovation, System, Missile and Space Division at Israel Aerospace Industries, I led the scientific and technological program of the Rakia mission. The Rakia mission will allow Israeli scientists, entrepreneurs and students to test their experiment in the unique space environment. All the experiments in Rakia mission led by Eitan Stibe are innovative and were chosen by a scientific committee based on their impact potential. 35 experiments arise from diverse fields of studies such as astrophysics, optics, radiation, communication, energy, agriculture, neurology, plasma technology, disease research, new therapies development, and many more. For example, in optics, the fluid lenses experiment, a joint project of the Technion and NASA, aims to enable for the first time the creation of optical components in space. In neurology, we are testing how we can take advantage of the conditions of microgravity to improve drug delivery to the human brain. An experiment of device to protect space systems from cosmic radiation. This technology will enable the use of commercial electronics in space environment. Testing recycling in space, the effect of microgravity on the rate of decay of plastic by bacteria. In agriculture, growing specific seeds in space as superfood and also for water purification, making the impossible possible. This is what makes Israel a startup nation, Israel the innovation nation. AX-1 and Rakia mission are positioning Israel as a leading technological player in the global space community. I look forward to exciting scientific and technological results. Good luck.
Well, the whole country of Israel is really excited about Eitan's mission, and I think for me what's most compelling about the Rakia mission is how it really is going to act as a catalyst for the innovation in country to really take advantage of new opportunities in space for both profit and discovery. And so we're really excited to move forward with this mission, and we're gonna really knock out a lot of science with Eitan.
Yeah, certainly. You know, it's incredible to think that so many of these new studies are being given time on station because of the efforts of this crew and Axiom Space. But beyond the specific studies we've just highlighted, you know, there are several others that Axiom has been managing and will manage. Can you share with us a little bit more about these?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked. We at Axiom are also using this flight to really further research and technology development that we think either plays a role in developing new in-space manufacturing applications or research applications in the future, and also maybe technologies that will help build future spacecraft. So we have a project where we're looking at stem cells to understand more about precancer and cancerous changes in tumors. We have research that we're doing on the crew with partners in Houston to understand more about what it means to keep a more diverse population healthy in space. We're flying some really cool technology that is autonomous and self-assembly of different panels in space that will ultimately play a role in building new spacecraft autonomously in orbit. And we're even flying a new technology that uses light to remove odors from the cabin, and probably super important on a mission like this where you're going to have 11 people on board for 10 days together. So a lot of different things that we're breaking out, and more that I can't even talk about here, but a lot that we're adding to the cruise mission that we have on orbit.
Well, Christian, that's great to hear. Thank you for walking us through the scope of AX-1's research objectives. We're obviously going to be staying very, very well aware of these over the next few days. So, you know, this crew's really setting the bar high and adding all the volume of science that's being conducted on board.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
So as you can see there on your screen, the side hatch has been closed. The crew is now in the capsule. The door has been shut, so the closeout team did those final checks with the crew to make sure that they're ready to go to space today.
Yep.
So they closed the side hatch. They performed a leak check where they basically inflate a seal around the side hatch and hold it at a certain pressure for a certain amount of time and make sure that the seal is good. So that side hatch has been closed. The closeout crew and the suit technicians are still on the exterior, as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. And they are preparing to finish things up, and then we'll be stepping into comm checks with the crew and our ground teams here on the ground.
Right, and like you mentioned, Kate, it's inch by inch to get us into space, right? We take steps all along the way to make sure, are we getting good comm checks? Good. Are we getting good leak checks? Good. All right, now let's close the hatch and let's check it out again, right? So it's all part of the process that this crew's a part of, and that all crews on the ground are a part of, to make sure we have a successful mission today. And I think crew's now at that spot that you were talking about earlier. All right, we're ready. I see that hatch closed, and I know I got good comms. Let's get to space.
Yeah, watching that seat rotation is always an exciting moment for me, because you can see expressions change.
Yeah.
You can see body language change because that seat rotation back into the launch position for the crew is the final physical movement that they have prior to liftoff. Right. So it's always fun to watch. Now the crew's there on the left-hand side of your screen again. We're performing we're performing the leak check on the side hatch. And you can see the tablets there the crew is using to follow along with the data that's coming in from that leak check, as well as just monitoring where we are in the closeout process. As I've said a couple of times already, everything is extremely well choreographed. Every step of the procedure is documented down to details like make sure there's a Sharpie in the white room prior to crew's arrival to make sure that they can add their name to the wall of signatures that you see there. So everything is very well documented, and that's what the crew is tracking there on those tablets, our e-procedures, electronic procedures. Right now we're about 2 minutes into the 5-minute wait for that leak check. So like I said, we inflate the seal around the side hatch and hold it at a pressure for 5 minutes and monitor that data to make sure that it holds that pressure for the 5 minutes. After this leak check completes, we will step into comm checks with the crew, and that's basically a how do I want to phrase this? A roundabout with the crew and all the ground systems to make sure that communication lines are loud and clear for the crew.
Right, and followed by that, it's just marching down towards T0, right? We have, launch escape system checks being armed after that. Closeout team will depart, and the crew arm retracts, and we just keep working our way towards launch.
Yeah, yep. Which now just about 1 hour and 15 minutes away. So once the leak check for the side hatch completes and the closeout team departs the white room and ultimately the tower, it's a lot of waiting for the crew. Yeah. So it's a lot of excitement. Oh, the seats are rotating. Yeah. It's happening. And then it's wait.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, and while we're waiting for those checks, let's take a little closer look at the crew again today. So serving as commander for this mission is Michael Lopez Alegria, or MLA, as you've heard some of us call him. He's a veteran of 3 space shuttle flights, 1 Soyuz flight, and numerous spacewalks.
For side hatch leak check. All right, MLA, they were seeing some leak rate trending in the wrong direction, so we're going to reopen the side hatch temporarily, try and clean off that seal, and then re-close the side hatch to re-perform the side hatch leak check. How copy?
Okay, Arthur, we copy and understand.
All right, so that was just a note from SpaceX Core Arthur Berrialt to the crew to let them know that we're going to reopen the side hatch. It sounds like that, as I mentioned before, we inflate the seal around the side hatch and hold it at a pressure. Sounds like we saw just a little bit of pressure loss there in that leak check, so we're going to reopen it and wipe down everything along that seal to see if we can get that to close up properly.
All right. Right, and as Kate mentioned, we heard that conversation between Core and MLA. So, taking a closer look at MLA here while we wait for those leak checks, this will be his third trip to the International Space Station. His last one was Expedition 14, where he also served as mission commander. So let's go ahead and take a closer look at the commander of AX-1, Michael Lopez Alegria.
Michael, I want to know what the first time the feeling was when you got outside of the space shuttle. What was that feeling like?
Most astronauts that have been to space will talk about the overview effect. Basically, it's a change in perspective. These experiences are really unique. So I'm trying not to set expectations for the crew because I really want them to have their own interpretation of what it's like.
American spaceflight record set by former NASA astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria. 215 days in space, 213 of which were on the International Space Station.
In 2004, I was assigned to fly a long-duration mission to the ISS. My two crewmates on the Soyuz would be a cosmonaut and then a spaceflight participant. And I wasn't too keen with that idea. And the few weeks that I spent training with her and the 10 or so days I spent on orbit with her completely changed my view. It has been a complete 180-degree change of direction, and I went from refusing the Kool-Aid to pouring the Kool-Aid.
The thing about LA that's special is his patience and his skill, competence, his trustworthiness. He's well suited to be a commander of any space mission.
AX-1 is the first private mission to the International Space Station. We are setting the standard for all future human spaceflight to the ISS, and we take that obligation very, very seriously. Our guys have been training for months, and they're trying to get a lot done, especially when it comes to scientific experiments and outreach. But I want them to really enjoy the experience, and I want them to come home with a big smile on their face. SpaceX training, it's like being a kid in a candy store. A new vehicle, love the human interface with it. It's a really exciting and inspiring place.
He's feeling nostalgia already. Just by going through the training process and being back in the business of preparing for a space flight is something I know he's enjoying thoroughly.
I've been involved with Axiom, which started out literally as a handful of people in 2016 to where it is today. I really tip my cap to all of the people here at Axiom.
Hey, boss, don't screw up.
I'm Michael Lopez Alegria, and I'm the commander of AX-1.
Larry Connor is Axiom 1's pilot. Larry's experience in piloting over 16 types of aircraft and multiple deep ocean dives sets him well for this role aboard AX-1. While on board, Larry will conduct numerous experiments in conjunction with the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic. Here's a closer look at Larry Connor.
Well, Larry, I always start with the big, broad question, why?
Well, it's a big opportunity and a big challenge.
And you're no stranger to extreme activities, right?
Well, I don't classify them as extreme activities. I understand other people would.
Larry is an entrepreneur and nonprofit activist investor. Larry Connor will be the pilot for that mission.
The pilot is the person who is there to be equally technically proficient as the commander and to back them up.
My pilot, Larry Connor, American businessman, he comes across as a no-nonsense guy. The words I would use to describe him are focused, organized, driven, and he's a real team player.
I was really clear to Axiom right from the beginning. I didn't want to be a space tourist. I didn't want to go up there and sit. This was an opportunity not only to do exploring, but hopefully make a difference.
Well, Larry and the other astronauts are doing a couple of sets of studies, the one with respect to heart function, the other with respect to these fundamental aging processes. And the insights that we will get could help a lot of people with a lot of conditions, from childhood cancer survivors through to Alzheimer's disease. One of the things that Larry has been doing is he's been incredibly generous with helping support clinical trials, determining once and for all whether some of these interventions work.
Our goal and our hope is to try to help revolutionize how we think about and how we serve and how we help people.
He wants to do a good job. He's putting in the efforts to support his crewmates and just, make an example of what private spaceflight could be.
I just wish the world were filled with people like him. He's generous and thoughtful, and I just can't think of enough positive things to say about him.
You have to recognize all of the people up and down the line. They've simply been exceptional. We've got a really talented, committed, resilient group of individuals. Amazing things really are possible. I am Larry Connor, and I'm the pilot on AX-1.
Now coming to Eitan Stiba. Serving as mission specialist, Eitan has a significant mission ahead of him in terms of objectives, as we talked with Christian earlier about. Working with the Ramon Foundation and the Israel Space Agency at the Ministry of Science and Technology, Eitan will be focusing on everything from genetic diagnostics to arts and science outreach. Here's a closer look at Eitan's story.
Tell me, what was your first spark to want to fly?
That's an interesting question. As a kid, I would close my eyes and dream that I was flying like Superman that I saw on TV. Actually, I went to sleep every night in this position. F-16 is a beautiful aircraft. It gives the pilot a feeling of freedom in the 3D. You just look at somewhere and pull the stick and the aircraft performs what you wish.
He has this inner drive. You see it shine or spark when he's exposed to new cultures. My dad has been, in the last decade, his heart has been into impact investments to create infrastructure and to help communities.
The Rakia mission was built in the same manner to draw on the curiosity associated with human space travel, to conduct a wide range of experiments, educational studies, and even artistic activities. ראינו שחקר החלל מגרה את כל החושים, מעורר סקרנות, אפילו מאתגר את הדמיון הפרוע ביותר.
Rakia patch. It has Rakia written on it in English, Hebrew, and Arabic, and one dot up above for the memory of Ilan Ramon.
Even though Israel is a technological country, space is something that ignites a curiosity. It's unreachable, it's far away. One of my objectives in the mission is to change the sentiment in Israel about human spaceflight, to inspire children to look up to the sky and imagine things that are not possible and try to reach them.
Engines full power. Lift off.
The thrust of Falcon 9 is like 2 squadrons of F-16s in full afterburner. That power is incredible. I sat inside the simulator of the Dragon, looked up and imagined how that would feel.
I think it's going to be the most beautiful thing in the world, seeing this literally take off and seeing all the ideas and all the effort that has been done come to life. It's going to be beautiful.
There is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I'm happy that so many Israeli entities and people can join this effort. My name is Eitan Stiba. I'm a mission specialist on AX-1.
Mark Pathy is one of AX-1's mission specialists. A longtime philanthropist, Mark will be working with the Canadian Space Agency as well as Montreal Children's Hospital to conduct a number of experiments on vital organ monitoring, ocular health, and pain management. Let's hear a little more from Mark.
In your mind, as you're driving at the pad site, would you have a drive-up song?
To get to that moment where I'm sitting in the seat, buckled in, and that countdown's beginning.
3, 2, 1.
I imagine what it's going to feel like physically in terms of lifting off from the surface of the Earth. It's hard for it to always seem completely real. Then a whole other chapter opens and a whole other adventure begins.
I'm very excited to start my training. Been waiting for a long time. The anticipation's been killing me. Now here we are today. I'm ready.
As a proud Canadian, it was important to me to really highlight Canadian universities and Canadian research institutions and to give opportunities to those researchers and those organizations that they might not otherwise have.
Mark was entirely committed to developing this mission as a scientific mission, and the theme of the mission was caring for the planet, caring for its people. We're going to be testing new technologies that can help us explore space, staying longer and going farther, but more importantly, can help change our lives here on Earth.
There'll be a lot of physical and psychological studies that I'll be participating in up there. A lot of the research that I'm undertaking involves using me as a lab rat, because that's the best way I can contribute. A lot of what one experiences in space in terms of inflammation, in terms of pain, psychological feelings of isolation, those are things that affect sick kids. To me, I would like to think that I'll leave this world a better place than I found it.
The crew is setting a high standard for private astronauts in the future because they're dedicated to science, they're dedicated to the mission, they're able to learn all these objectives, they are building in educational outreach. It's really exciting watching this come together.
I'm very excited to work with you to complete your science experiments and your educational outreach when you get on board ISS.
We know you guys are prepared, and we'll be supporting you here from Mission Control in Houston.
There's a lot of people, some that I know and many that I don't, that deserve my appreciation and thanks and gratitude for getting me here. I'm Mark Pathy, and I'm a mission specialist on AX-1.
We're currently T-minus 1 hour, 36 minutes, 27 seconds. As the Axiom 1 crew awaits its 11:17:12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time liftoff from Launch Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center. Now currently, as you see a little bit on the left there, the crew is inside the Dragon capsule. We closed the side hatch a little bit earlier. We began the 5-minute leak check. We stopped that. They saw a little bit of a leak, and they reopened the hatch starting about 12 minutes ago. You can see they're getting ready to close the hatch again. They cleaned the seal off. Nothing significant noted, but give it a good wipe. We're closing up, and then we'll try to repeat the leak check here very shortly. Once we get through that, we're also waiting to hear the crew perform communications checks with the Falcon ground team. That'll be a checkout with some of the responsible engineers who you'll also hear during the ascent calling out status, propulsion engineer, avionics engineer, guidance, nav, and control, as well as chief engineer. Earlier, we did have the communications checks with the Dragon team. We heard that going through a variety of routes. That would be the umbilical, the radio frequency transmitters, and of course the NASA TDRS satellite up in geosynchronous orbit. So currently the weather, when we get a view of the pad, the weather continues to be go for launch, as well as any contingencies. For example, if a launch escape was required during ascent, weather conditions in the Atlantic Ocean off of the eastern seaboard of the U.S. as we head northeast towards the space station, those conditions are go. The upper altitude winds for Falcon 9 as we steer through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, those also look good right now. And of course, contingency splashdown locations that we would use in case the crew had to come back down out of orbit, they're also looking good. Now coming up in about 35 minutes, that's when things start to get active on Falcon 9. We'll begin the fuel bleed in on the Merlin engines, let a little bit of propellant onto the vehicle, bleed it through the engines. That's getting them ready for the ignition sequence inside of T-minus 2 seconds. And of course, as we said, the Dragon team, the advanced team that's on the pad, they have to repeat the side hatch leak check. Good news is we've still got time in the schedule, and we have seen this before if you've been with us on one of the crew missions. We also had a leak where we had to reopen the hatch, clean the seal, close it up, and then it passed. But that advanced team, once we get through that and we finish putting on the last covers for flight, deflate some of the seals, and get ready to get out of the pad, they'll leave the pad area and the crew access arm at T-1 hours. Also, a little bit earlier, we did a launch escape system checkout on Dragon. That came at about T-1 hour and 52 minutes. That's mostly just checking all the telemetry of the systems that are required in the launch escape safety system. Everything checked out well, and that's a standard part of the launch countdown. It's critical to make sure that everything is in working order.
We are closing the side hatch again, and we'll step into the next round of side hatch leak checks. Copy on SpaceX.
And we've heard the call out. You can see the advanced team. They're closing the hatch. Looks like they're torquing up to the required load. We then begin a pressurization sequence for a few minutes, and then we hold it for 5 minutes. And then, fingers crossed, we'll get a successful leak check. We'll get into the communications checkouts and proceed on to the T-1 hour and countdown to an on-time launch. But right now, Kate, John, everything continues to look good out of pad 39A.
We have to recommence the health checks for the launch escape system with the second hatch closure. Expect a momentary flight computer state change. Copy, Arthur, standing by.
And one other update, you just heard the launch escape health checks. Those are the ones I said that we did about 20 minutes ago. You do them as you close the hatch. Now that we open it up, we close it again. They'll repeat that checkout. That just takes a minute to verify all the telemetry on the launch escape systems are still within specification. So everything continuing to go well at 39A, other than working through a second hatch leak check. Fingers crossed that we'll see an on-time launch at 11:17:12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time.
So as John and I said, we have we're now in the process of redoing the side hatch closure and leak check. So the team saw a little bit of loss of pressurization whenever we were conducting that leak check. Not a huge deal. Just reopen it. They wiped down the seal itself. Didn't really know anything significant. So now they have reclosed it. And we're now reperforming that leak check. The crew remains seated and comfortable there on the right-hand side of your screen inside Dragon Endeavour.
Yeah. Well, as we wait for that, I wanted to talk about a bit, like a major objective of this mission is outreach and, getting more people interested in spaceflight, but more importantly, finding ways to connect us together. And some of the best ways to do that are through art and shared experiences with art. So for this mission, we asked artist Michael Kagan, known for his space-themed artwork, to create an exclusive new piece that commemorates the AX-1 mission. And he created the spacewalker that you see on your screen there. So this digital asset can be enjoyed as an augmented reality spacewalker that anyone can check out and play with. And here's how it works. I got to play with this a little bit yesterday. It's pretty cool. But we'll have a QR code for everyone at home to scan with your phone, and the spacewalker will become an AR model on your phone that you can play with. You can adjust the scale and position it as you want, rather, and then snap a photo with it wherever that spacewalker is. It's actually pretty fun. I got to kind of play around with them. We walked around here a little bit and popped the spacewalker over there and took a photo of it. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so at home, we'd love to see what you can do with it. So be sure to tag any posts with the hashtag AX1. That is AX and the number 1.
Yeah, I personally, I'm not really into NFTs, but that is beautiful. This might be what gets me in.
Yeah. So as you said, that's not it, right? We're taking this one step further with the goal of encouraging people all over the world to have some fun with this mission. We are announcing that the AX-1 crew is going to mint the Spacewalker as an NFT from space. So for all of those NFT collectors out there, the Axiom NFT Marketplace is launching right now. And over the course of this mission, it will feature digital artwork, just like Michael Kagan's Spacewalker there, associated with this historic mission. So if you'd like to join, the website is nft.axiomspace.com, and it is going live right now. So we'll be announcing the live auction for the Spacewalker NFT during the mission. So be sure to visit nft.axiomspace.com for more info over the coming days. And that's where you're going to find the QR code to the augmented reality spacewalker. So again, head to nft.axiomspace.com, scan the QR code, go have some fun, play with the spacewalker, put them wherever you want, and have a blast with them.
Super cool.
Yeah.
So just a quick check-in. You can see there Falcon 9 remains on the pad. We are continuing to count down to our liftoff at just under 1 hour and 30 minutes from now. As you can see on the right-hand side, the crew are in their seats, and the team on the left is conducting the leak check of that side hatch. For those of you that have just joined us recently, we did attempt to close the side hatch earlier, closed it, but when we performed that leak check initially, saw a very small loss of pressure there. So we reopened it, and then the teams wiped down the seal, inspected it. Didn't really know anything major, so closed it back up, and we're now performing that leak check once again. The process for that is basically we inflate the seal that is around the side hatch, and we leave it inflated for 5 minutes. We monitor that pressurization, and once it holds that pressure for 5 minutes, we get the green light.
Yeah, and as John and I mentioned earlier too, it's not uncommon for things like this to happen, and that's why we have checks in place, and we have things like verifying end items, and that's a huge part of what the ground control team here plays is, verifying that those leak rates, like what you talked about. Are you holding a leak rate for the right amount of time and at the right pressure, and what does your trending data look like? So, it's all part of the huge network of teammates on the ground that are supporting the mission and just making sure that every step along the way is safe. And
Dragon SpaceX for post-ingress briefing. Go ahead, Arthur. All right, MLA. While we continue through the side hatch leak check, it continues to look like a great day to fly. Dragon, Falcon, and 39 Alpha all look good to fly. Systems are nominal, and we have no deltas to the pre-briefed emergency deorbit sites.
That's about as good as a report we can ask for, thanks.
I concur with that. And for awareness, we will be stepping into Falcon 9 operator comm check shortly.
Copy.
All right, that voice that you just heard was Arthur Berrialt, our the SpaceX core, who basically is the primary communicator between the teams here on the ground and the crew. Really important role because for us we can see what's going on. We've got the views here, but think about it for the crew. They can't really see what's on the other side of that side hatch. So important updates there to keep them informed. That being said,
Dragon, GNC will begin the Falcon 9 operator comm check with you at this point. Go ahead, GNC.
Dragon, GNC on countdown 1, comm check.
You're live and clear, Cyrus. Honey.
GNC loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by propulsion engineer.
Dragon, prop on countdown 1, comm check.
Prop, Endeavor, you're loud and clear, Charles.
Prop, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check with the avionics engineer.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Avionics, Endeavor, good morning, call.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Loud and clear, Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, ground segment has you loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
Launch control, Endeavor, you're loud and clear.
Launch control, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the chief engineer.
Dragon, comm check from chief engineer.
Good morning, Chief Engineer. This is Endeavor. You're loud and clear.
This completes the Falcon 9 responsible engineering comm checks. Godspeed.
Thank you.
All right, there you just heard the completion of the comm checks. Basically, the ground teams, the various leads for the ground systems here, going around and making sure that the communication pathway to the crew is clear, loud and clear, as you heard them say. Voices that we heard there included SpaceX Corps Arthur Berrialt, the chief engineer for this mission, Bill Gerstenmayer, and yeah, just around the horn for those comm checks with the crew. On the left-hand side of your screen, just a quick check-in. The team there is performing the recheck, the recheck for that side hatch closure. So we did attempt to close the side hatch and perform a leak check, and we saw just a very slight loss of pressure during that leak check. So we opened it back up, wiped it down. Teams didn't know anything major when they inspected it, so now we've reclosed it, and we are reperforming that leak check, which includes basically getting it up to pressurization or pressure 3 minutes, and then holding it at that pressure for 5 minutes. So right now we're in that 5-minute wait period. So as you can tell for the crew, it's a lot of waiting. It's we do this and now we wait, and now we do this and then we wait.
Hurry up and wait, as they say. Yeah, and Kate, as you mentioned, and as we heard, on the concurrently while we're doing that repress and recheck, we are also trying to concurrently perform those comm checks, right, and gain some time back as well. So crew, as they're in their vehicle waiting, they're still on track for their mission, right? They're still zeroed in on exactly what they've got to do, exactly how they can provide assistance in providing and following their procedures and working with the ground teams to stay on track for launch.
Sure. And it's worth noting, we do build margin into the timeline for this exact reason. If you followed our human spaceflight missions before, sometimes you hear the Corps indicate that we have X amount of minutes of margin. So yeah, for this exact reason, we do build in that margin. And as I said earlier, the countdown itself is what aligns all the various teams working to support the launch on the same timeline. So it's what makes sure that everybody syncs up. And so allowing us to, perform those comm checks while doing the repress and recheck, just making sure that all those teams are continuing to remain aligned.
Yeah. I think during this waiting period too, crew sitting there thinking about not only what do I have to do today, right now, like I'm waking up and I'm getting my suit checked out, there's steps all along the way, and I can only imagine how they're thinking about what their mission is ahead of them, right? All of the work that we've heard that they're trying to accomplish on orbit, their objectives, they're sitting there thinking, how can I be the most effective I can be over the next 8 days, right? And so I'm just thinking about the things that they're bringing up there with them, right? Little mementos that they're bringing up there with them. We heard some interesting things, during their pre-briefing last week. Certain tokens and mementos of home that they're bringing up and what that means to them. That all plays a part of this mission. What kind of keeps them going through these waiting periods? Thinking about what am I going to do up there? What does this mean to me? What does it mean to the people back home? And they're just ready to get up there and start working towards those objectives.
So we're continuing to monitor the recheck of that side hatch closure. The team is performing that leak check now. Should be wrapping that up pretty soon. Once we get the leak check confirmed.
Dragon SpaceX, good side hatch leak check.
Good news, Arthur. Thanks.
All right, great news there.
Fantastic.
You might have heard some clapping here.
Yeah.
I should mention, John and I here located at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. I actually hear some beeping now. We are a live operations environment here in the rocket factory. So we're 1 hour and 18, just over 1 hour and 18 minutes until launch, and we're starting to see people gather and really, the excitement is starting to build, and just hearing the confirmation that leak check was good, that side hatch is going to stay closed. The crew is, I think at that moment, as I mentioned before, the seat rotation, that's an exciting moment because it's like you're locked into the roller coaster, and here we go. And now hearing that side hatch is good, it's closed, and it's going to remain closed until they splash back down. So when the crew ingresses and egresses from the space station, they will use the forward hatch. So that side hatch now will remain closed until they return to Earth after splashdown.
Right, that's a huge step forward in today's launch. So, in addition to the scope of the science and research and outreach being performed on this mission, AX-1 is also taking some time to better understand the role that food plays on orbit. A partner on this mission and a good friend of Axiom Space is Chef Jose Andres and the team at Think Food Group. Known for his visionary culinary creations and humanitarian efforts, Chef Jose's World Central Kitchen is doing important work helping to feed those who are displaced.
Chef Jose also prepared the meals and snacks accompanying our crew to the ISS. In space, astronauts have limited kitchen equipment and ingredients on hand, so having already prepared meals that are both appetizing and comforting is a great way to feel connected to home.
Right, so joining us now is Chef Charisse Gray, who you saw in that video, Director for Research and Development at Think Food Group. Chef, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good morning.
Chef, clearly Think Food Group is doing instrumental work in bringing people together with food, and has for a long time. What has been your team's mantra or ethos when it comes to creating these new dishes?
Well, at Think Food Group, our mission is to change the world through the power of food. And that's why we're so incredibly proud to partner with Axiom Space to have created the meals for the AX-1 multinational crew headed to the International Space Station. As Chef Jose Andres often talks about building longer tables, this is such an extraordinary opportunity to do just that, bringing together the hardworking AX-1 crew through food, reaching all the way to space.
So, as a partner on AX-1, the culinary teams at Think Food Group have developed a meal to be shared amongst the crew in space on the space station. What did you put together?
So, the partner on the food mission was born on a friendship between Chef Jose and fellow Spaniard and veteran astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria, the commander of the upcoming mission. And as a result, we really wanted to lean on the flavors and traditional dishes of their native Spain. So we've made secreto de cerdo with pisto, which is a prized cut of Iberico pork with tomatoes, onions, eggplant, and peppers. And the second meal is chicken and mushroom paella. Paella is, Spain's quintessential rice dish, and the AX-1 crew will be able to enjoy also along with that some Spanish jamón, salchichón, and Marcona almonds.
Super cool. Now, can you tell us a little bit more about the significance of those choices?
We wanted to be sure that we created meals that were not only nutrient-rich, but satisfying and really delicious. Unlike, traditional ready-to-eat meals that are designed for quick consumption. As chefs, we understand the importance of really, bold and memorable flavors and created food that you'd really want to eat anywhere in the world, or in this case, out of this world.
Exactly right. So what were some of the challenges that you faced in trying to prepare those meals for out of this world?
To make meals that are going to be traveling, for over 250 miles away, and, putting in the forefront really crew member safety, they had to be very carefully prepared. And so the AX-1 crew meals were thermostabilized through the retort process.
Now, your teams also put together a set of snacks that the crew is taking with them to enjoy at various points on their journey to the ISS. We were fortunate enough to receive a few of those extra packets, and we'd love to share a snack together with you. What do we have here?
So you're holding one of the pouches of the actual meals. So, let me see what you've got there. It looks like you might have got the pesto or the rice.
I think I have
the
the
rice.
Valencia rice with chicken.
Yes.
And I just spilled it everywhere.
There's the pesto there.
Wow, just immediately the aroma just is it's strong. It's in a very good way.
Yeah.
It's my mouth is already watering.
Well, and that's
John,
something
what do you have?
Yeah, so I've got the pork stew, and I've got to say the same. The aroma I think is really what I would appreciate if I was on orbit and opening this up for the first time. Right? We've heard so much, especially on the crew system side at Axiom, how much aroma plays into just enjoying your meal, and that can go away during your time on orbit. So I think it's a really important aspect to consider when you're preparing meals.
But also, snacks are super important. So, along with those meals, the AX-1 astronauts will also be able to enjoy some really Spanish delicacies such as jamón ibérico de bellota, jamón salchichón from Fermin, Casas de Juelo olive oil, and Marcona almonds by Albert Adria.
This is way better than I would have anticipated.
Yeah, I've got to say, this is amazing, Chef Charisse. Thank you very much for putting this together, and thank you for letting us enjoy it. I was talking earlier about the importance that aroma plays, right, and being able to enjoy your meal. And we've often heard crew members reflect on how there's really just no better way to see a world without borders up there than just simply looking out the window while on orbit and enjoying some time together. So, something as simple as sharing a meal, right, together, but while looking back at home, can really be a pivotal step in coming to that realization together. So thank you very much for putting this together for our crew. Thank you for working with them. And thank you for joining us today and letting us enjoy this together. So we wish you and the Think Food Group as much success as possible, and we look forward to hearing how it turns out on orbit.
Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing us to be part of such a momentous day.
Thank you for sharing that with us. It was awesome.
Yeah. Well,
after you.
I was going to say, at Axiom, we are hard at work building the next destination in low Earth orbit. And Axiom Station is being designed as a true continuation and evolution of the International Space Station. So much gained over the last 20 plus years in orbit. Axiom's goal is to build upon the successes and lessons learned over that time while bridging the gap between the ISS and commercial spaceflight. Ultimately, allowing greater access to that knowledge and capability ensures that humans continue to benefit from time spent in low Earth orbit. Axiom's first private astronaut missions are crucial steps in learning how the relationships between government and private industry can grow and change.
The International Space Station is really an amazing engineering achievement. In the last 21 years, there's been permanent human presence in space. We've slowly progressed from capsules and vehicles that visited for a short time to places like Skylab, where we ultimately did a 90-day mission back in the 70s. Now we're on ISS for a year or more. And now it's time for the next space station.
Axiom Space is about making living and working in space commonplace. The government has forecasted a demand for flying NASA crew members to low Earth orbit to conduct basic research and furtherance of their goals of deep space exploration.
But then we also want to expand what can be done in space. 15 years from now, 20 years from now, we're going to be surrounded by objects that we can't live without that were manufactured in space.
Today, we are in the process of building our first two elements. We have subsystems in development. We have a full lab of life support hardware that we're putting through its paces. We are building a propulsion system. It's a lot of those details in developing a space station.
The first two modules are being built by our partner, Thales Alenia, and we're heading to what is called CDR, which is a critical design review. That really means that 90% of the design is done, and then you're ready to go to manufacturing. So HAB1 is that first module. It has 4 crew quarters, it has payload accommodations, and it has all of the systems required to keep crew healthy and alive. So the plan is we'll fly 4 separate modules to the ISS. When we arrive with the 4th module, it'll have what we need to be independent of the ISS.
So a lot of thought went into how do we allow it to grow. When we look at the future, we have thoughts on how we could double the number of crew every 5 years.
There's a lot of excitement here about the AX-1 mission. Everyone understands that it's a very historic mission. We are just so excited to be part of that and having our people enable this historic moment.
The AX-1 mission provides us the opportunity to refine our flight techniques and operations concepts in order to meet the higher complexity of operating a space station in orbit. That moment where we're captured and birthed to the International Space Station will be a moment that defines how we move forward as a species in low Earth orbit. This will be really the first time a fully commercial element has been part of the complex.
Axiom Station is going to allow humanity to be a multi-planet species. When we pull that off, we change the world.
And speaking of growing and expanding opportunities in low Earth orbit, this Axiom mission adds to a story that began in 2003. In Israel, Eitan Stiba is not just becoming the second Israeli astronaut in the country's history, but he is following on the legacy of Ilan Ramon. For Israel, this is a mission of peace and hope, and they have called this mission Rakia, which is a word that means the heavens or firmament in English. So to tell us a little bit more about the Rakia mission, we send you now to our good friends in Tel Aviv, Israel, who are actively monitoring today's launch efforts.
Thank you, John and Kate, and thank you for joining us here at the Rakia headquarters in Tel Aviv. I'm Omri Doron, and together with me is the Israeli team of Rakia and its partners who have worked day and night to make this mission possible. Now, all joined together for this exciting launch of AX-1 to the International Space Station. Hundreds of thousands of Israelis are watching us from their homes. In Israel, we're at a very exciting moment. For the first time in 19 years, and for only the second time in our nation's history, one of our own will be in space again, Israeli astronaut Eitan Stiba. Eitan is dedicating his journey to the Rakia mission. And what that means is that his time in space will be devoted to fulfilling the innovative ideas and creative dreams that were chosen by the people of Israel for Rakia. Every part of this Rakia mission has been developed in Israel with the goal to be impactful and innovative. For an Israeli child, this will be the first time to hear Hebrew lessons and demonstrations on the ISS. For Israeli scientists, artists, and educators, this will be a rare opportunity to perform their works in the unique microgravity environment with a home-trained astronaut. This will contribute greatly to international and Israeli research industries. Now, during the next 10 days, thousands will visit this venue and get to know the story of Rakia and AX-1. Here, our Rakia Mission Control Center will provide a unique opportunity for visitors to see behind the scenes of human spaceflight throughout Eitan Stiba's Rakia mission. It is our hope that those who follow Eitan on his journey understand that the Rakia mission promotes professional collaborations and manifests values of peace, innovation, social responsibility, and sustainability. It strives to connect the people of Israel and the world to these values and inspire dreams of possibility, because no dream is beyond reach. Now, as we close from Tel Aviv, I'd like to present a short movie that will further highlight the significant efforts of the Rakia mission.
Just in case you find yourself leading an inspiring mission to space, here's a packing list that might help. You start with the basics. Ever-expanding dreams. Respect for borders mixed with utter disregard for them. Dozens of wishes. A poem. Your favorite soundtrack. Your biggest hopes. A hunger for miracles. Endless amounts of innovations, like brainwave measuring device, groundbreaking blood test through capillaries, and laughing in the face of lenses manufacturing capabilities. A new outlook on storms. An entire platform that pushes science forward, because there is no I in space. Dreams to be realized. Tips from friends who showed you the way. Two ounces of inspiration. Your inner child. Because the one thing that's more important than to travel light is to make sure travel enlightens an entire generation. Thousands of schools that joined the mission. your nation's brightest young inquisitive minds. A sense of humor. A prayer, just in case. A few words of wisdom. 306,757 to be exact. And another 4 to be exact. Amazing partners, local and foreign. And a big thank you to those who made it possible. Or just a big. Lakia, there is no dream beyond reach.
We're just over 63 minutes away from launch. Everything continues to go well out at Pad 39A for the XEM-1 mission, flight to the International Space Station. Right now, Falcon 9 team is in the middle of the fuel bleed through the Merlin engines. That's going well. We've also done checkouts on the first and second stages. We're doing some final data checks. That's also looking good. Up on the Dragon capsule, you can see the crew access arm. The seal from the white room has actually been deflated. You can see it's pulled away a little bit. We're getting ready for the advanced team to leave the pad at about T-minus 1 hour. So they're on track right now to close out. We did have a good side hatch leak check. And so we're doing just the very last steps to get the capsule ready for flight and then leave the pad. And of course, in the background, as you can see on the monitors or on your screens, it's blue skies over Kennedy Space Center, Pad 39A. Weather's looking good both in the local area as well as when we head northeast towards the space station. The ascent trajectory looks good. So at T-minus 1 hour and 2 minutes, all systems are go.
All right, well, you're looking at a live view of the Falcon 9 rocket and Dragon spacecraft that is in the final stages of preparation to launch the world's first all-private astronaut mission to the International Space Station in just over 1 hour from now. Today's launch marks the next step in evolution of the human spaceflight story. This is the first of a number of planned private astronaut missions, or PAMs, by Axiom Space to the International Space Station, and it represents the culmination of years of hard work between both government and private entities to open up the doors to low Earth orbit. My name is John Rackham, and I am the Crew Systems Deputy Manager at Axiom Space, based out of Houston, Texas.
For awareness, we are cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
All right, just some back and forth there between the crew and the core. My name is Kate Tice. I'm the Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. With our coverage now expanding to NASA television, I'd like to welcome friend from NASA, Dan Hewitt, coming to us from Johnson Space Center over at Houston, Texas. Hey, Dan.
Hey Kate, great to see you and the Johns. We're excited to join and get this milestone mission off the ground.
Liftoff time is still holding, for 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time, and currently tracking no issues with Falcon 9 or Dragon. The range remains green, and as you can see there with that shot, the weather is definitely cooperating.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day for launch.
What a gorgeous shot. Now, over the last 3 hours, Axiom astronauts Michael Lopez Alegria, Larry Connor, Mark Pathy, and Eitan Stiba donned their SpaceX suits in our new suit-up room, and were then transported to the pad where our crew entered the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft that you see there live on your screen.
Right, and since arriving at the spacecraft, our crews were helped by the closeout engineers or advanced team to get into their seats, attach their suits to special umbilicals that provide breathing air and a communication link to Dragon systems. And at that point, they conducted successful leak checks and communication checks with the core here in Hawthorne, which is the person dedicated to speaking directly to the crew throughout the mission.
The closeout team then sealed the hatch, which also gets its own leak check. Unfortunately, that leak check didn't pass the first time, so we opened it back up, wiped it down, and performed that leak check again. And that second one was good. That leak check is closed. Or excuse me, that side hatch is now closed. Moments from now, the closeout team will depart the pad while weather operators kick off their final check on wind speeds at the pad before the final go, no-go for launch. But before we get to that final go, no-go, the SpaceX team will do an internal poll, making sure conditions are ready with Falcon 9, Dragon, the crew, the range, and the weather. Let's pause now and watch watch the closeout crew as they finalize their preparations there on the pad. As you can see, the crew there on the right-hand side of your screen continuing to wait. Another 57 minutes until we lift off from pad 39A, which you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen. We can confirm that the closeout team has departed the access arm there, so that's good news. Now, as the countdown continues, let's take a moment to get reacquainted with our crew today.
So the AX-1 mission is commanded by retired NASA astronaut Michael Lopez Alegria, a Spanish-American who was born in Madrid, Spain, and is also called Mission Viejo, California, as well as Boston, Massachusetts home. Michael is a U.S. Navy captain and has flown 3 times aboard the space shuttle and once aboard Soyuz, so he has quite a bit of flight pedigree. He has conducted 10 spacewalks in his career, accumulating 67 hours and 40 minutes total in the vacuum of space. Both of these landmarks are NASA records. In 2021, he was inducted into the Astronaut Hall of Fame. You might hear us call him MLA a few times around here, so if you like acronyms, here's a new one for you.
The pilot for AX-1 is Larry Connor from Dayton, Ohio. Larry is an entrepreneur, nonprofit activist, investor. He's won aerobatic flying competitions and has summited both Mount Kilimanjaro and Mount Rainier. Through AX-1, he'll become the first private pilot to reach the ISS. He'll also become the first human to reach
Dragon
both...
SpaceX, you are go for section 6 of 4.100. When ready, report go for launch.
That's in work, SpaceX.
All right, so just some back and forth with SpaceX core Arthur Berrialt and the crew, continuing to work through our procedures. Ultimately, next check will be to make sure that the crew inside Dragon Endeavour are go for launch.
Yeah.
Back to our pilot, Larry Connor. As I said, he will also become the first human to reach both the deepest ocean depths and enter the bounds of outer space within 1 year. That's just crazy to me. Larry has been actively involved with the Mayo Clinic and the Cleveland Clinic for many years, helping to understand the effects of aging. This mission will add a new dimension.
Go for launch.
Copy that, Endeavour. Crews go for launch.
All right. So that is fantastic news. That's basically 4 thumbs up inside Crew Dragon right now. So really good news there.
Yeah. So continuing out our crew, moving on to Mission Specialist 1, Eitan Stiba will become the second Israeli ever to fly to space. In many ways, today's mission is a return to flight for the nation of Israel after the Columbia tragedy in 2003. Eitan served for more than 4 decades as a fighter pilot in the Israeli Air Force, where he received the Distinguished Aviator Medal, and today he is an impact investor and philanthropist. In collaboration with the Ramon Foundation, the Israel Space Agency, and the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology, and the Ministry of Education, Stiba will fly to the ISS under the Rakia banner and the maxim, "There is no dream beyond reach." During his time on the ISS, Stiba will facilitate scientific experiments, educational outreach, and one of my personal favorites, artistic activities.
Mark Pathy is an entrepreneur, investor, and philanthropist, as well as mission specialist number 2 on this AX-1 mission. Pathy is currently the Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of Montreal-based Maverick, a privately owned investment and financing company he founded that focuses on innovation and social impact. As a strong believer in the importance of philanthropy, Pathy is a member of the boards and executive committees of the Montreal Children's Hospital Foundation, Dans LaRue, and the Pathy Family Foundation. Through the AX-1 mission, Pathy will become Canada's second private astronaut and the 12th Canadian to go to space.
All right, well, you've seen the vehicle, you've met the crew, you've heard some good calls on our way to launch, and we're just within the hour. So let's send you over now to NASA's Johnson Space Center, where Dan Hewitt is following the launch prep from Mission Control in Houston. Dan, over to you.
Hey, thanks, John. And the team behind me flying the space station, the crew on board, they're ready to get this first private astronaut mission off the ground. Back in 2019, NASA took steps to open the station up for business, issuing a directive to enable new commercial activity on board, including private astronaut missions. And all of this is done with the goal of building a robust economy in low Earth orbit. Now, why does NASA want to do that? Well, we're very aware that there is untapped potential in that space just outside of our atmosphere, and low Earth orbit can be a first step towards unlocking limitless possibilities.
On this July 20th, 1969.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Greatness.
Boy. We're gonna be busy.
Cannot always be seized in a moment. Sometimes it requires a first step. A step into the unknown. Not knowing the path, but understanding the goal. Believing that the first step leads to greatness. We've touched the sky. Believing it will lead to new worlds. We've left our home, believing in a brighter future. We've come together, believing in shared goals. We've stayed and learned, believing in benefits for all. We take the first step time and time again, because we've witnessed its benefits and believe in its potential. So we're expanding and enabling this step for others to push humanity further as we prepare for the next giant leap. We'll always need this first step. We're here to stay. And now is the time to join us.
And low Earth orbit is that first step, and for NASA, we're in it for the long haul. For the last more than 20 years, we've shown that you can get incredible value from doing research and technology demonstrations in low Earth orbit on the station. And along the way, we've continually increased our work with commercial organizations, flying research, payloads, entire facilities, experiments, and working with U.S. companies to fly cargo and crew to the station, the latter of those laying the groundwork for the mission we're seeing about to launch today. And we're continuing to look ahead onto the horizon, working with companies like Axiom and others to get a jump start on developing new destinations in low Earth orbit where future astronauts, and not just those from NASA, will be able to go and explore and do research just outside of our atmosphere. So we've got our sights on the horizon, and our ultimate goal is for NASA to become one of many customers in this new economy in low Earth orbit as we set our sights on deep space exploration, heading back to the moon and beyond under the Artemis program. Now, the AX-1 mission's a good example of the public and private partnerships that are going to make that future vision a reality. But to take a little bit deeper of a dive, let's jump over now to my colleague, Megan Cruz, who's standing by at Kennedy Space Center with NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Over to you, Megan.
Good morning to you, Dan, and good morning, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Great to have you here, as always.
Good morning.
Well, I wanted to talk to you because we know that one of NASA's goals has been to enable commercial efforts in space. With today's Axiom-1 mission, the first all-private crew to the International Space Station, what does today represent for the agency?
We're taking commercial business off the face of the Earth and putting it up in space. And that's one of our main programs now, because we want to get NASA out of low Earth orbit and go explore the heavens. We want to direct our energy and our resources to do that, because we're going back to the moon and we're going to Mars. And so we want, for example, we're going to continue the space station for another 8 years.
Yep.
We want to have commercial space stations. NASA wants to become the ability to lease space on a commercial space station instead of having the responsibility of the space station.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about that, because I know that we've seen success with commercial cargo missions, commercial crew missions. Are commercial stations next?
Indeed. Well, that's what we're doing today. We are bringing a commercial company to our ISS. We are then going to have them attach a commercial module to the International Space Station. And then we're encouraging the building. We've got initiatives out there in private industry right now to build a commercial space station. And then all of our international partners on the space station, we're taking with us out into, for example, lunar orbit. The Gateway, which is like a space station in lunar orbit, is going to be a number of nations landing on the moon. We're going to have other nations participate as well.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of partnerships going forward with NASA to accomplish some of the big goals that we have.
Well, as it should be, because our program is internationally, and when we go to Mars, there's going to be a delegation from planet Earth.
Are you excited for today's launch?
Oh, is the Pope Catholic?
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Administrator. I really appreciate you being here, and I hope you enjoyed today's launch.
Thanks a lot.
All right, back to you guys at Hawthorne.
We're at T-minus 46 minutes, 10 seconds. We've just heard from the SpaceX launch director.
Brief the CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto sequence and immediately proceed into launch abort. In T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise the launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent occurring per Dragon manual escape flight rules. For those operators in firing up 4, in the event of a fire alarm, key operators noted in 57.83 will remain at their post while the alarm is evaluated. In the event that personnel safety is threatened, evacuate to the south-facing emergency exit, which leads directly outside. Firing up 4 and MCCX will go into a sterile cockpit and lock down for the duration of the time the launch escape system is armed. Launch control at this time, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement. Over that, arming crew arm for movement.
T-minus 45 minutes and counting. You've just heard the SpaceX launch director give the final execution instructions to the launch team.
Access arm retraction started.
We're ready for propellant load. That'll begin in about 10 minutes. Before that, we've got crew access arm to retract happening now, and then arming of the launch escape system. Everything continues to look good for an on-time launch of Falcon 9 with Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon SpaceX for tablets.
Go ahead, Arthur.
As we prepare to step into LES arming, I need you to verify that the elastic bands are over the corners of all of the iPads in the vehicle.
Roger, stand by. SpaceX Endeavor, Arthur, I can confirm that the elastic band on the satchels are around the tablets and also.
All right, copy that. Thank you, MLA. And for awareness, that last call came in pretty quiet, so if you could speak up on the upcoming calls, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, we'll give you an update here. Inside of 43 minutes, crew access arm has retracted from the Dragon spacecraft. Next up, we've got launch escape system arming. And then at T-minus 45 minutes, or T-minus 35 minutes, we'll begin loading propellant onto the Falcon 9. So right now, Falcon 9's go, Dragons go. Weather looks good, and the range areas are also cleared for launch. So Kate, John, everything is looking good. Inside of 42 minutes, everything continues to go well. Waiting now for launch escape system arming.
Endeavor, SpaceX for launch escape system.
Go ahead, Arthur.
All right, MLA, at this time I can give you a go to step through section 7 of 4.100, close visors and arm the launch escape system.
That should work. SpaceX Endeavor, visors are closed. We are arming the launch escape system.
Dragon SpaceX launch escape system is verified armed.
Copy, SpaceX.
All right, there you heard it. The launch escape system is now armed. You can see there the crew in their seats with the visors down. Launch escape system, is the first of its kind escape system. It provides escape capability all the way to orbit. It's a really important function to have. Obviously, no intention of using it today, but that's what those call-outs were there back and forth that we just heard.
Right, and as we heard earlier too from Administrator Bill Nelson, the importance of low Earth orbit. So speaking of just how valuable low Earth orbit is, the crew of AX-1 will be conducting a tremendous amount of science over the course of their 8 days on board the ISS. And not only does that include 25 Axiom-managed studies, but it also includes the Axiom crew participating in efforts that extend far beyond this mission. Some of those we actually looked at earlier. One of these broader studies is a series of health monitoring tests before and after the flight. A few days ago, I was able to connect with Dr. Emmanuel Riquetta to talk about the ongoing research this crew will participate in on behalf of the Translation Research Institute for Space Health, also known as TRISH. Here's our conversation.
Dr. Riquetta, welcome. It is wonderful to get to talk to you. Please introduce yourself and tell us, what is TRISH?
Absolutely. My name is Emmanuel Riquetta, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer at the Translational Research Institute for Space Health. And I'm also faculty at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas. The Translational Research Institute for Space Health, or TRISH, we're partners to the Human Research Program at NASA. And one of our main goals is to find and fund new disruptive research that is high risk but potentially high reward, with the end goal of keep humans healthy both in space and on Earth. And we have been working with commercial spaceflight missions since last year, and Axiom 1 is our 4th commercial spaceflight mission.
That's really fascinating. Can you tell us a little bit more about your primary areas of focus or what you're studying on this mission?
Yeah, so TRISH focuses mainly on the high priority areas of human spaceflight research. And I would say the 3 highest priority areas are radiation, behavioral issues that come from being isolated and confined in space. And the third one is how your body changes while you're in a different gravity field, either a zero-G environment like in space, or during different gravity fields when you are in the moon or Mars.
Okay, interesting. So what kind of systems or hardware are you working with specifically to capture this data?
For this mission, the hardware that we're using is absolutely optimized to provide, number one, the highest quality data, while being still easy to use, easy to implement, and being the lowest burden to the astronauts. So to collect all of this data, for example, vision changes, we have been using a small device, is roughly the size of a shoebox that you can see here. I have this here with me. So this is basically like having an optometrist on a box. Basically, the only thing that you have to do is just grab it, put it on your eyes, look at an object that is roughly 6 feet away from you, and after a few seconds, you get a prescription of your glasses as right here. So as I was saying, if there's any changes on astronauts during these missions, we'll be able to see how that changes with this device. We're also looking, I was mentioning, at behavioral changes, how being in an isolated and confined environment has any behavioral aspects. And for this one, we have been using a small tablet like this one, also to test the sensory motor adaptation, the balance disorders, and the space motion sickness. We're using a device like this. And for each of the crew members, we have a set of hardware like this, and it fits. The 4 sets of hardware fits on a medium-sized suitcase. So it is really easy to move wherever it needs to go for launch and landing.
That's wonderful. So what are some of the intended outcomes or goals of the research you're doing?
Yeah, so some of the outcomes and one of the main applications, number one for spaceflight that we want to get from this research is that short duration missions like Axiom 1 are very, very relevant in the context of Artemis missions. When we go back to the moon, the first missions are going to be roughly the same duration as Axiom 1. So anything new that we learn from these missions is going to be absolutely valuable. Really, every new piece of data that we collect in spaceflight could potentially solve and be that last piece of the puzzle that we're looking to complete what we need to know.
Well, Dr. Riquetta, thank you so much for speaking with us today. We wish you the best of luck.
It is my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, we are about 30 minutes out from launch of the historic AX-1 mission. It has taken an enormous effort from an incredibly dedicated and hardworking team to get to this moment. And that team wanted to take an opportunity to wish the crew of AX-1 well and Godspeed.
Hey X1, we're so happy for you guys and just want to let you know we've got you here on the ground in mission control, so fly high and have some fun.
From all of us here at the Integrated Performance Team, we want to wish you luck on your pioneering mission to the ISS and hope to see you in a couple years when AX-H1 launches.
It is not only an immense honor to get to watch your monumental mission, but also to have been able to support you on your journey towards this day as well.
Hey guys, can't wait for this mission. We put a lot of hard work in. We're excited for you all to have a great time up there, and good luck.
Thank you for helping set an important precedence ahead of a very bright future.
Good luck, AX-1 crew. Let's conquer space.
Hasta pronto.
Woo!
We want to send you all off with good wishes in this incredible journey. Godspeed.
It has been such an honor to watch and support you guys as you prepare for this moment. I'm so proud of each one of you for the dedication, the long hours, and the hard work you put into making this a meaningful mission.
Hello, Axiom astronauts. Thanks for stepping up to the plate for this amazing journey.
You guys have trained hard, you've waited a long time, and this is now happening. Safe travels on this historic mission for the first private astronauts to go to the ISS. It's happening. Wave to us from up above because we'll be thinking of you from down below.
We're the Axiom Safety Team. We just want you to know that we are really proud of you and we've got your back. We're wishing you a safe and successful mission, and we'll see you when you get back on the ground.
Hi guys, we're the Axiom Soft Goods team, and we just want to wish you a good mission and get back safely.
It's a real pleasure to be talking with you guys right now, and we're super excited for you. I'm here to cheer you on along with the entire Crew Systems team. Yay. Thanks for everything you're doing.
I wish you all the very best, the greatest of success, and the most fun and the most challenging, interesting thing in your life. Go big and enjoy your time on the ISS. We'll see you back on the ground.
Hey guys, I am so proud of the Axiom 1 crew. It's so fun to be a part of something bigger than you and to contribute. Most important thing to remember, guys, take some time to look out the window and appreciate where you are. It's space.
We're T-minus 31 minutes and 40 seconds, counting down to the first all-private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. Now, a few minutes ago, Falcon 9 propellant loading began on time at T-minus 35 minutes. RP-1 fuel loading is underway on both the first and second stages. Liquid oxygen loading is underway on the first stage. Now, we'll finish up fuel loading on the second stage at about T-minus 20 minutes, doesn't take very long, and then we'll begin loading liquid oxygen on the second stage at about T-minus 16 and a half minutes. We'll continue propellant loading on Falcon 9 up until about T-minus 2 minutes. Now, speaking of propellants, the Dragon spacecraft was loaded with its propellants about a week and a half ago, just a few miles down the road from the launch site at what we call Dragonland. In order to fly, Dragon needs a fuel and an oxidizer.
Start of stage 1 cryohelium loading.
For the fuel, we use monomethylhydrazine, or MMH, and nitrogen tetroxide, or NTO, for oxidizer. Now together, these propellants feed the Draco engines that will maneuver Dragon on orbit, changing its attitude, raising its orbit to get to the space station. But that propellant also serves a second purpose, and that would be to use in the 8 Super Draco engines that would power the launch escape system in an escape scenario. But right now on pad 39A, nice view of Falcon 9 with Dragon there. You can see the crew access arm has retracted away from the Dragon spacecraft. The 4-person crew is inside Dragon right now. The launch escape system is armed. Propellant is going into the Falcon 9. So since we are at this stage with the launch escape system armed, that means the 8 Super Draco engines inside the Crew Dragon are ready, if needed, to launch the capsule away from the Falcon 9 rocket in an instant, should there be any kind of emergency associated with the rocket or the pad. We have the ability to use a launch escape system right now if it was needed. A couple other status items. Weather, as you can see, looks good. Probability of violating the launch commit criteria is less than 10%. The only thing we're watching is wind gusts, but we believe, having seen the wind for the last several hours, everything continues to look good. That should not be an issue. Weather is also good in the Atlantic Ocean should we need to use a launch escape splashdown site for the Dragon capsule. We've also got upper altitude winds we've been checking out. Balloons have been released by the range here recently. We continue to look good for upper altitudes as Falcon 9 flies through the periods of maximum dynamic pressure. And finally, on the range, of course, we have cleared the danger areas, the hazard, the caution areas. Everybody's out of there except the 4-person crew up in the Dragon capsule, very top of the rocket you can see in the picture. So coming up, T-minus 28 minutes, 30 seconds, everything continuing to look good on Falcon 9 with Dragon for the Axiom 1 mission.
Let's take a moment now to get acquainted with the vehicles that you see there on your screen. That's a live view of Falcon 9 with Dragon, our spacecraft on top. Falcon 9 rocket is a rocket, Falcon 9 rocket with the Dragon spacecraft on top. Together stands about 215 feet, which is almost 30 feet taller than the Leaning Tower of Pisa in Italy, which is 183 feet. Falcon 9 is a reusable 2-stage liquid-fueled rocket, which means that it's kind of like 2 rockets in one, the first stage and the second stage.
Very cool. So talking a bit about that first stage. The first stage is the bottom 2/3 of the vehicle that you see there. Has that nice patina. It's been reused a little bit. It's covered in soot from a previous mission. That first stage is responsible for accelerating Falcon and Dragon through the Earth's atmosphere and into space. To do that, it has 9 Merlin engines at the bottom of that first stage. Prior to liftoff, the Falcon 9 first stage is loaded up with nearly 1 million pounds of fuel and liquid oxygen, and the Merlin engines on the first stage are optimized for sea level. These achieve 190,000 pounds of thrust during ascent and descent. The first stage accelerates the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere into space and then separates the rest of the rocket at about 2.5 minutes into flight.
From there, the first stage will do what no other orbital-class rocket in the world can do. It'll make its way back to Earth and target a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of gravitas, which you see there on your screen. The seas look great. The blue skies, I don't think it could be any more picture perfect.
No, it's like a desktop right there, I think.
Our drone ships are essentially autonomous, powered spaceports that allow our rocket to land over the ocean. For reference, our drone ships are equivalent to the size of a football field. So while it may have looked kind of small on your screen, they're actually pretty ginormous in real life.
It's got to be to hold a rocket, right? As mentioned previously, Falcon 9 is a 2-stage rocket. It's 2 rockets in one. Above the first stage is the second stage. Now, the second stage has a single Merlin vacuum, or MVAC, engine, which ignites after the first stage separates.
Cryo-helium loading.
Now, the second stage is essentially a smaller version of the first stage, and whereas the first stage is designed to power the vehicle out of Earth's atmosphere and the forces of gravity, the second stage is specifically designed to operate in the vacuum of space. The second stage powers the Dragon spacecraft to its specific targeted drop-off point in orbit.
The Dragon spacecraft is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond, but for today's mission, it is carrying 4 members of the Axiom 1 crew. It is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the space station and the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth. Like the Falcon 9 rocket, the Dragon spacecraft is also reusable. Today will be the 3rd flight to space for this Dragon spacecraft that the Axiom 1 crew is flying in today. The previous flights for this capsule supported were recently the Crew 2 mission, and before that, the Demo 2 mission, which was our first human spaceflight mission. Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Now, as we await T0 in just under 25 minutes, the ground operations teams are doing a series of system checks to make sure both Dragon and Falcon 9 are ready for launch. Let's take a look at what the ascent portion of this mission will look like.
Right, so once we hit T-minus 0, we will watch Falcon 9 and Dragon lift off from historic launch pad 39A and make their ascent. At about 50 seconds into flight, Falcon 9's engines will throttle down to help pass through the period of maximum dynamic pressure on the rocket, or what we typically refer to as max Q. It's worth noting that once we hit max Q, the vehicle will be going supersonic.
Once we're through the period of maximum dynamic pressure, we can throttle up our Merlin engines again. From there, at about 2.5 minutes into flight, we have a series of 3 events that happen in rapid succession. The first of which is MECO, or main engine cutoff. This is where all 9 Merlin engines shut off in preparation for stage separation, which, as the name suggests, that is where the first stage detaches from the second stage, with the first stage making its way back to Earth for landing as the second stage continues on its journey with the third event.
Right, now SES-1, or Second Engine Start 1, is where the Merlin vacuum engine lights up and propels the second stage, along with our AX-1 crew, into orbit. As Stage 2 heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, Stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first stage is the entry burn, where 3 of the Merlin 1D engines will reignite and then shut down. This helps to slow the stage down in preparation for entry back into Earth's atmosphere.
While the first stage is heading back to Earth, the second stage will cut off its singular Merlin engine that was ignited right after stage separation. Once this happens, we'll wait for confirmation of good orbital insertion. About 90 seconds after Dragon gets into orbit, Falcon 9 will land back on Earth. The landing burn, which is a single engine burn, will bring the vehicle's speed down rapidly in order to land on the drone ship at about 9.5 minutes into the mission.
And while Falcon 9's first stage is landing, Dragon is preparing to separate from the second stage. At about 3 minutes after the second stage gets into orbit, we should have a great view of Dragon with its 4-person crew drifting away from the second stage. Now, once Dragon is a short distance away, it will begin checking out its Draco maneuvering thrusters to make sure Dragon continues to increase separation distance from the second stage.
And lastly, the nose cone deploy sequence will initiate just before T plus 12 minutes and finish around T plus 15 minutes. And this sequence will expose Dragon's docking mechanism in advance of its arrival at the International Space Station. So, as you can tell, it's a pretty jam-packed 12 minutes.
Yeah, pay attention. Pay close attention to what you're listening to.
Don't blink. With all of that in mind, let's head back over to Dan Hewitt for an update from the ISS team over at Johnson Space Center. Dan?
Hey, thanks, Kate. Now, inside the room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, Flight Director Scott Stover is leading the teams right now. But just about 4 hours ago, NASA Flight Director Diane Daly gave a go on behalf of the combined ISS team to the SpaceX mission director, just saying that ISS, or the space station, was go for launch. Now, to get there, we've got a list of flight rules, basically just guidelines for all of the major systems we have to make sure are functioning on board station before we can give a go to launch another crew up there. So we're looking at everything from those core critical command and control computers, verifying we have a good communication path through our tracking and data relay satellites, ensuring that the atmosphere, all of the life support systems on board are functioning, even the mechanical systems like the docking port where this mission is headed. So we're expecting today's flight to be about a 20.5-hour journey from launch to docking, with the Crew Dragon Endeavour headed towards the Node 2 Zenith. That's the space-facing port on the top of Node 2, the Harmony module on board the station. And once they get there, they're going to get welcomed by the Expedition 67 crew, which is made up of 7 individuals right now, 4 from our SpaceX through Crew 3 mission with 3 NASA astronauts and 1 ESA European astronaut, and they're joined by 3 cosmonauts that just arrived on station about 2 weeks ago. Now, so it's going to take them about 20.5 hours to get there. That docking right now is targeted for 11:45 GMT on Saturday. That's 6:45 a.m. here in Houston, 4:45 for the teams over in Hawthorne. And so once they get there, they'll be able to get out of their suits on board the Dragon spacecraft, while the team on board station moves into what's known as the hatch operations. Station Commander Tom Marchand is going to be pressurizing that small area between Dragon and the station hatches. And we expect it to be a little under 2 hours from docking to hatch open, and then we'll welcome the AX-1 crew on board the space station. So a lot to come with that 20.5-hour journey, but all that's going to start with a launch. So I'll send it back over to Hawthorne as we get into the final phases of the countdown. Back over to you, John.
Right. Well, Dan, as you mentioned, it all starts with the launch. And Kate, it's looking like it's getting pretty busy here. People are excited about seeing a launch, right?
Yeah, we're just now under 20 minutes until liftoff. As you could probably tell by the noise, the crew here, excuse me, the crowd here in Hawthorne, we're at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California, is starting to gather just beyond mission control here in the building. And you might be able to tell by the ambient noise, in addition to the live production noises that you also hear. You know, we are in a rocket factory. But yeah, you can see there the crowd is starting to grow behind the team there at Hawthorne Mission Control. Now, we saw Dan speaking earlier from Mission Control in Johnson. There is a Mission Control Center in Florida where the SpaceX teams are also gathered in firing room 4. And then we have the Mission Control Center here. There's a shot of our firing room 4 there in Florida at Cape Canaveral. You can just barely make out pad 39A there in the distance there through the window. Might be wondering why all the different mission control rooms. The one in Johnson, as Dan was saying, that's really mission control for the International Space Station and those operations. The control room that you see there is for everything leading up to launch. As soon as Falcon 9 lifts off, responsibility and control transfers to Mission Control Center here in Hawthorne. So just a quick explanation for why so many rooms with computers.
Exactly. Yeah, and in addition to all the teams gathering here, we've got teams of our own gathering in Houston at Axiom headquarters. You can see there on your screen Axiom Mission Control with the lovely Axiom family behind them looking in proudly. All right, well, Dan mentioned that, first we have launch, then we got rendezvous and docking, and then we've got 8 days of jam-packed activity on the ISS.
So busy.
Yeah, and docking day it's not just a ride to space, right? You get up there, you open that hatch, and crew is working. I got a little chance to look at some of their timeline, and as soon as they open that door, they are getting invited in, they are getting trained on some emergency procedures, and then stepping right into payload activities, stowage transfers, and just generally getting acclimated, but they're working before they go to sleep, and the work doesn't stop there.
It sounds a lot like everything leading up to launch itself. Everything is scheduled, planned. Even, we know that even sleep time is scheduled on the ISS. And something that's incredible to me is that not only do you have work to do, your science experiments and that kind of stuff, not only do you have to get some sleep,
or you can,
you also have to exercise, right? The exercise time, which can be a couple hours.
Stage 2 LOX load is started.
All right, so good news there. We have begun LOX load, liquid oxygen loading on second stage. So that is currently underway for first and second stage, as well as loading of RP1, which is our fuel on both first and second stages.
Right, and again, some of those things that he talked about, it's all following a timeline, right? And we are listening for those important cues along the way that we're hearing on these nets or on the loops, listening for where are we along in that timeline, so we know exactly where we are in terms for launch as we count down at just T-minus 15 from launch.
Yeah, so I'm looking at my dashboard here. It looks like fuel load on second stage is now complete. So we're beginning that LOX load as we just heard. LOX load and fuel load continues on first stage. Axiom crew continuing to wait, following along with everything happening there with the touchscreen displays there above them, as well as their tablets strapped to their legs.
Right.
Everything continuing to look nominal for liftoff in just about 15 minutes.
And as we approach that liftoff, in these final moments of our countdown to launch, Axiom Space founders Cam Gaffarian and Mike Suffredini wanted to take a moment to reflect on this mission.
Well, this moment for me and Michael is a very special moment in a beginning of many beginnings, right? The launch of AX-1 going to International Space Station as part of our journey to build the first private commercial space station. And we're so grateful to be here and delighted at this moment as part of this incredible journey to commercialize and privatize low Earth orbit.
On behalf of Cam and I, we'd like to thank the entire team that's made this historic journey possible. The SpaceX team in particular has done a tremendous job of prepping our crew for a launch on their transportation vehicle. The crew itself has done a fantastic job of getting themselves ready and planning their research. NASA, of course, we can't do this without NASA's leadership and support. And to each of you in the Axiom Space family, we couldn't have done it without you. We're looking forward to a bright future together.
T-minus 14 minutes, 7 seconds, and continuing to count down. Everything is still looking good for launch of Falcon 9 and Dragon. That'll occur 17 minutes and 12 seconds after the hour. As a recap, Falcon 9 began propellant loading at T-minus 35 minutes. We just heard loading of the RP-1 fuel. The kerosene fuel onto stage 2 was completed right on time at T-minus 20 minutes. We've still got fuel going onto the first stage. Looks like we're about 90% or so full right now. Fuel loading will finish up at T-minus 6 minutes, and we'll hear that call out in the countdown. Meanwhile, densified liquid oxygen is continuing to load onto both the first and second stages. First stage will close out at T-minus 3 minutes. The second stage, we just began loading liquid oxygen at T-minus 16 and a half minutes just a few minutes ago. That'll wrap up at the T-minus 2 minute mark. Now we load the liquid oxygen as late as we can in the countdown. It's densified, that means it's ultra cold, well below the boiling point of liquid oxygen. That lets us put as much as we can on the vehicle for performance, and getting it on board the vehicle just before liftoff means it won't warm up, where you start to lose the ability to put liquid oxygen onto the stages, into the tank. In the quantities we want. So it stays nice and cold, it doesn't bleed off, and that gives us the performance we need on Falcon 9. Continuing on, Falcon 9, checkouts of the thrust vector controllers, what we call TVC wiggles, you may hear that term, they're coming up. We're also going to be doing throttle valve checkouts on the Merlin engines. That helps control the power of the engines as we go through flight. For example, you hear a throttle down or throttle up as we prepare for the period of maximum dynamic pressure. As we come up on the 12-minute mark, the range continues to be go. Roadblocks are up, all the hazard areas are clear. Airspace, sea space is good. The weather is go. Beautiful shots you can see here, blue skies. I'm looking forward to some great views from the cameras as we head into space. And then finally on the Dragon side, the Dragon mission director and team, they're reporting no issues. We've done the communication checkouts with the crew. You can see the crew axis arm has retracted into the launch position. You can see Dragon now with the strung back of the transport erector and the umbilicals going to Dragon alongside of it. We've also armed the launch escape system, and obviously the crew is strapped in the Dragon capsule and they're ready to go. Final instructions of the crew will come in about a minute and a half at T-minus 10. We'll listen to that. The crew displays will be configured for launch, and that setup will give the crew insight into how the launch is proceeding, and it provides constant updates on vehicle health. The T-minus 5 minutes will be in the terminal count for Dragon. Dragon will transition to internal power, going to its onboard batteries and off of the external ground power. We're going to hear continued callouts on the countdown net as we go from T-minus 10 to 0, and then as we fly after T0 and liftoff, we'll hear callouts as we head into space. And that'll be letting the crew know as they reach each of the milestones. Now, next big event coming up at T-minus 10 minutes is we're going to do launch commit criteria, and final instructions will be going to the crew. One other thing that you will hear is during ascent you may hear 1 Alpha, 1 Bravo, 2 Alpha. These are launch escape states. As the Falcon 9 flies, if a launch escape was required, the crew on board knows where they are passing various points in the countdown, and that would tell Dragon what sequence of events to execute to come off of the Falcon 9 and bring the crew back safely down under the parachutes in the ocean. Right now, T-minus 10 minutes. Let's listen in to the countdown now.
Dragon, SpaceX, confirmed crew displays are configured for launch. SpaceX Endeavour, we confirm they're configured.
Copy MLA, and on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we're honored to have you aboard Endeavour for its third flight to the International Space Station. Axiom 1 marks a new step in commercial spaceflight and research. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Thanks for those words, Arthur. I've got a few of my own. I'm going to let my crewmate Eitan say it first, though.
שלום. כמה ימים לפני שאנחנו מציינים את המסע הגדול שלנו לחירות, and a few minutes before launching on this journey, I wish to share with you the words of the Greek poet Constantine Cavafy that well describe the perspective of our marvelous crew. Keep Ithaca always in your mind. Arriving there is what you are destined for, but do not hurry the journey at all. Better if it lasts for years. So you are old by the time you reach the island, wealthy with all you have gained on the way, not expecting Ithaca to make you rich. Ithaca gave you this marvelous journey. בהצלחה X1, בהצלחה רקיע.
Thank you, Eitan. I'm going to continue far less elegantly or eloquently, but as we sit here on the precipice of this new era in human spaceflight, we do so on the shoulders of professionals at SpaceX, NASA, and Axiom. We want to thank all the teams at SpaceX, Falcon 9, Dragon, the launch team, of course, closeout team, all of the folks in mission control, and of course our training teams. With NASA, boy, it's been tough. You know, the first time is always hard, and there's no playbook. It's all open field running, but with ISS program, commercial LEO development, and flight operations, we've learned a lot, and we'll continue to do so. We want to thank Cam and Suf for their vision, but especially all the people at Axiom for putting this mission together with the amount of miracles that they perform. All of you, make no mistake, are the men and the women in the arena. Your faces are marred, if metaphorically, by the dust, sweat, and blood, and you strive valiantly. You will have no place with the cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. The crew of the great ship Endeavour is ready to sail her proudly, Arthur.
Some heartfelt words there.
Stage 1 engine chill has started.
All right, so there was the call that we have begun to chill the engines on the first stage. So what we're doing right now is flowing a little bit of the super chilled liquid oxygen through the turbo pumps on those M1D engines. There's 9 of them at the base of the first stage. And that's essentially bringing them down to the temperature of that super chilled liquid oxygen to prevent any thermal shock to the hardware. Just before that call, some really heartfelt words from Commander MLA and Mission Specialist Eitan Stiba. Really love hearing that commentary.
Stage 1 RP load is complete.
At this point in time, fuel is fully loaded on both the first and second stage. LOX loading continues on both stages.
Coming up on 5.5 minutes. Kate's let us know that we've got the fuel load complete. Next is coming up. We're T-minus 5 minutes. Dragon will be transitioning configuration for terminal count and going on its internal battery power. Everything continues to look good as we're counting down.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressing for strong back retract.
You've heard the call out. We're pressurizing the tanks for strong back retract. We'll hear a sequence momentarily. Strong back is retracting. Actually, that's the start of about a 1 minute sequence. In about T-minus 4 minutes, the clamp arms that you can see there will open, and then
Strong back is retracting.
And then we will see the retract from there. So we've heard the call out. That's the start of the sequence. Doesn't mean that the clamp arms are late opening. It'll take us a few more seconds.
As you can hear, the excitement and the crowd is really growing here at SpaceX headquarters at Hawthorne, California. There you can see the clamp arms have begun to open. And next we should see the strong back begin to retract. This structure is what we basically use to transport the fully integrated vehicle to and from the hangar to the launch pad. And there you can see that the strong back retraction has begun. Everything continue to look phenomenal as we're now under 3.5 minutes until launch. RP1 fuel is fully loaded on first and second stage. It should be wrapping up LOX load on the first stage momentarily and continuing to fill on second stage.
Stage 1, LOX load is complete.
We're under 3 minutes until liftoff of the Axiom 1 mission.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
All right, there we heard that Dragon is on internal power. As I was saying, we're getting close. The crowds are growing. The excitement is palpable. You can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California, just behind where John and I are. And then on the right-hand side, that looks like Axiom Mission Control.
That looks like Axiom Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Everybody's waving and saying, hey.
All right, at this point in time, that LOX load on first stage is complete. So the first stage is now fully loaded with all of its propellant. LOX load on second stage continues. As we've mentioned before,
Stage 2, LOX load is complete.
All right, so there's that call. At this point in time, Falcon 9
Dragon is in auto idle.
Dragon is fully loaded with all of its propellants, nearly 1 million pounds of that propellant.
Next event coming up
gas closeout started.
right now, the gas closeouts. We finished pressurizing the storage tanks on board the Falcon 9. They gave the crew the heads up, and they hear some loud venting noises. We're also going to vent down the liquid oxygen line that carried the LOX up to the second stage. Generates a typical large white cloud of condensation around the strong back. Big event coming up now, T-minus 1 minute, all the flight computers take over. Let's listen in to the last minute of terminal count.
FTS is armed, Falcon 9 is in startup, and now controlling.
Dragon is in countdown.
Dragon, SpaceX, go for launch.
SpaceX Endeavour, we acknowledge, go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Stop. Go Falcon, go Dragon. Godspeed, Axiom 1.
Together, a new chapter begins. Godspeed, AX-1.
Stage 1 propulsion is nominal.
T plus 38 seconds into this historic mission, flying crew on board Dragon and Falcon 9.
Alright, telemetry nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
Throttling down in the preparation for max dynamic pressure.
Falcon 9 is supersonic. XQ. Stage 1 throttle up.
Merlin 1D engines coming back up to power.
1 Bravo. Copy, 1 Bravo.
The crew calling out 1 Bravo should a escape situation arise. It tells the Dragon flight computer what profile to fly using the Super Draco engines. But everything is looking good on Falcon 9. We're getting nominal callouts from all the engineers and a great view from the ground camera and the onboard cameras.
Invac chill underway.
Beginning to chill in the second stage turbo pump in preparation for its ignition coming up in just over half a minute from now. Coming up on about 3.5 G's acceleration for the crew. We'll begin throttling down the Merlin engines to hold that level of acceleration. Next event coming up, we're going to get main engine cutoff of the 9 engines. Get stage separation and ignition of the second stage engine. You've heard the throttle down call out. We're holding 3.5 G's for the crew.
And Miko. Stage separation Copy 2 Alpha. Invac ignition.
Successful stage separation ignition of the second stage engine. On the left, the titanium grid fins beginning to slowly deploy. Great views from the first stage camera. The first stage now begins a slow flip maneuver. You can see the white nitrogen gas plumes as we reorient for an entry back through the Earth's atmosphere a little bit later in the plus count. Second stage, we see the engine nozzle glowing red. Everything continuing to look good on the second stage. We should be hearing call-outs coming up to the crew here shortly on how the trajectory is looking.
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
It's what we like to hear.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
An AOS Bermuda acquisition of signal. The Bermuda tracking station now getting telemetry from the second stage of the Falcon 9 with the Dragon on top. T plus 4 minutes, 10 seconds. Everything continues to be nominal. First stage coasting to apogee, and then it will come back down for landing on the drone ship. Second stage partway through its lengthy burn to get the crew into orbit. So Kate, 4.5 minutes in, everything continues to look good.
What a absolutely picture-perfect liftoff. We got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavour. Looks like everyone is still pretty comfy. As John had said earlier, we got
Dragon SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
All right, good call out there that trajectory is nominal.
Endeavour, we copy.
As John mentioned, we got to about 3.5 G's there.
Acquisition of signal, New Hampshire.
On the left-hand side of your screen, we can see the first stage as it is making its way back down to Earth. It's targeting a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas, which is parked a couple hundred miles off the coast of Florida out in the Atlantic Ocean. Second stage on the right-hand side, everything continues to be nominal there, as the MVAC engine is powering the second stage and Dragon Endeavor to its targeted drop-off orbit. Absolutely beautiful views of both the first and second stages.
SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy.
All right, so coming up in about a minute and a half, the first stage will execute the first of 2 burns required for today's landing attempt. At about T plus 7 minutes and 30 seconds, we'll see the entry burn begin. That's where the first stage will ignite the center engine first, and then a couple seconds later ignite 2 more engines, so a total of 3 engine burn, which will last about 29 seconds. The entry burn slows the vehicle down significantly as it re-enters back into the Earth's atmosphere. The first stage sees high drag, which scrubs roughly 70% of that velocity by the time that the landing burn begins. Stunning view where you can see the curvature of the Earth there on the left-hand side.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy.
There you can see the nitrogen gas thrusters. So that's the puff of gas that you see there occasionally. That's used for attitude control systems. We also utilize those grid fins that you see. There are 4 of them placed around the booster. And those grid fins also help steer for a precise landing, either at
Stage 1 entry burn startup. Stage 2 flight.
All right, there we can see that that entry burn has begun. We are targeting a landing on our drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas today. Everything continuing to look nominal with trajectory and MVAC performance there for our second stage on the right-hand side. So we are conducting the entry burn. Previously, the booster was...
Stage 1 entry burn shut down.
That entry burn helps slow the booster down. It was going about 25 times the speed of sound. So we slow it down as it re-enters the dense part of the Earth's atmosphere. The next event is second engine cutoff, or SECO 1, as you see it there on the timeline at the bottom of your screen.
Stage 2 and terminal guidance.
That's where we shut down the MVAC engine, or second engine cutoff.
Copy, Shannon. Stage 1 transonic.
Note that our landing burn and second engine cutoff will occur about the same time.
Shut down.
All right, we got a live view of the crew inside Dragon Endeavor there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Stage 1 landing burn.
Landing burn has begun for the first stage.
SpaceX, nominal orbit insertion.
All right, great news there. Dragon Endeavor, nominal orbit insertion.
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy, and it's great to be here. 0G, and we feel fine.
Stage 1 landing leg deploy. SpaceX Dragon launch skip system disarmed.
As you can see, this Falcon 9 has landed for the 5th time. All the while, great commentary there.
Landing confirmed.
While we can confirm the landing, confirmed landing there of the first stage booster. Also, almost simultaneously, great news for the second stage. We heard that there was nominal orbit insertion for Crew Dragon Endeavor. There you can see a live view inside our Dragon. Looks like the crew is beginning to adjust to 0G. And if you look at the right-hand side corner, it looks like we can see the 0G indicator.
That was one of my That was one of the things I really wanted to see, what they were going to bring for their zero-G indicator, so I can't wait to see what comes on.
It looks, I can't quite tell, Pokemon? Maybe, okay, well, hopefully it'll come into closer view.
Yeah,
but
and if not, we'll get to ask them later, hopefully.
yeah, great to see the crew here, again, starting to, really getting their first taste of microgravity.
Yeah.
Oh, it has ears? Oh, it's a bunny. Is that
like
Thumper?
I think it might be.
I think that's Thumper from Bambi. Love it. So right now, the second stage is basically preparing for Dragon separation. The next step now that, as we said, Dragon has nominal orbital insertion, the second stage and Dragon will separate. Views there of our MVAC engine now shut off, no longer glowing that lovely shade of orange. Right now, the second stage is about 200 kilometers above Earth. Preparing now for stage separation, or excuse me, for Dragon separation. For those of you that have just recently joined us, we had an on-time liftoff of the Axiom 1 crew. They are now in space and coming up to separation from second stage, at which point they will then begin to make their journey, continue their journey to the International Space Station. The view that you're currently looking at is inside the Dragon trunk, which, as you can see, has just separated from the second stage.
Dragon separation confirmed. On behalf of the Falcon 9 team, welcome to space. Thanks for flying Falcon 9. You guys enjoy your trip to that wonderful space station in the sky. Do some great research for us. We'll look to see you back here underground. Now stand by for some words from LD.
Gathering test data on Starliner during its
And MLA and the rest of the crew Endeavor. Glad we got to have some fun this morning. We'll probably be calling an early weekend over here at the Cape. Pass you over to Anna and the team. You'll be in good hands. Godspeed, Endeavor. Enjoy the rest of your flight. Cheers.
Experiments and helping with maintenance through February 2025.
Hey Mark, it was a lot of fun. I eventually guess we had a little bit more than you did. We thank you and your launch team, Gert, you and the Falcon 9 team. That was a hell of a ride, and we're looking forward to the next 10 days.
Alexander Gorbanov. On Thursday afternoon,
all right, some nice words there from a couple of key folks.
At 5:04 p.m. Central, the docking hooks released Starliner, allowing it to separate and begin moving away from the space station.
Our first Quindar tone of the mission.
Yeah. I queued up right when I heard that.
There we can
expected loss of signal, Bermuda and New Hampshire.
There we can see Dragon Endeavor on its way to the International Space Station. It has separated. There's a view
Dragon
inside.
SpaceX, we had nominal dehumidifier activation and service section Draco checkouts.
There we can see over the shoulder of
SpaceX Endeavor, we copy, Arthur.
Over the shoulder, previously Commander MLA was on the left and pilot Larry Connor was on the right. Live view inside the cabin. They just got the okay to lift their visors.
All right.
All right. So we can see that everyone is in space.
Yeah.
We can see that zero-G indicator floating around. Great view there of Dragon Endeavor. Now in space with the Axiom 1 crew on their way to the International Space Station.
Yeah, I mean, this is a day of firsts. You know, this is my first time getting to participate in a launch like this. This is the first for Axiom. I mean, this is a first for spaceflight. And it's just wonderful to see such a picture-perfect launch.
It really was.
We saw the landing and we saw orbital or zero-G insertion at the same time. I mean, that was perfect.
Yeah.
It was wonderful to see.
The expected undock time is
All
right, well, as I just said, today's launch is one for the history books. So to punctuate this milestone that NASA and commercial companies are able to achieve together, we go now to Kennedy Space Center, where Megan Cruz is with NASA's Kathy Leaders.
I am. I'm here right now with the Associate Administrator of NASA's Space Operations Mission Director. It's so great to have you here, Kathy. What did you think of the launch?
Oh my gosh, it's always like, you know, right in the bottom of my throat. I'm holding, can't breathe.
Yes.
But what a beautiful, beautiful sight.
Yeah.
So good to see it. I want to tell everybody working Artemis 1 wet dress, we're off the range. We're off the range for Axiom 1, and we can get moving. But you always want to hear the engine cut off. You always want to hear that second stage engines lighting. You always want to hear, you know, each of these stages, and we need to just keep carefully working through the different steps to get that crew there to the International Space Station safely.
Yeah. What does Axiom 1 represent? Axiom 1 and also future private astronaut missions to the International Space Station.
Hey, you know, NASA's original goal was to enable commercial industry. That was actually in our original Space Act agreement. And so here we are, you know, 60 years later, enabling that through our missions. And so I just feel like this is a culmination of 60 years of work for us. And here we are once again getting to see, and for the first time getting to have commercial, you know, private astronauts going to the International Space Station, and they'll get to see what our government, what they're calling professional astronauts doing their real work, but then also getting to do their work too. And it's another place where learning to peacefully work in space, I think, is moving us forward.
Yeah, so important. And you know, we just watched Axiom 1 lift off from that launch pad right there behind us. In a couple of weeks, we're going to see Crew 4 launch from that same launch pad, and then just right next to it, Pad 39B, we have NASA's brand new space launch system. Can you recall a busier time we've had here at the Space Coast, and how is Kennedy Space Center managing its new role as this multi-user spaceport?
So I think somebody else, Bob Cabana had this dream of a multi-user spaceport here, so I think he should be very, very proud of his KSE team, and Janet Petro and her team are obviously leading the way right now, because this is not easy to do. It's not easy to go make sure all these people have all the capabilities, and are obviously working with our Air Force sister agency there too, and making sure that all these launches get supported in a seamless way. It's an amazing job.
Yeah, a lot of juggling that has to happen.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just talked about SLS. We are looking forward to the moon with that launch later this year. You know, why is it still so important to maintain a presence in low Earth orbit when we're looking towards the moon now?
Because we still don't have everything figured out how to do things yet for the moon and Mars. And really, the cheapest place for us to see a differential gravity environment and for the long term is still LEO.
Yeah.
And so we've got to continue to do these long duration flights, keep doing our medical protocols, keep doing our physical protocols, keep testing out our equipment through those long duration missions. It's the only place where we can do that right now.
Yeah.
And so we still need to be able to have this kind of a test bed for us to be checking out and proving our protocols, our research, our technology before you go put somebody in a rocket that's going to go to Mars, right? So just like always, we prepare, we get ourselves ready, and a low Earth orbit destination is a perfect place to do that.
And again, how does us fostering commercialization efforts in space, how does that free us up to pursue these other dreams that we have as an agency?
So, you know, the administrator today in the pre-mission conference, he said, you know, we right now are doing, this is our first step. We're working with a commercial company to have them come to our International Space Station. And we're learning to work together and figuring out how to work together. And this is going to be an important step for us, because moving forward, we would actually like to now be able to buy a ride and time on orbit with a commercial company to be able to have them do that. And so this is the first step of their learning from us and us learning from them. And then in the future, you know, we're going to have space station for another 8 years, but we would like by the early 2030s for us to be flipping the roles and have our professional astronauts going up and checking and doing and focusing on the research and technology we need for exploration, but allowing commercial providers to be doing the hard work of maintaining the laboratory.
Kathy, what an exciting future. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Dan.
All right, hey, thanks, Megan. It is great to see the AX-1 mission on orbit. The team here with the space station are ready. We're ready to get them on board. So their journey just started. They've got about 20.5 hours until they're docked to the space station. Again, they're headed for the Zenith port on Node 2. That's the space-facing one on the very top, with that docking scheduled right now for 11:45 GMT on Saturday. That is just about 6:45 a.m. here in Houston, 4:45 a.m. for the teams out on the West Coast. Once they get there, we'll be able to get into all of the hatch open operations, welcome them on board. We expect the hatches to open up about 2 hours after that docking, maybe a little bit less, and then that welcome ceremony coming not too long after. So that'll do it for us for today, at least here from Houston. We're going to be joined again tomorrow by the SpaceX and the Axiom team as we walk you through the final stages of the rendezvous, and that coverage is going to be starting at 4:30 a.m. Central, 2:30 a.m., so an early morning for my friends over there on the West Coast. So with that, again, congratulations to the SpaceX and Axiom teams for getting this crew on orbit. We'll be ready for them tomorrow to get them on board the space station. I'll send it back now to the team at Hawthorne and over to Kate.
And Leah's got a few more things.
Thanks so much, Dan. Actually, just heard in our ears just now, successful nose cone opening.
That took off just a few hours ago, just as we were heading out here to the landing site. So we arrived here at about 6 p.m. local time, which is mountain time.
All right, so that was basically the last physical step for this morning. So that we're going to start wrapping it up. Now, over the next 20 hours, Dragon will execute a series of burns to gradually raise and line up the AX-1 crew for docking with the International Space Station in what we refer to as the activation and rendezvous phase of the mission. Now, in just a few minutes, the crew will doff or take off their spacesuits to get a little more comfy for their flight and will enjoy their first meal aboard the spacecraft. At 2 p.m. Pacific, they will get ready for a rest period that will last for about 10 hours, 8 hours for actual sleeping, and a couple of hours for pre/post-sleep activities. Before they arrive at the space station, we will have two potential opportunities to chat briefly with the crew on orbit, one later this morning around 11:10 a.m. Pacific, and one early tomorrow around 12:10 a.m. Pacific. While we're hopeful one of these will work out, neither opportunity is guaranteed as they're dependent on crew schedule and ground station coverage. Now, if we're able to support, we'll make an announcement on our social media channels no later than 15 minutes before the event start time. In the meantime, be sure to keep tabs on the mission at axiomspace.com, and you can track Dragon's flight on spacex.com/launches.
Right, and as Kate mentioned, even if we aren't able to talk live with the crew, we will continue to provide updates on the mission across our social media channels. And starting at 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 a.m. Pacific on Saturday, April 9th, we will pick back up with our live joint coverage of the AX-1 crew's approach and docking to station with NASA. So please keep an eye on Axiom and SpaceX social channels for updates, and regardless, we hope to see you back here at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time for live coverage of the first all-private astronaut mission to the space station. So from all of us at Axiom Space, thank you to SpaceX. And thank you to NASA. This is just the beginning in the next chapter. And thank you at home for tuning in. We hope to see you soon.
Since its ascent in June. And a few minutes later, around 10:47, the heat from Starliner's reentry will become so intense that plasma will begin to form around the spacecraft, causing a blackout in communications with Starliner for about 4.5 minutes. Once Starliner clears that blackout period, things will begin to happen very quickly.
Yeah, so then up next at 10:56, when Starliner is about 4.3 miles above Earth, the spacecraft will be done with the forward heat shield that is at the top of the capsule that helped protect it through re-entry, and It will jettison it to make way for the parachutes that are stored underneath. And then almost immediately, those parachutes will begin to deploy. First with 2 smaller drogue parachutes that are meant to take the edge off Starliner's speed. They open up in stages over the course of about 28 seconds. And then at 10:57 p.m., when Starliner is about 6 miles up, the drogue parachutes are released and 3 main parachutes are deployed. They also open in stages over about 16 seconds, but they stay with the spacecraft all the way until touchdown. And again, we are expecting that touchdown to come at 11 p.m. Central. Just before the touchdown, however, at 10:58 p.m., Starliner also sheds its base heat shield at the bottom of the capsule to make way for the inflation of 6 landing airbags hidden underneath it, and those will cushion the vehicle as it lands in New Mexico's desert.
It's probably worth mentioning that we do not have video from Starliner. If you think back to June on its ascent and journey to the International Space Station, it's not able to send video down when it's not connected to the space station, so we won't be getting in-flight views from it, but we do have several cameras out at the landing site as well as some aircraft in the area that we are hoping to get some views from. But of course it is going to be pretty dark out in the desert that night, so they may be infrared or black and white views, but hopefully we'll get some good camera views to show you.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
We're taking a live look now from the landing site, but the shot is quite dark at the moment. You can see just a few lights blinking there. Hopefully as we get closer to the ground, as Starliner gets closer down, we will have some better shots.
Feet, down at 2, feels good, 20 feet, going down at 2, 10 feet, 10 feet, contact, stop, push, engine stop, engine arm, proceed, command override off, boat control ahead, hold, pings auto. Okay, Houston, the Challenger has landed. Houston, you can tell
the landing
America
and recovery teams have been out in the
control.
desert preparing for the spacecraft's return for several days. I've been speaking with them to catch up on some of the preps that have been taking place. They ran through a
50 years ago today, Apollo 17 Commander Gene Cernan and lunar module pilot Jack Schmitt guided Challenger to a pinpoint landing on a barren rock-strewn area of the moon called Taurus Littrow. A half-century later, NASA's newest moon explorer, the Orion spacecraft, is barreling its way back home after circumnavigating the moon and beyond in an elliptical distant retrograde orbit, now less than 2 hours away from splashing down in the Pacific Ocean west of Baja, California, to complete its shakedown mission that has opened a new era of deep space exploration. Good morning from the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston and Mission Control, where the entry team of flight controllers is on duty, ready to bring Orion home to complete a 25-and-a-half-day mission. As he was for the launch of Orion more than 25 days ago, NASA Flight Director Judd Freeling is leading the entry team here in the White Flight Control Room.
The ground cameras that we have on site. So
the target for Orion is growing larger in the field of view, moment by moment. This is a live view of the Earth from a distance of 15,000 miles away. About 3 hours and 40 minutes ago, Orion conducted of the final major maneuver of its mission, a return trajectory correction burn of its thrusters to further fine-tune its path toward its splashdown site in the Pacific. We'll be heading out to the Pacific shortly for the first in a series of reports from the scene where Orion will be recovered.
Away from the spacecraft.
After launching atop the Space Launch System more than 25 days ago and traversing some 1.4 million miles in its circuitous orbit past the Moon and back, the most critical phase of the Artemis 1 mission for Orion is at hand. It is homecoming day, so let's run down the milestones you'll be hearing about and seeing over the next couple of hours. Next up for Orion will be the crew module's separation from the European service module. That pyrotechnic separation is scheduled at 11 a.m. Central Time, just 20 minutes before Orion begins its entry into the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 3,200 statute miles. Now, we had planned for Orion to conduct a maneuver called the raise maneuver, a 16-second thruster firing to orient itself at the proper angle for its plunge back into the atmosphere. But the latest targeting for Orion from the flight dynamics folks here in Mission Control indicates such a precise trajectory for the spacecraft, it was determined that the raise maneuver was not required. That could still change following crew module, service module separation, but at the moment, the raise maneuver will not be required. The major objective of this mission is to test the spacecraft's heat shield against the searing heat of entry, where temperatures will build up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit around Orion, half as hot as the outer surface of the Sun, twice as hot as the temperatures endured by returning space shuttles and other crew vehicles. Orion will perform what is called a skip entry, dipping into the atmosphere, then lifting out of the atmosphere and dipping back in like a flat rock skimming across a pond. This will provide aerobraking for the vehicle, will help to dissipate some of the vehicle's inertia, and will provide data needed in the future to select multiple splashdown sites for crewed missions. We are expecting two periods during entry when the buildup of heat-generated plasma around Orion will block communications and the receipt of data with flight controllers here in Houston. The first blackout should begin around 11:20 a.m. Central Time for just under 5 minutes, right around the time of peak heating on Orion, as it travels about 25 times the speed of sound. The second blackout period is expected around 11:29 a.m. Central Time for just under 3 minutes, right after the skip entry maneuver is complete. About 5 minutes after we regain communications with Orion, the pre-programmed commands stored on board will trigger the deployment of 3 parachutes at the top of Orion to pull the forward bay cover off of the crew module. That will initiate the sequential deployment of 2 drogue chutes and 3 pilot parachutes, followed by the 3 large main chutes to slow down Orion, enabling it to gently splash down in the Pacific. The current splashdown time, 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time, 9:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Pacific Time. We'll be talking more about those parachutes shortly. The weather forecast at the splashdown site west of Baja California is excellent. The Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center has just issued a forecast calling for scattered clouds at 1,700 feet, winds peaking to about 9 knots with periodic wave heights of about 5 feet. That is all within flight rule limits, and it should be a splendid day for Orion's homecoming. Out in the Pacific, aboard the prime recovery ship, the USS Portland, embedded with the Kennedy Space Center's Exploration Ground Systems Recovery Team, and the U.S. Navy is my colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Daryl Nail. Daryl, good morning to you, and as they say in the Navy, give us a sit rep on preparations out there.
We are out here just waiting in the convoy area. Now, most of the team is taking part in a safety briefing right now.
Well, good morning to you, Rob, and that's right. We're live on the deck just outside the bridge here on the USS Portland with a fantastic view of the area of splashdown. I just spoke with the recovery team. They say we are currently 5 miles away from the splashdown location right here in the Pacific Ocean. The location, as you mentioned, just off the coast of Baja, Mexico. go. We got the great weather report. Seas, as you mentioned, 4 to 5 feet. We're looking good there. Let me show you the bridge deck where we are currently positioned. This is looking forward for the ship. I talked to Captain John Ryan, who says that he currently has the ship in a racetrack going around the location near where splashdown is, just upwind of it, so that the debris that comes down, that being the crew module and the parachutes, the forward bay cover, when it separates, will be all downwind of us. Now, preparations are already underway. We can hear the helicopter engines running, so we want to take you to a live view of the flight deck. This is towards the back of the ship, where just 5 minutes ago, the Navy started the engines on 2 of the 3 Navy MH-60s, or Nighthawk helicopters, that will be used for the operation. There you see them on your screen. The 2 helicopters on the left side of the flight deck, they will be involved in the operation. The third to the right is a backup helicopter. Now, one of the helicopters will use the Navy's infrared targeting system, which will start looking for Orion at an altitude of about 50,000 feet. Should be able to quickly lock on to Orion's heat shield, which should be still very hot after reaching 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the heat of reentry. The second helicopter will track the forward bay cover, a 1,000-pound, 9.5-foot wide titanium cover on top of Orion, which protects the parachutes during the heat of reentry. It is jettisoned to allow them to come out. Now, NASA's plan going in was to recover it, but they've made an adjustment due to the seas and the limitations of a small boat crane needed to lift it out of the water. Both helicopters, if you can see just to the left of that helicopter at the bottom of your screen, have GSS cameras mounted to them. These are ultra-high-def cameras to record 8K resolution video for engineering purposes. Now, with those helicopters just minutes away from flying out, let's take a look underneath this very flight deck. You can see into the well deck, and this is the multi-purpose capability of this vessel, the USS Portland. Down on the well deck is where the final phase of recovery will happen. 2 teams of Navy divers are preparing to launch the small boats. You see them at the bottom of your screen, just partially protruding there at the bottom. Those are inflatable boats that the Navy will use. 6 in all will pre-position themselves in the open sea to recover debris from the descent operation, and then, of course, secure the Orion crew module itself. The Navy dive team will also take above water and underneath water photography of the heat shield before the crew module is moved. This is for all engineering purposes, so they can see it freshly returned from space. Once the divers have Orion stabilized with tow ropes, you see that bright yellow structure right dead in the middle of your screen. That is the cradle that the boats and the winch lines will pull into position and put it right down on top of that cradle. They will flood that deck with water, roughly about 6 feet, and then with a careful choreography of winch line and lines being pulled and maintained by sailors, they'll put it in position for its ride back to San Diego. Now, coming up, we'll speak to one of the Navy divers who will be in the water helping. In fact, he's on deck standing by in just a few minutes. He's ready to go into the water. We'll get some words from him before he goes out on his assignment. Looking good on the ship right now. Rob, we'll send it back to you in Houston.
Capsule begins its journey back to Earth. Take about 59
Thanks, Daryl. And again, a live view from Orion as it continues its pinpoint journey back towards its splashdown site, not far from where you are out in the Pacific. We will be going back to Daryl Nail on the USS Portland frequently during the course of today's coverage. Orion is wrapping up, as we said earlier, a mission that will have spanned 1.4 million miles, having flown further away from Earth than any human-rated spacecraft designed to return humans to Earth. And, of course, the big test that's coming up, the ultimate test of its heat shield that will repel temperatures that will build up around the base of Orion to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit at peak heating as Orion barrels back into the Earth's atmosphere. It has been an incredibly successful mission for the Orion spacecraft. We'll be talking to a variety of people about all that, officials and managers and engineers throughout the course of our coverage today. But for the moment, let's take a visual and interactive look at this mission with NASA's Philip Hargrove, who will use the moon board to explain it all.
Yes, welcome to the moon board here at the Apollo Saturn V Center. It's been a super exciting month since the Artemis 1 launch. So let's take a look back at everything that happened just a few miles away from where I'm standing right now. Now on November 16th at 1:47 a.m., the SLS lifted off from Launch Pad 39B here at Kennedy Space Center, and it put on an incredible show for everybody watching here from the Space Coast. I can't even describe to you how amazing it was to watch that core stage. Those solid rocket boosters provide over 8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Now, those boosters and core stage got us going from 0 to over 17,000 miles per hour in just about 8 minutes. And then once all that propellant was depleted, the responsibility was passed on to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, the first job of the ICPS was to perform a perigee-raise maneuver. And this means that we're getting into a low Earth circular orbit that allows us to deploy those solar panels, start harvesting energy, and do systems checkouts to make sure that we are ready for our journey.
Fine-tuned adjustments
and we stayed in that orbit for about 30 minutes, and then we did our translunar injection burn. This is the primary responsibility of the ICPS because it gives us the energy to escape low Earth orbit and commits us on a path out to the moon. Now, once it completed that burn, the ICPS separated from the Orion, and it performed one final burn to completely leave the Earth-Moon system. And after doing that, Orion was on its way out to the moon. So it spent about 4 days heading out towards the moon, and then we quickly dipped in about 60 miles above the surface of the moon and did an outbound powered flyby. Now, that powered flyby means that we're taking advantage of the speed we already have, the gravity of the moon, and the energy we get from the service module's engines in order to target our orbit. And the orbit that we were targeting is called a DRO, or a distant retrograde orbit. And what that means is that instead of moving counterclockwise relative to the Earth like the moon does naturally, we are moving clockwise. So we're going in this opposite direction. That's what retrograde means. And distant means that we are going farther away than we have with any human spacecraft before. We're orbiting about 38,000 miles above the surface of the moon. And this is a really convenient orbit because we're able to stay there without having to use a ton of fuel for station keeping. And it also provides a safe, efficient path back home when we're ready. So this allowed us to learn how to operate in deep space, one of the core tenets of this mission. And then once we were ready, we started our trip back home. So we performed one more powered flyby, this time targeting our return, where we lit up those engines as we dipped close to the surface of the moon. And then we began our return transit, which took about 7 days, and that leads us to today. So next time we'll talk a bit more about what that return looks like and what our entry is actually going to look like. But until then, back to you.
But it will convert that heat to about 300
Thank you, Philip. And again, a live view of Orion closing in on planet Earth, now about 11,000 miles away from Earth, as it continues a very, very precise trajectory for a splashdown that is scheduled at 11:39 and 42 seconds a.m. Central Time this morning. For Orion, launch from the Kennedy Space Center occurred on November 16th on the world's most powerful rocket, the Space Launch System. The first outbound powered flyby of the moon was performed 5 days later on November 21st, dipping to within about 81 miles of the lunar surface. That placed Orion on a very precise trajectory for its ultimate goal, that racetrack trajectory called the distant retrograde orbit, that would allow Orion the time and the space environment needed to test its mettle. 4 days later, Orion executed an engine firing to enter into that orbit, and the next day, Orion surpassed the record set during Apollo 13 52 years ago for the greatest distance ever traveled by a human-rated spacecraft designed to return humans to the Earth. On November 28th, Orion reached its farthest distance from the Earth, some 268,000 miles, before departing the distant retrograde orbit on December 1st. And this past Monday, Orion conducted a 3-minute, 27-second engine firing behind the moon to whip around Earth's closest neighbor for the final leg of its flight, passing to within 80 miles of the surface, turning for home, and its splashdown that is scheduled just 1 hour, 21 minutes, 44 seconds from now. The initial mission of the Artemis 1 program was always designed to be a test flight, wringing out all of the systems of the Space Launch System and the Orion spacecraft, and for more than 25 days it did just that, setting the stage for a crew to board an Orion vehicle for a trip around the moon in 2 years. So with that, out in the Pacific, where Orion will be splashing down not long from now, we're going to go back here in a moment to Daryl Nail, who's standing by with one of the first persons that will actually be in the water to execute the recovery and the securing of the Orion spacecraft. Daryl?
That's right, Rob, and his name is Wayne Shearer, and he is the Navy diver first class aboard boat number 2. He is the lead on one of the 2 small boats called Cricks, which are essentially small inflatable Navy boats. He's just about 20 or so minutes away from getting into that boat. Thank you, Wayne, for coming up here and making some time for us to tell us about the operation today.
Of course, sir.
So tell me exactly how your team goes about securing this spacecraft after it comes back from space, splashes down the water just a few miles from us.
Sequence of events are going to go splash down, wait 2 hours. We're going to do a hazard analysis, make sure there's no gas coming off of it. We're going to come up, take those pictures like you said earlier for those engineering purposes. Once that's done, then we put the what's called a pony collar on it. And then basically it's a sequence of events of pulling all those ropes out like you said earlier and pulling it into the well deck. Easy day.
Easy day, and we know that there's certainly going to be some challenges, right? Seas are 4 to 5 foot currently, which is within your limit. Let's take a look now underneath the well deck to the boats that are currently being prepared. You're really literally going to be going down here and right to that boat after we conclude our interview. How will you manage the 4 to 5 foot seas with a bobbing spacecraft and bobbing inflatable boat with your team?
Well, it's just another day in the park for us. You know, we've trained for the last year and a half for this. We've been in worse seas than this, recovering anything under the water. It's just different. Instead of recovering something from under the water, we're going to recover something that fell from the sky.
You can see on our screen, those are the tip edges of your 2 inflatable boats. I imagine you'll be positioned somewhere towards the front or back?
I'll be positioned toward the middle of the boat.
Towards the middle of the boat. And as you do this operation, have you thought about just the importance of it? Reflecting that it is you who will be one of the first people to put your hands on a spacecraft that just came back from space.
I mean, definitely, this is probably every kid's little dream, or every little kid's dream, to be able to do exactly what I'm doing today, you know, and I think I can speak for the whole dive team that we're honored to be part of history and to be part of something so monumentous, and just ready and excited to go out and do this.
On a personal note, you and I were talking about how you got into the Navy and the dive team. What was it that motivated you to become a Navy diver, and then ultimately, now that you're on this operation, looking back at that choice?
Well, February 2003 from Leesville, Louisiana, and I heard a loud boom outside my window one morning, and I ran outside and talked to my dad, and a few hours later watching the news, and unfortunately what we heard was the USS Columbia breakup. So,
this final orbit coming around,
you know, it's not a great thing to hear, but it kind of jump-started my career of like, hey, what do I want to do? And I wanted to be out there to help people, and the Navy just kind of fell into my lap, and you know, 20 years later to be able to be part of history of the first next thing we've flown into space like that is absolutely a dream come true for myself.
Certainly a tragedy for NASA, one that has created many lessons learned for our agency, but interesting that it led you into this.
Starliner speed by about 290 miles per hour, 130 meters per second. That made way for the service module separation, and the next milestone we'll be watching for is the entry interface coming up around 10:45. Still about 10 minutes away.
They have around the world.
And briefly, Wayne, as you look out here to the Pacific Ocean, where you will literally be in the water in just a few minutes, will you be sharing any words with your team?
Good luck, be safe, and let's be part of history.
All right, we wish you the best. Wayne, thank you for taking the time, and good luck out there.
Thank you, sir.
Rob, we'll send it back to you.
Thanks, Daryl. It looks like a great day out in the Pacific, west of Baja, California, where Orion is headed. And you can't beat this view, though. The view of the Earth, where Orion is headed, tried and true, on a pinpoint course for a splashdown just 1 hour and 16 minutes from now. After Orion enters the Earth's atmosphere at the conclusion of this 25-and-a-half-day mission, the spacecraft is going to rely on a very heavily tested parachute system to slow down its speed and allow for a very gentle splashdown. Koki Machin, the chief engineer of Orion's parachute assembly system, now describes the process and the path to the certification of the parachute system.
Or 10 p.m. Mountain Time, touchdown today.
A series of 11 parachutes will be deployed in sequential fashion. A very dramatic return to Earth lying ahead for the Orion spacecraft.
Our design is almost exactly the Apollo design. The shape of the mains, the shape of the drogues. The only major difference is we are bigger. Apollo weighed roughly 13,500 pounds. And we weigh 22 and change thousand pounds. And so our parachutes are larger because we have more energy to take out of the system, and our parachutes are stronger. So at a fundamental level, all-round parachutes are alike. The Orion system has drogue parachutes that initially decelerate the system, and because they're deployed at a much higher velocity, they're made of ribbons. The ribbons can take the fluttering associated with high-velocity deployments much better than a solid canopy can. And once the system slows down, it deploys the mains. The mains are much closer to a personnel chute. They're called ring sails. The major difference would be that a personnel chute could be 28 to 30 feet in diameter, and a CPAS main is 116 feet in diameter. So the Orion parachutes are what we refer to as hybrid parachutes. The drag surfaces are nylon, but then the structural grid, how we take the drag on that nylon surface and transmit it down to the vehicle, is made of Kevlar. And Kevlar is quite a bit stronger and stiffer, and it just completely different material than the drag surfaces are. So the CPAS system is designed to safely recover the crew with just 2 mains deployed. The problem with deploying the backup chute after you deploy the first 2 chutes is you have to negotiate the chute that's already out there. So what we chose to do, and what Apollo chose to do, was to deploy the backup chute with the main system itself. And as a result, we get a much softer landing when all the parachutes work properly. But both systems were designed to land with just 2 main parachutes functioning. When we did the pad abort test at White Sands, I was quite scared. But I wasn't scared for our system. I was scared for the repositioning after the rockets took off the capsule and repositioned it. It was perfect. That thing reoriented like it was on rails. And I swear to you, this huge relief came over me when the cover came off, because I thought, wow, we're not done, but we're done. I know this system's going to work.
Of course, it's kind of a waiting game right now as we are still waiting to spot the Starliner coming from the southwest. So a lot of us are outside of the convoy right now and keeping our eyes on the skies.
Yeah, that's right. We've got about just under probably 3 dozen vehicles.
And there again, the view of the Earth. We're about 33 minutes away from the first big milestone that will be the separation of the crew module and the service module, signaling the beginning of Orion's entrance into the home stretch of its 1.4 million mile journey. With us at this hour is the Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems, Kathy Kerner. Kathy, thanks for joining us this morning. It's great to see you.
Glad to be here.
You know, this is a little bit of deja vu for you. You were a flight director in this room for a number of years. Your thoughts as Orion approaches the end of this maiden flight?
Yeah, certainly a lot of history in human spaceflight has been made in this room, and we're making some more today. I'm really excited. There's a lot of energy in the room, and it's very familiar, but it's also very different as we step into this next episode in human exploration.
You know, the mission had its trials and tribulations getting off the ground, but once it did, so far, so good. The mission has exceeded expectations in many areas. Of course, the post-flight analysis is yet to come, but from the top level, the 1,000-foot level, looking down at the mission, what are your thoughts about what has been accomplished in setting the stage for a crewed mission 2 years from now?
Absolutely, this has been a phenomenal mission thus far. If you asked me to grade it, I'd give give us an A+. I think that the work that has been performed both by the Exploration Ground Systems team, the SLS team, and the Orion team has been fantastic. We've been learning how the spacecraft operates. We've been learning how to fly this amazing machine, and it's gone so well that we've actually been able to add tests during the mission that help expand the envelope that we're going to be able to use to operate the spacecraft once we have crew on board.
The major objective of the mission lies ahead. That's the rigorous testing of the heat shield, as we've just seen in our features. 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit building up around the spacecraft, twice as much as space shuttles endured when they re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. How do you think it's all going to fare, and what then needs to be done to analyze the performance of the heat shield in certifying that we are good to put a crew on board in a couple of years?
So this test, this is the primary objective of this test mission, but we've got a lot more objectives that we need to accomplish between now and when we launch crew. We have an environmental test that we need to conduct of the entire integrated spacecraft once we get the environmental and life support systems on board. So this is just one of many tests that we have going forward, and one of many analyses that we need to do with all of the post-flight data that we retrieve from the spacecraft.
We opened up the broadcast paying homage to Apollo 17 landing on the moon 50 years ago today.
Next step after that
it's only coincidence that this happened, but it seems very appropriate, doesn't it?
It does. It seems fitting that we would honor Apollo with the new legacy of the Artemis generation and this mission today.
But Starliner
Thanks very much, Kathy. Kathy Kerner, the Deputy Associate Administrator for Exploration Systems, and we're nearing the end of the home stretch here of this very first mission.
Thanks, Rob. Great to be here.
An expected blackout in communications, and that will last for about 4.5 minutes. At 30,000 feet and just 11 minutes before landing, Starliner jettisons its forward heat shield.
And as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view, Orion continues its trek back home with crew module, service module separation just 30 minutes from now. Entry interface just 20 minutes after that. In the meantime, let's go back out to the Pacific, the destination for Orion today, where Daryl Nail from the Kennedy Space Center, again embedded with the Exploration Ground Systems and Recovery teams, is standing by with Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut.
The base heat shield that protected Starliner through re-entry will separate at about 3,000 feet.
That's right, Rob. Shannon Walker, NASA astronaut, has been on board since we departed on Wednesday to come out to the site. Thank you for being here to take some time to talk to us amidst this important operation to recover the Orion crew module.
Absolutely,
I'm happy to be here.
So tell me a little bit about the reason you're here and what you're doing as you observe the operations.
Yeah, of course, we do not have crew on this capsule, but I am here because the next Artemis flight will have crew on it, and so we are starting the process of assessing how we're going to operate with crew. How do we extract the crew from the capsule? How do we get them to the ship safely? How do we do all the medical checks we want to do? So we're starting the process of getting ready for the next Artemis mission.
And with this capsule being recovered today, it will be brought back. I imagine that the astronauts will be very interested in the data that comes off of it. This particular capsule has sensors all over it, more than any future capsule will have.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is going to tell us what we need to do, change, modify for the next Artemis mission.
Landing operation. Mike is weather flight director. They are tag teaming this operation.
And what you're hearing are some announcements from the ship PA informing the crew at what stage in the operation we're at. I should mention that we just had helicopters, the MH-60s at the back of the flight deck just launched off and are in flight now to the recovery area. They play an important role here. Shannon, continuing now with our interview, when you look at the operation as a whole, they're currently trying to determine how the astronauts will be recovered. That's not happening today.
That's right.
But that will have to be integrated into the operation. Do they come off immediately after the crew splashes down? Or there's an idea kicking around there to have them stay in the capsule and come to the back of the ship. what are your thoughts on both of those? What are the pluses and minuses on those?
Well, certainly the plus of having the crew come off immediately is that the crew is not staying in the capsule for an extended period of time. There'll be a time when we'll have to turn off the cooling in the capsule, which would mean the crew will start getting very warm in their suits. So it's better to get them off before that. Also, you'll probably see later the operations in the well deck. There are a lot of waves in there, and it's probably not going to be a fun ride for the crew to be in there. So you're right, we're looking at it. The actual, let's see, next summer we're going to have another test run. We'll be out on a ship, and we will be looking at all the different methodologies for getting crew off the capsule.
And may I ask what your particular favorite would be? I mean, I think you've already kind of indicated you're leaning more towards let's get off the ship.
Yeah, so I think we will probably, now don't quote me on this, but we'll probably extract the crew via helicopter from the capsule and helicopter them over to the ship.
And as an astronaut, just briefly, when you come back from space, physically, you're in a condition where,
149 miles rather.
How would you describe it, physically and mentally?
Yeah, so when we come back, we consider crew deconditioned. While on the space station, for example, we have lots of exercise, so we're really strong when we come back. It is still a big adjustment to being in Earth's gravity again. The lunar missions, it's kind of in the middle between what we did in the shuttle days and what we're doing on the space station. So we don't know exactly how the crew's going to feel, but they're going to be exhausted, and so their balance may be off a little bit. So it's better just to get them out of the capsule. As far as the mental side goes, I found that when I am back on Earth, it's just a huge sigh of relief in that somebody else is worrying all the details, and I can just sit and relax a little bit.
We're taking a look here.
Well, we appreciate you being here. Thank you for all the insight. You're doing a great job of staying balanced on this 4 to 5 foot seas as you see the horizon going up and down, right?
The track Starliner will take.
Thank you very much, Shannon. Rob, we'll send it back to you in Houston.
As it gets closer to the ground.
Thanks, Daryl. Thank you, Shannon, and happy sailing out there as we continue to watch this scintillating view of the Earth as we are just 1 hour, 5 minutes away from splashdown. Now, as Shannon Walker alluded to in that interview with Daryl Nail on the USS Portland, we're going to be on the air here for a couple of hours after splashdown while a number of flight objectives and test objectives are being conducted, data gathering on the Orion spacecraft. But the whole recovery issue to get Orion into the well deck of the USS Portland is no small feat. Melissa Jones, who is the landing director and the recovery director from the Kennedy Space Center, has worked tirelessly to choreograph all of the elements of that recovery operation. Let's take a look now at how Orion will be recovered.
Today we are aboard the USS John P. Murtha, and behind me is a mock-up capsule of the Orion crew module, and we are training the team to be ready to do Artemis 1 recovery operations. My role as the NASA Recovery Director is to lead the interagency team that will recover the capsule. Ever since the Apollo program, NASA and the Navy have worked together to recover NASA's capsules in the water. So one of the huge benefits of working with the Navy is the fact that they're operational and we leverage their core competencies to bring the flight hardware and the crew back safely from the moon. On the Artemis 1 recovery day, my job will be to direct the team through the integrated operation to recover the capsule. The ship will get to the recovery location 24 hours before, and we will start launching weather balloons. And that data will go back to Houston and will help inform where we splash down. A couple hours before splashdown, the Navy launches small boats off of the knuckle boom crane, and helicopters will take off and they will do their circles in the air, and they are waiting for the capsule to re-enter so that they can get good data and photo imagery of the capsule on its way back to Earth. Once that is done and we splash down, we will safe the capsule, approach the capsule, attach lines to the capsule, and recover it into the well deck of the ship. Artemis 1 recovery operations will take about 5 hours to perform all of the work we need to do because we are gathering data so that we can fly crew mission on Artemis 2. When Artemis 1 splashes down, it's going to be the culmination of all of the hard work that we've put in as a team. It's going to be an amazing feeling, hearing that we've met Earth's interface and that we can see 3 good main parachutes. And when we hear splashdown, I'm going to get goosebumps all over me.
And again, that whole recovery operation will take several hours. We are going to remain on the air for at least 2 hours or so after splashdown. so that we can bring you all the information regarding the initial safing of the vehicle and the test objectives that the flight control team here in Houston, led by Flight Director Judd Freeling, will be absorbing all of that data, mostly about the thermal conditions of the spacecraft, which will have come through some 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit in entry. And with us at this moment is the man who is going to be watching all of that very, very carefully, John Kowal, who's the Orion Thermal Protection System Manager. John, your big moment is lying ahead here, the plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. This is the moment of truth to test the heat shield. What kind of thermal environment are you expecting for Orion as it makes its way into the Earth's atmosphere and then back through the atmosphere itself?
Yeah, so, as you mentioned, 5,000 degrees on the ship, but to back that up, how do we get there? So that vehicle still has all that energy that the launch rocket put into it during that first beautiful launch, right? So that gets converted into velocity. So we're going at 25,000 miles per hour, which is, how do you even fathom what that means? It's 7 miles per second. Wow. So all that energy, enough to power 4,000, 5,000 homes in a day, we have to get rid of it. And how do we do that? The vehicle comes slamming into the atmosphere, starts trying to push the air out of the way. That air is pushing back. The pressures go up. The temperatures go up. We're talking upwards of around 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit in the flow field. So that energy goes into the flow field, and then the flow field wants to give it back to the surface of the TPS.
Less than a minute now.
So that's what the TPS is going to see, or what the heat shield is going to see, and that's what pushes it up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
Again, about 2 minutes.
What kind of testing was required throughout the course of the preparations for Orion to prepare the vehicle for launch that made you confident that it could withstand the rigors of this sort of environment?
Yeah, there's been a lot of testing. I mean, we've been at this for since the end of the shuttle program. If you think back to that system, that was a reusable system, we had kind of been out of the business of these ablation materials for quite a while, since Apollo. So we had to train a whole new generation of engineers on developing that type of system, as well as getting the materials back. So there was a lot of testing in arc jets. That's the primary way that you test these types of materials. You can create these temperatures. It's like a wind tunnel with a lightning bolt going down the center of it. And that's how you create this high temperature plasma, and that gets impinged onto the test article. So we do a lot of materials testing. We've done quite a bit of testing of the system. Even though we're using the same material, the AVCO that they used in Apollo, it's in a different form. And so we made it into blocks. Those blocks have seams that have to be filled. Those seams are always one of the areas that you want to test the most, because that's where the problems happen. And so we've done a lot of testing there in the thermal, and also structurally. We've had to do a lot of testing to see how the AVCO blocks interact with the structure underneath, and make sure that it's all going to hold up to those loads.
And John, it's about 11 minutes or so from the time of entry interface and an altitude of about 400,000 feet until we come out of that second blackout period. So that's going to be a very interesting time, sort of a nail-biting time, if you will. But after the vehicle splashes down and is back at the Kennedy Space Center in a few weeks for post-flight analysis, what are the sorts of things that you and your engineering team will be looking for to give it a passing grade in preparation for putting a crew on board a couple of years from now?
Yeah, there's a couple things that we look at. I break it into two different categories. The first is the flight data. We have instrumentation embedded in the heat shield at a number of locations. So we measure temperatures, we measure heat rates, we measure pressures, stresses. All that data will tell us how the material actually performed in that flight environment. It will also help us to inform our computer modeling methods, and that's another thing that we need to make sure that it's performing how we thought it was going to perform, so that we can use those models in the future, to predict for other missions. Now, the other thing we'll do is we'll be looking at the hardware itself. The instrumentation, you only get measurements where you put that instrument, of course, right? But looking at the heat shield, just looking at it, the big picture, you can see the streamlines, you can see how the flow was going across the heat shield. You can see where boundary layer transition may have occurred. So there's so much to just visually see, and then we'll be taking samples of the heat shield. We'll be taking that material out and looking at how much had ablated, looking at the char thickness, the density gradients as you go through as the material burned off, and comparing that to what our models have predicted. And again, that'll help us to be able to validate and correlate our models further.
Very good. It's going to be a very important time for the engineers, of course, and we'll see how Orion fares here in the next hour or so. John Kowal, Orion's Thermal Protection System Manager, thanks very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
When Starliner is about 4.3 miles above the Earth. Very soon after that, almost immediately, drogue chutes deploy. Those give a little bit of an initial slowdown to the vehicle before the
now just 16 and a half minutes away from the separation of the crew module from the European service module. That will begin a trip hammer series of events as Orion begins the process of entering the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface just 36 minutes away. So let's go back out to the Pacific Ocean west of Baja, where Daryl is on the USS Portland. Daryl?
That's right, Rob. Quick update for you on out here in the Pacific Ocean, just off the coast of Mexico. We have the small boats, the Navy small boats. All 6 boats are now in the water. They call them cricks. These are Navy boats that are inflatable, highly maneuverable. These are the ones that will actually put hands on the spacecraft in order to secure it and eventually get it tied to lines that brings it to the back of the ship and into the well deck. I want to talk a little bit about this location here today. This location in the Pacific, we're just about 5 miles away from the splashdown area. This was actually the backup location. Initially, this was supposed to happen off the coast of San Diego, California, but the weather forecast for that area called for a cold front that has moved in today, bringing with it 12-foot high seas, and those seas would have been too high to perform this operation, too high for the small boats for recovery. So Recovery Director Melissa Jones and the mission management team made the decision to back up and go to the backup location 300 miles south of San Diego, and that's where we find ourselves today with excellent weather in order to do this operation.
Is a live view from the
As you look off into the sky,
station,
we're awaiting the second to last weather balloon release that we will have for the day. This weather data critical to the operation that is happening today, especially when it comes to the landing point of the crew module in the ocean, as well as the debris that goes with it. That debris happens during the separation of the forward bay cover, which covers the parachutes, and then of course the parachutes and their hardware themselves. All of it together, they take in the winds, and you can feel the winds are picking up a little bit. That wind data will give us refined information and data in order to calculate exactly the landing spot. Now, we're not alone out here in the Pacific Ocean. We do have friends helping us today, and I want to take a shot now of a ship off in the distance that has joined us for today's operation, and that is the USS Montgomery. That ship is just a few miles away, as you can see it there. The USS Montgomery is providing security today. It is what the Navy calls a littoral ship. It specializes in close-to-shore combat. It's highly maneuverable in that space. Today, though, it has a peaceful mission, and that is to provide security to this location during splashdown. So for the public safety, to prevent boats from coming in and around the area, as well as provide additional eyes to the sky in tracking Orion crew module as it comes down. You can see a little bit of a bounce there, and that's caused by the seas that we are currently experiencing, which are in the range of 4 to 5 feet.
And flight controllers
Those seas closely tracked by our NASA team with a wave management system. They are wave monitoring system rather. They are closely monitoring the seas for the moment where we bring the Orion capsule into the well deck. That is a highly choreographed and very dynamic operation. With the seas being what they are, when those waves come into the well deck, it can create a very dynamic environment with waves splashing back and forth inside the well deck, and teams on ropes trying to stabilize Orion to get it in just the right position here on the ship to then allow the well deck to drain out, have the Orion crew module put in place for its ride back to San Diego. That's the latest from here on the USS Portland out in the Pacific Ocean. Rob, we'll send it back to you.
We're about 3 minutes away from the forward heat shield.
Thank you very much, Daryl. We can report that all of Orion's systems are performing magnificently at this hour. At an altitude of just under 6,000 nautical miles, we did lock up on the tracking and data relay satellite system. So Orion's telemetry is now being processed through the TDRS network. This worked in concert with the Deep Space Network throughout the course of the mission. And now that we're on TDRS the rest of the way, we'll be able to have real-time data through our tracking and data relay satellite system constellation. We're just 11.5 minutes away from crew module, service module separation, the first major milestone on the road home in this final phase of Orion's 25.5-day mission. So let's take a visual and interactive look at what is coming up for Orion's journey back to Earth. Let's go back to NASA's Philip Hargrove at the moon board.
Starliner now welcome back to the moon board. So we're going to talk a bit about the European Service Module and the Orion Crew Module. So as we know, these two systems have been working in tandem for a really long time, and that extends beyond just this Artemis 1 test flight for the past 26 days. So back in 2019 was when they were first integrated and pieced together. In 2020 was when they were fully assembled, including the solar panels and the protective fairings that protected them during launch. And then they were finally attached to the launch abort system and made it on top of SLS in October of 2021, prior to, of course, launch on November 16th, just 26 days ago. So we know that one of the primary test objectives of this mission is to make sure that this heat shield at the bottom of the crew module is able to safely bring our astronauts home from deep space. Now, for reference, when we bring astronauts home from the International Space Station, they're coming in at about 17,000 miles per hour. But today, Orion is coming in at 25,000 miles per hour. So we're coming in way hotter, way faster than we've done before. So we need some new heat shield technology. And we also need some additional hardware in order to slow us down and make that really happen. So let's talk about what that looks like. So this forward segment of the Orion crew module is called the forward bay cover. And this section is actually designed to completely be pulled off by 3 parachutes. So we have 3 parachutes that's going to pull that off. We have 2 drogue parachutes that are going to come out after that to slow us down a bit. We have 3 pilot parachutes that are going to pull our mains out. And then the stars of the show are 3 main parachutes that measure up to 116 feet in diameter each.
Now for the
so that gives us 11 parachutes that it takes to get us safely back home.
Deployment.
So now that we know a little bit about what that hardware looks like, we can take a look at what that journey actually looked like. So as we know, we had a 7-day return transit. And as we approach the Earth, the service module and the crew module are separated from one another. And the service module is going to burn up in the atmosphere above the Pacific Ocean.
Interesting view of this.
As that happens, the Orion crew module is going to use its reactive control thrusters to do a 180 flip and point that heat shield towards the atmosphere as we target re-entry. So a really important phase here is entry interface. This is at an altitude of about 400,000 feet. And this is where we define a lot of our entry conditions, such as the flight path angle and the velocity. Now, this is really important because if you come in at too shallow of an angle, you may bounce right off the atmosphere and not even re-enter. But if you come in too steeply, you're going to experience forces that are beyond the design of your spacecraft.
Now back to a view from the
so what we're going
Cessna
to do today
in the
is actually toe the line
Again, this
and
is
do a
view from a little
nominal
lower
skip
than the
maneuver. We're actually going to bounce off once, that allows us to have a steeper reentry, and that actually increases the heating, allowing us to really test the capability of that heat shield.
The next thing we're going to see
and
here
we will
is the
also be
three main
minimizing the
parachutes come out,
G-loading, which leads to
and
a
everything will
softer
happen
ride
pretty
for the
quickly from
Undocking
that point
and in
on.
the future for our Artemis astronauts. Now, once we do that, the atmosphere is going to slow us down pretty significantly,
After
but we'll
those mains
still be
are out,
going
we'll
over
see the
300
bottom
miles
heat
per
shield
hour,
that has been
and then
protecting
we will slow down
Starliner
to
through
20
its
miles per hour
journey
after that
through the
sequence of
atmosphere
11
come
parachute
off. That makes way
deployments.
for the
Now, once we
landing
splash
airbags
down
to
west
deploy.
of California, we will have these red inflatables that will make sure that no matter what
And there's the
orientation
main
we hit the
parachutes
water
there on your
at,
screen.
we will
We see
be
3 out,
right side
currently
up.
reefing.
And then the USS Portland is going to recover the capsule and bring it back to the U.S. Naval Station in San Diego. Now, there's a really large team comprised of
And
U.S.
the teams
Navy,
at the,
Air Force, NASA,
landing,
contractors
recovery
who worked
teams
really
report that
hard
they
to prepare
heard,
for today.
booms
So I am super excited to see them welcome Orion
as those
home.
came out.
3 good mains fully
Back
open
to you.
there. You can see Starliner in a slight tilt, so we're going to see the rotation handle.
Thank you very
move
much,
here
Philip.
shortly, and it will
We are
level
coming
out
up on the critical
3
stuff
good
leading up
parachutes,
to
looking great.
Orion's return to Earth
Just,
and
a
its
little over 2
splashdown in the
minutes until the
Pacific.
expected
Just
landing
7
time, and
minutes
we heard
away
the
now from crew
rotational
module, service
handle
module
has been released,
separation.
and you can see
That European
tilt
service
evened out.
module has worked like a champ throughout
Next
the
up is
course
that
of
heat
the
shield
mission.
jettison.
The service module, which of course housed the solar arrays and all of the other
And there it
propulsive
goes.
functioning for Orion
makes way
throughout the
for the
course of the
airbag
mission has been monitored
You can see the
in the
airbags
European
deploying there
service
on your
module
screen.
control room
Those
in
airbags are
Noordwijk
filled with
in the
nitrogen
Netherlands,
as they guide Starliner
where
safely
that
back to
team
the
of flight
desert floor.
controllers is eagerly awaiting the completion of the service module's work just a few minutes from now, when it will pyrotechnically separate from the crew module, leaving the crew module on its own. Entry interface is scheduled just 26 minutes from now. We'll be receiving reports
beautiful sight
from
as
Flight
Starliner makes
Director
its way
Judd
to
Freeling
the
and his
sands
team of
of New
flight
Mexico.
controllers throughout Orion's descent back into the Earth's atmosphere
And flight controllers
and through
confirming
all of
6
the
good airbags.
parachute deployment sequence events leading up
View
to
still coming to
splashdown
us
that is
from the
scheduled at
Cessna. We've got,
11:39
about
and 42
just about a minute
seconds
left to go
a.m.
until the
Central
expected
Time,
touchdown.
9:39 and 42
We'll be watching
seconds
for that
a.m.
time for you.
Pacific Time. One thing worth noting is once Orion splashes down in the Pacific, it will stabilize in one of 2 positions, either pointed up, which is called stable 1, or pointed down in stable 2. The crew module uprighting system, known as the CMUS, deploys a series of 5 bright orange helium-filled bags on the top of the capsule that will either flip Orion right side up or keep it right side up in its stable 1 position. Those 5 bags are packed in hard containers and installed atop the capsule inside the structural gussets between the parachutes and other equipment. They're inflated with helium gas that is stored in pressure vessels located close by the bags. Each bag has its own independent inflation system. The CMUS, or crew module uprighting system, initiates after landing and opens up a valve for helium to flow into those uprighting bags. It is considered, at least operational, that we have 4 out of those 5 bags to inflate to maintain a stable 1 configuration for Orion to enable Navy divers to approach the vehicle. One of the first things that they'll be looking for is any leakage of toxic gas or toxic fuel from the vehicle. Assuming there is no such leak and that Orion appears to be in good shape, then they'll begin the methodical process of approaching the vehicle with other personnel and other Navy assets in order to begin the securing of Orion on the ocean for its towing back into the well deck of the USS Portland.
And 35 seconds Central Time, 10:01 and 31 seconds Mountain Time at White Sands Space Harbor at the U.S. Army's Missile Range.
We're under 4 minutes now until the crew module and service module separate from one another. We'll be standing by for all of that.
One of the changes required
you can see
with no crew
in
on
this
board
telemetry-driven
in the flight control room
animation that Orion is currently traveling just under 17,000 miles an hour,
so that the wind
just
doesn't
under 4,000 miles
capsule
away
along,
from Earth, and a hefty
that's no problem
254,000
for them.
miles
So,
from the Moon, which of course
now
was
with,
its target
with Starliner down,
in
they can
distant
begin
retrograde
working on
orbit,
some of the
flying
post-landing
around the Moon for its
to-do
outbound powered flyby
Again, we
at the
saw
beginning of the
Starliner
mission
touchdown at
to
11:01
move to a
p.m.
distance
Central
of some
Time. That's 1 minute after
268,000
midnight
miles
Eastern
away
Time,
from Earth,
or
farther than
10:01
any human-rated
p.m.
spacecraft
Central
designed
at
to
the landing
return
site
to
in New
Earth had
Mexico.
ever been designed to do, surpassing the distance record established 52 years ago during the Apollo 13 mission.
This is a view from the Cessna, still watching the drones slowly make their own way down. Those, of course, are the drogue parachutes that preceded the main parachutes, first slowing Starliner down before the large parachutes opened.
Here in Mission Control, the flight dynamics folks and the guidance, navigation, and control folks have put up a graphic which is essentially the ground track for Orion as it will make its way across the southern Indian Ocean, passing the northwest coast of Australia en route to its ultimate trajectory that will carry it across the Pacific. It will be moving from south to north across the Pacific Ocean to the splashdown zone, almost a direct straight line towards the point of splashdown, which will be west of Baja California. Now just under 2 minutes until crew module, service module separation.
This again is the drogue parachutes still making their way to the ground after Starliner has touched down with its main parachutes. Touchdown came at 11:01 p.m. Central Time. The team here in Mission Control will be working through some post-landing steps now.
Now just 1 minute away from crew module, service module separation. We'll be standing by for confirmation of that from the mechanical systems officer here at Mission Control.
Of Starliner at its landing site in White Sands at Space Harbor. The landing and recovery teams will soon begin making its way out to them to begin recovering the spacecraft. The team here in Mission Control is polling right now to see if everybody is ready
30
to
seconds
power
until
off the
separation.
vehicle.
This will come at an altitude of
That again is a
3,200
step that
statute
the
miles.
Flight control team has taken over with the lack of crew on board.
Once the spacecraft is powered down, they will be transitioning
10
control
seconds until
of the spacecraft over to the landing and recovery team. And it's a little difficult to see in this shot, but there is a strobe light on Starliner that will help the teams follow it out there.
We have confirmation of separation. Orion flying on its own. Again, the separation occurred right on time at 11 a.m. and 11 seconds
And the
Central Time,
team is on the move, but I think
with Orion 3,200 statute miles away from Earth.
May be able to give us one last update. Leah and Josh, can you hear us?
The service module, the European service module, has done its job.
Obviously, we did have really a great show. We were able to see the cameras that you were watching too from the WB-57, from the Cessna, from the International Space Station. But
Leah, can I interrupt you?
Yes.
Concur. It's been a really amazing day.
We were hearing a bit from space to ground there, but I think they've concluded, unfortunately. We'll see if we can get a recording of that for folks listening at home. But Leah, go ahead with your update.
Yeah, sorry about that. Couldn't hear that one here. So, but here comes
MCCH here. Rick just wanted to offer that he's got one more hour here.
Hey, it's his birthday here.
Yeah, and that's what counts.
So with Orion flying on its own, we're about 18 and a half minutes away now from the point of entry interface, where Orion will be put through its paces. This is where the heat shield will begin to feel the effects of
Sunny Williams there.
Peak heating of 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the heat shield, and the beginning of two blackout periods where the plasma around the vehicle will build up such that it will block data and communications between mission control and the spacecraft itself.
September 7th at the International Space Station. But Leah, if you were still with us, we'll still take that update if you can give it to us.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we got to see the capsule and the plasma trail coming up over the mountains from the southwest. And we were all still standing outside the convoy to watch that happen. But the most unexpected part was when I could hear the main parachutes being deployed. It was very faint, just a little bit of a rumble. But that strobe light really helped us identify Starliner as it was descending, and it would reflect a little bit up onto those parachutes. So we actually had a decent view as it was coming down under those chutes. And now we are actually on the drive out, and we can see the strobe light. It's giving us a great direction as we head toward the capsule.
Yeah, that's right. We are actually making our way down the former space shuttle runway, literally driving right down the middle of it. Starliner is a little bit towards the southern end.
Orion continues to fly smoothly on, all of its systems in excellent shape.
But we will make our way to the 500-foot mark.
Less than 17 minutes until entry interface.
Begin their assessments, and then once they declare that proximity operations can begin, the recovery ops will really get underway.
And with that, I think we were going to toss it back to you, Randy and Lauren. If you don't hear it from us again tonight, just wanted to say thanks for letting us be part of the broadcast and give you the perspective of all the hardworking ground teams, both NASA and Boeing, out here at White Sands in New Mexico. So with that, sending it back over to Mission Control Houston.
And the crew module raise burn that we thought was not going to be needed is being conducted.
But we appreciate
just
your updates.
Basically a fine-tuning of the orientation and the angle, a 16-second firing of the thrusters.
Starliner has returned
and a good burn reported,
8.12
feet per second in a change in velocity. So the raise burn was executed.
Starliner has once again
that will further fine-tune Orion's path at the proper azimuth or orientation, where the heat shield is at its optimum angle to begin the repulsion of the heat that will build up around the heat shield at the time that we begin entry interface, just about 15 and a half minutes from now. So the crew module service module separation went off as planned. The raise maneuver was executed at 11:03 and 41 seconds Central Time.
The activities of the night, but Starliner is home again.
The raise maneuver was executed. Orion now flying at the proper orientation for entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface is scheduled at 11:20 and 14 seconds a.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet. At that point, Orion will be traveling 24,464 miles an hour with a range to splashdown of 3,659 statute miles. Flight controllers reporting a solid lock with the tracking and data relay satellite system, receiving data that's being processed through the TDRS network. Just a reminder that after we pass into the Earth's atmosphere, at the speed at which we're going, and with the temperatures expected to build up very quickly for peak heating around the heat shield of Orion, we will begin the first of two blackout periods, the first of which is scheduled to begin at 11:20 and 16 seconds a.m. Central Time and will last about 4 minutes and 48 seconds. At that time, entry guidance, which has been stored on board, pre-programmed commanding for Orion to continue to point its way toward the splashdown zone, will take over. The first blackout period should end around 11:25 and 4 seconds Central Time. That will set the stage for the skip entry, basically the maneuver that will enable Orion to dip into the Earth's atmosphere and skip back out of the Earth's atmosphere and dip back into the Earth's atmosphere like a rock, a flat rock on a pond. That will continue to dissipate energy and heat on the spacecraft, and is a maneuver that data will be gathered for to try to bring in multiple splashdown sites for crewed missions in the future. The second of the two blackout periods is scheduled to begin at 11:29 and 3 seconds a.m. Central Time, and that will last for about 2 minutes and 50 seconds till about 11:31 and change. That'll be the final blackout period, after which we should lock up solidly for the remaining 8 minutes or so until splashdown.
Tranquility Base here. Eagle has landed.
Down at 2. Feels
this is
good.
Mission Control Houston, 12 minutes away from entry interface.
Going down at 2. 10
Everything
feet.
is going by the book so far here in Mission Control. Very quiet on the loops.
Contact.
Entry Flight Director Judd Freeling and his team of flight controllers watching carefully over their data as they oversee the arrival of Orion for its splashdown